Well, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, it's Protality. It's the grand finals. It's day number 2. I'm joined with the most two amazing casters and analysts. Felix Gibson, welcome back in. Day 1, all done and dusted. It was explosive. There was a few people playing with a 3-man. There were some crazy shots. There were some crazy plays. Some people got to the top of the leaderboard. Some people still struggling. But overall, a very, very good day. Let's start off with Felix, though. And let's remind people, takeaways really of day number 2. If you've gone back, you've rewatched the VODs, did you miss anything? I very much doubt it, mate. Nothing gets past you.
No, there are definitely some things that I feel like I've missed, but I think you touched on one of them, right? At 4 p.m., I wasn't really aware on whether or not that was something that maybe, the UI hasn't quite picked up, or maybe the player left after he was eliminated. But no, they actually did play as a 3-man. And I thought that was crazy considering that one Erangel round they had that ended towards the south side, or rather towards the north side of Ferry Pier. And I watched back at it, and I realized, how the hell do they have that much space in that single round? And I think that's the story of it, coming back to your question. So many good teams right now, everyone's still in contention, and that's not the usual thing in a best of 18 after the first day, right? Some teams normally do get ahead, they do have a strong day, but this one, I feel like it's still up for grabs for absolutely anyone.
I had the pleasure of playing with Seifu, playing a bit of ranked. Vox, unfortunately, his town had a hurricane or extreme storms. He held his PC down. He refused for it to go anywhere. He's back today, though, so they are playing as a 4. But actually, really interesting. His takeaway was, we need to just play aggressive. We're a 3, but we just got to play aggressive, and that's why you saw him punching out Vox all the time. Gibson, obviously, we need to get things ready. Format, though, obviously, for today, the format, there is no changes there. It is the default we're looking for. And I'm still impressed that some of these teams actually started in the 256 and are in the top 16.
Yeah, it's a long way to go for some of these teams, but it's always a long way for teams that don't get the invites to any international events. I think they've earned the right to be here. Obviously, you're going to feel like you've gotten pretty good practice on the way here as well if you're starting way back in the round of 256, but all that matters now is the 16 teams that we have in this lobby. This is day 2. There's only 12 maps left, and at the end of Sunday evening, we will know who your EMEA Tour Season 9, second phase of it, I suppose you could call it, champions will be.
Phase number 2, we love it. Yeah, we did kick things off at the beginning of the year, though, as it was an explosive start. Actually, Win or Die did get crowned champions. But what are we fighting for our season, or part 2 of season 9? The prize pool. Well, it is a big split of 8,000 USD. There are 2 PEC full slots that we will obviously let you guys know, but they'll be going for first and second. But the lion's share is really with that first and second. So these teams, after completing day 1, they want to continue making sure they strive forward, because that prize pool does jump up quite a bit, Felix. And there's some early people looking to get their hands on that first spot already. Yeah,
definitely. We saw Navi yesterday with being one of the only teams that have really shot multiple rounds and winning multiple rounds, and they did as well. So I gotta head into Navi. I know they were struggling in recent times, just a tiny bit, but I mean, people have been doubting them from the very beginning. I feel like they've now found their footing. Then again, we've also said that Navi, literally just coming off of obviously the rotation from being, was struggling with aggression, and I feel like that's one of the big points that I think you, Gibson, touched on as well. They got to get back to that aggression that we've seen in the very beginning of that roster, and I feel like now they're starting to pick up the pace again, but not without actually winning the rounds they need to, and that's kind of the balance that we thought would really elevate them to a degree that we haven't really seen them before. And right now, it looks like they've, at least up until this point, I know it's only 6 games, but up until this point, I feel like they've done the perfect amount between, aggression and also winning the rounds.
It's what I really like, though, right, is that, and yes, you guys will say I'm biased, I'm in the region, especially Gibson, but it's so tight. Look at it, 57 points, Navi obviously closing out, and you're right, Felix, there was a number of chances that they closed out, or could have closed out a potential win, and they were always there striving. Eternal Fire, first game for me came out really hard, the last couple of games came out hard as well. Game and Gladiators were consistently there. I felt like their presence really started to shine from Taego onwards. Win or Die didn't bag wins just as cleanly as they'd like to, but again, they are there. So 57 all the way down to those 52s. There's a little bit of a drop. There's a little bit of a drop down to VP, but like, Felix, what are we talking? We're talking one good game from VP, and they're putting themselves quite aggressively on that left side of the table.
Man, I was hoping for VP to turn up, and they started off relatively slow, especially with some of these circle shifts just being incredibly tough to move out of, and they haven't really been fortunate enough, I feel like. There's one round of Miramar that kind of kick-started everything, where, you know, they moved out Los Leones and then ended, like, I want to say 200, 300 meters maybe off of it. But I also said that isn't necessarily the place that a VP wants to have, right? They want to go for elaborate rotations. They want to not necessarily have the circle. Yes, they want to have obviously centralized positions, but the usual playstyle they have is that they're not banking on getting the circle. And yesterday, I feel like to some degree that has worked against them at times. And then that combined with these tough hardships that don't really allow you to have any kind of reps, any kind of you know, elaborate rotations that VP likes to play, has really made it tough for them. So I'm surprised to see them that high up, despite the tough games that I've had, and that's the point I'm trying to make. I think VP, with these games that they've been given, has really done the most of it. And we said PUBG Esports it's a numbers game to some degree, right? You got to make the rounds count that that you get. Obviously, the best kind of chances to get the most amount of points in, and VP's had tough rounds almost exclusively. So maybe if things work out better for them today, if they do get into centralized positions early, they get a couple of circle shifts, I think we'll see them even higher up on the leaderboard.
I felt, for me, the change, Ibby was the guy who always would send it straight forward. Like, especially in the Miramar, you would see him just flying across the map, trying to get to a position they wanted. It didn't feel like they were doing that. And actually, we saw Nixie to a degree on some rounds. He was the driving spearhead for that team. And yes, they got caught. You did cast us analyst desk Kirsten multiple times over. Let's not take that away. But
that's on me.
It wasn't their normal game style, and I get what you're saying. It's not the VP that we're used to seeing. Another team, actually, I want to start on that top left side though. Felix, Primal top group stages, come up swinging. Not really. They're sitting down quite low. I think it's 11th place they're sitting at the moment, and it's not.
Yeah.
They haven't performed to the level that I'd expect them to perform, but they are again that non-household name that they're a team which we've seen in the EMEA region. But they're in the finals. They need to perform as if it was the group stage.
Yeah, but I said it's going to be tougher going into the finals. Everyone's going to play at the very highest level that they can play it, and that's different to group stages. Let's be honest. I mean, a FaZe Clan, what did they really have to do after that first day? Essentially nothing. So you're going to play different. That's just the nature of it, especially coming down to some of these teams that have to qualify now going to the last 3 games of the group stage, especially that last day. Things are going to change. Teams will be more aggressive. Teams will force points. Teams will make different decisions. So that plays into the hands that, you know, of the teams that have played a good first day, and Primal was one of them. So I said I'm a little bit suspicious of how good that performance really even was, and I said I don't think they're going to be able to replicate that. So far they haven't. I'm still a fan of this lineup. As I said, when they get to late game, very few mistakes. They can work with that. Maybe today is going to be the day they can turn things around. And I got to highlight Jogis here as well as Hakatori. These guys yesterday for both their teams have done the majority of the work, I feel like, in team fights. So if Jogis turns up today again, maybe one more player from Primal chimes in, I think this could be the turnaround for them.
The other team, I think it's worth mentioning, Gibson, Low W. Come on, the Pandas with the Dream. They had a great Rondo map. And for those that is worth noting, while we look at the scene, it has flipped its way around. So we ended on Erangel yesterday. We're starting on Erangel, and obviously we'll go for the same transition period. But Low W, Gibson, they really performed. There was a lot more control for them coming out of that map. Yes, they bagged Erangel slightly better than you would have expected. But very missing from the first 3 games. I don't feel like we really saw them definitely really get enough coverage when it came down to the stream. They were just getting caught in rotation, going out early. A team, again, which I know is an outside bet, but performing well in other events, you would expect them to be a little bit higher up the leaderboard than where they're currently sitting.
You could say that about maybe 7 of the teams in this lobby. Like, at the end of the day, there's 5 teams with 50 plus points. How often do you see that after 6 maps where you don't have one team that's up at 60, 70 and then a couple of teams down at 40? I feel like they're a team every time I watch them, they just get like 2 or 3% better. You know, they're getting their feet beneath them. They're starting to get up to the pace of what Tier 1 PUBG feels like in the EA region. And it's individual talent. Like, I think Felix brought it up once or twice yesterday. You feel like in one game, Lyrix is having a great game. The next game, it's a different player. If they can just get a game where 2 or 3 of the players are going at once, that's when you'll start to see the real version of this team. And looking at the leaderboard, they have more than a chance going into this.
Yeah. It's going to be about a drive. Look, we're coming to the midway point. So yesterday we obviously covered off 6 games. We've got another 6 games again today that we are going to be driving forward. But we will crown our champion tomorrow. We'll be kicking back on Sunday. We'll have another 6 games where we'll be ending things on the wonderful Erangel. That does mean then today's that halfway point for FedEx. Teams might have to change slightly how they play. If they didn't really perform yesterday, then they have to rethink, watch the VODs back, as you mentioned before we ended yesterday, and readapt their game style and game plan. So what are you expecting from some of these teams? So coming out, is there any teams that you're keeping an eye on or slash commentating, cursing, into day number 2?
Commentating cursing, that's a good point. Actually, I won't predict VP today anymore because I feel like whenever I did, as you said as well, they've been getting tough circles and it's just not been going their way. Then again, I said VP in 5th is way too good of a performance actually in terms of what they've been given yesterday. So I'm going to keep an eye out on VP, even though I'm not predicting them. I'm going to keep an eye out on Twisted Minds, obviously, as well. I think they have underperformed yesterday as well. It's been that kind of day that I feel like was in the coming for a long time now because they've just performed that massively, and having that kind of consistency, I people underestimate how hard it is. In a game like PUBG where so many variables can go wrong, it's all about making the fewest mistakes, and you can only do that for so often, right? You can only do that for so often. That's why Twisted Minds is the best team. But eventually it's going to happen again, and eventually some of these things will come tripling down on you, and they will impact your performance. And I feel like yesterday was that kind of performance from Twisted Minds. Now, another team I really want to touch on is FaZe Clan. I know it's the big name in this lobby as well.
Ask about that.
It's kind of an easier prediction as well, but we have also seen FaZe Clan struggling massively yesterday, way more than Twisted Minds even. They've had really tough circles as well. I don't want to just bank it down to circles, but it's been part of it. When they did get tough circles, they kind of tried to make the most of it. I was really impressed with that Miramar game, especially where they rotated in from the northern side. They pushed away in Tropic, so decision making is on point. They realize what specific play they have to do in what specific round. But when they did play for the win, and we saw that yesterday on Taego, for example, when they do go for the win, it's just not been working out so far, and that needs to happen. They need to be more consistent in the games that they actually go for the win, and also not lose plays that early. What we've seen multiple times yesterday, up until phase 5, phase 6, that someone somehow gets taken away and they get pushed into fights without being in control of them. We've never seen FaZe Clan control an edge yesterday, and that's something that is unusual in a best of 6. So I want to see that today.
Especially parts of this tournament, FedEx. I saw them. They might not get the wins. They weren't grabbing their chicken dinners, especially the points that we saw them deliver in group stages and other events. But the big thing for me is that they're striving, lacking of the kills. They're like 4 placement points. It's like really, really low, but the kills are not reflecting. Actually, normally, FaZe is a team for me. If they can't get into zone, they're still getting kills. They're kind of that team that goes, do you know what? We just need to go bag as many kills as we can. We know we're not going to make it in, and that's what I felt was missing for them. So I wonder if they've reset personally before they come in today. Twisted Minds, I agree, 100% agree more. But there is a little bit of me, maybe it's the inner chaos that thinks that Twisted Minds enjoys a chase down. They like to position themselves and chase the leader, as they might be chasing down their prey. But again, they need to have a big game today. Let's quickly talk though before, because game is starting. I want to talk to the top side. Gaming Gladiators, FedEx, for me. They perform well, and I personally didn't have them in the top spot.
Man, to me, the play to watch from that lineup yesterday was Levante, and it's been reflected in the statistics as well, time and time again. Massive impact frags. He's been the one that kind of was the play up front as well. So that's not an easy position to play in a team like that, especially not with the circles we've seen yesterday. Once again, I keep on coming back to these circles, but they have been tough. These have not been easy fighting circles, and GG has done the most of it. And GG has struggled as well in recent times, right? In terms of even qualifying for major events. So them coming out like this is really good to see. Now, I love their lineup. I think they're gonna come out strong as well today.
Right, they're going to come out strong. It is, though, game number 1. Day number 2, we're going to Erangel, Gibson. FedEx, see you in a few. But we need to get things kicking off, though. Flight path, though, obviously coming from the Zaki corners, all the way from the northwest down towards a southeast. And it feels like a bit of a reenactment from yesterday. Will we get the Zaki? I very much doubt it. I wish we did, though.
Nah, Zarki's not coming. It's nice that we might have a northern circle. It's been a while since we've had one in a cast that you and I have had together, Mark. Usually it's always down around Quarry Gatka or over by Miltaside or Millie. So it's nice that there's a good opportunity for a northern circle this time around. Few keys for today, though, for me is I feel like FaZe need to go to their wardrobe, get the Teflon that they've been wearing for the zone, throw it in the bin, and put on the Velcro, because I've never seen a team, considering how good their drop spot is on the maps, I've never seen a team that has had as many phase 1 and phase 2 circles shift away from them. They're as bad as TSM are on NA.
Is it the luck of day 1? I don't know. We don't know. But you're right. They were consistently chasing away from zone, and that was going to cause some issues, though. come down. There's the play, done and dusted, and we should be now good as gold. Most teams are going to spread out. Looks like we've got Lowell W being caught slightly between Bullet Rain. They're trying to fight for that car. It's Dead Rocks. We know he's a big hitter here. Bit of a 1 versus 1. Iro does back away, so he leaves the confidence. He leaves it down to a 1 versus 1. He doesn't even stack up with his boy.
He's like, Dog, you got this. I think really what he's gone to do is get some more weapons, because with Dog dropping in one building, he doesn't really have a lot. You see, he's got a K9 and he's got a barrel. Gedrox is in the same sort of situation, but he's got a lot more ammunition, but without a sight, without a scope, without any attachments. The M4 just isn't it anymore. Sprays again, but Dog does a lot more damage. And the longer this goes on, the more likelihood we'll see Iro actually get an angle and say goodnight to Gedrox.
It's going to be dangerous. No, the boys are. They have to try and tighten up. They normally drop a little bit more south and have to move in. So, limited amount of time. Vest, lid. As you said, it's not there. Maybe the edge of Laosh from Win or Die can cause enough damage to stop Iro pushing back. But for now, a bit more of a standoff. But you've got to favour Bullet Rain here, especially when it comes down to utility.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, the longer this goes on, the more threat you are from the other members. I see Iro is now moving this direction now too. The rest of Lol W, they're starting to come up from their position inside Rozhawk, but is it too little too late? It's essentially a foot race between both of these teams now. And Gedrox is staying inside. Look, he's not peeking. He's staying on the top floor because he knows reinforcements are coming.
Reinforcements are coming. They actually come from the south, so a big push from them. It is a calm, cool collective. Oh, he comes in. Reinforcements are coming back. They've actually caught the reinforcements. Bullet Rain, oh, nearly walks into that nade. Numbers are still up. Might be an early death here, but it could have been a lot earlier. Shots come out. Iro has to back away slightly.
Yeah, damage done, but Lurex is the one to find the first knock as Iro does fall, and that leaves Dog now in an even more serious situation. Lol W, they're repositioning once more. They know that Dog is on the open. The rest of Bullet Rain are way too far away. Crossberg's only now pushing up, but look at the damage Dog is still able to do. But Mark, 5 bandages, no chance. Gedrox gets the knock. It was a valiant effort, but Lol W are going to get those early 2 points.
It's quite interesting that Iro did push down. It took a little bit of time. And then obviously he came in kind of roughly about the same time. I'd argue maybe Lol W was there just before. I thought he might have backed away. Wouldn't have died. Having a look at a little bit of third party here. Leosh late to the party, but there's no one knocked. There's no free kill. So if he wants to go loud, he has to take on the Lol W team, who have pushed up for the reinforcements. I think their loot, my expectation here will be play back down now to the south. There he goes. There's that zone shift. Quite in the middle of the flight path though. Potato Hill will be a sore sight for some. You've got to get up there quick if you want to. Crossberg will put one down. There's a saving grace. And actually catches Laos, though, who was looking at the third party, though, scammering his way back to the team.
Yeah, Crossberg was actually waiting for Lol W to rotate away, and he caught out one of the members of Win or Die. The rest of them going over that Eastern George Bridge. So you lose 2 players. You do pick up 1 point, but it will be difficult for now with 2 players left alive. I think the zone will play into their favor, playing as a 2, as there's lots of places that they can play from this position. Lol W, they're going to move the other way back into the circle as well as they reconsolidate their position just on the edge of Rozhawk. But what I really like about this is the twisted mine split as well that you'll see in a few moments' time. They've got a 2-2 in and around school and then a little further away at Mini Potch. I love the way they're playing this.
It's a good split. Well, it's good to see 4 PM. So they are up to 4. Fox obviously was under the subject to tornado, should we say. But he kept his locked down. By getting locked down, Primal. The shots though, Winnows seem to be a bit of a punch bag at the moment for multiple teams. They can't even stop to take the shots though. And my bad, gets a little bit further away. Scaff has to reposition, but he can't go too far because he will get some initial shots though from up in the Radio Tower Hill. He put good shots on. There's 1, there's 2. Hell of my bad's down to a 1. Daz will shine, and he will be able to bag Hell of my bad down. And Win or Die, well, there's a hole in the bucket, and the team is bleeding fast.
Yeah, and it's Primal picking up that point, and that leaves Win or Die with 2 players left up as they're getting picked apart by multiple teams. Pin now wants a bit of the action, and yeah, why not? GG. They'll manage to pick up Presenta, who's crawling at the exact same speed as the Coop is on its way past. But Win or Die, they were in the top 4. Very unlikely they'll be in the top 4 after this map as they're getting torn asunder by all these sides, and everybody just picking up a piece of them.
Everyone has literally taken a piece out of them. They are trying to get to the zone. They were trying to be a bit fair party, and maybe they got their hands slapped slightly on the cookie jar. But on the rotation in, it has been painful. Now got to try and maybe make center zone. We know with the position they are at the moment, that's not going to happen. They're going to be a long rotation in. There's a few more teams. Maybe they get a blessing. Maybe they find. But for me, hey, perfect timing, production, just maybe hold out in that southwest corner. Maybe just try and wait for a few more teams to go and then look where the zone shifts. Or you go for a full send. You know teams are already going to be there.
Yeah, something to point out, though. FaZe have a phase 1 circle. This is This is very unlike things for them as they move down that death road, getting pretty close to Entropic, who are playing Smurf Compound at Navi, who are center of your screen there. They're playing on the bridge. I think they've got loads of real estate to push as they go towards Sharkfin and even further towards the docks. So Navi, they're going to keep their noses out of trouble for quite a while based on their drop and based on the circle that we've had. 4 p.m. on the other hand, Mark, they've gone for rotate just behind Lol W. They've now overlapped them, and they're going to lock themselves into that Vesuvius compound, which is a pretty nice one to play for them for quite a while in this map too.
Let's talk about 4 p.m. because despite being a 3, Gibson, they don't arguably really well. Aggressive plays. I know we just spoke about in the pre-show about that game number 5 that I was talking about, and it was aggressive. They were working their way around. But they're up there. They're up there as a 3. So arguably one of the victors from day number 1. Yes, they're not in the top spot, but missing a whole gun for majority of the games, like, you've got to take that as a victory.
Honestly, they were excellent. And when you consider the fact that Vox is worth an extra couple of points every single map he plays, they could easily be right up at the top. You know, there's no reason why if they had a 4, they couldn't be at the top with the way the lobby's played out.
Yeah.
Extends for winner. Look where Extends has gone. Yeah. Look how far he's gone, all the way to Primo, which is so far from the circle. And like, I don't even know how you play this if you're Extends.
He needs gear, that's why. It's worth mentioning as well, for those who don't know, Vox is the IGL for 4 p.m. So, and he wasn't just disconnected and he's back in the game. He was out. Like, he wasn't even helping the team when it came down to making calls. Well, there's some calls to be made here from BB team as they reposition their cars. W moved their way down, but they're chasing down Bullet Rain, and feels like there's a magnet between these two teams at the moment. Slight split, but if Crossberg peaks at the right time, he might be able to pick a quick kill. Confirm. Schenken jumps out. He can hear the footsteps, but he hasn't opted to make the peak just yet.
Yeah, Crossberg. It's all about timing. I think you got to just stay quiet, right? Wait for your teammate. Your teammate's on the other side of the road. Once Corpse Bag gets in with a gunfight, you've got the backstab. FaZe Clan, though, they're crashing now in towards Entropic. This could be their way to start the day. But Navi, third partying at getting the knock onto Corexi, which will slow down the pace of this push. James has taken a ton of damage now, too, as the blue zone will spread but not do any damage to anyone from Entropic as they manage to keep their noses out of trouble. Akatori gets his kill confirmed. Lurex did get that taken to Crossberg, but Mark, this is so unfortunate for FaZe Clan. They make a crash and Navi do a ton of damage.
This is painful. Very, very painful. At least the Knights are coming in. The Knights in shining armor will put down Janny. Obviously, he jumped off the roof. He's now got himself back towards Potato Hill, but they're going to be picking up the kills. Bleed for FaZe. Fexo putting a point potential on the board. Jedrix is down, looking to try and get that DBNO confirmed if he can. Navi backstabbed him. Knights are giving him a little bit of cover, but Fex is refusing to go down. It's a 2 versus 1 here, and Hawkeye gets denied. Fex and Gustav will flex their muscles, and Fexo leading the charge. They hold the compound, but how long for? Navi potentially will come sniffing.
Kills on the board. A couple of players down, but look, you got to get points if you want to start somewhere. FaZe Clan, they'll secure that compound for now. They're just hope that the zone will start shifting their way. Navi, though, they've got a massive spread. Look at this. You have Diffix getting close to... Wow. Yeah, look how far away it's. Diffix is over by Smurf Compound. Hakatori's only rotating over now just past Snake. They are really extended out as they take a lot of control. Zone shift came through. Primal pretty happy inside Pachinki as things stand, but you got to play on the edge. Mark and Quetpa from Eternal Fire. What a day they had yesterday.
Yeah, they had a really good early start for EF. Really good. I felt like the middle was okay. They definitely closed off the day really well as well. So I'll see if they can keep that momentum from those final games. But big kills from them. And nice control, shall I say. They were able to control the zones where they did get themselves in the top. So I'd be keen to see how they continue to move forward, though. Zone shift out towards that northwest corner. That's going to give Win or Die Extends a little bit of help because he won't have to drive too far. You might be able to tuck in just behind don't get Game Gladiators are there, but on the outside edge of the other side of the zone, well, that's Brain Lag trying to hold out 4 PM as these two teams are rotating around now to try and find a new home.
Yeah, Brain Lag. What about their day yesterday? We saw huge moments last weekend from Pennywise, some excellent... Why? You know what? That has annoyed me so much that I brought in Falix. Falix, what have you seen?
I just want to shift your focus on how GG plays this. I think that's one of the most interesting teams in this lobby right now. Usually what you see when these types of circles shift back towards Pochinki is that you see plenty of teams going for that entry because it's just that few positions that can be played after these northern compounds, northern set of Pochinki that you see Primal W being played are taken. But look what GG does. They're playing the same thing that we saw Na'Vi did yesterday on that Miramar win, and where we can really tell that these guys have an elaborate game plan for these types of rounds. They don't even rotate into Pochinki. They know it's clear. They still decide to keep that southern side split with a one-on-one and one-on. Now that I say it, okay, they rotate off. But I think the original game plan was, let's keep everyone that south side denied. Right, let's keep these positions, make sure no one else is rotating into the back lines, and then, maybe potentially then, we can play into Pochinki. I don't think they want to go for it. I think they want to play outside Pochinki, keep control of it, because what happens if you do get into Pochinki, you lose control of the round to some degree, right? We know how these city exits go, so good play coming out from GG and Na'Vi, and I think that's also goes to show you how similar these two teams usually play in terms of macro. They come from the same region. Some of these players have played together in different teams as well, and yeah, I think if this round isn't a good example of this, I don't know what is. I think perfect example also come back to the Miramar game that we saw from Na'Vi being taken. Now I think in this instance, is a little bit too early to tell who's going to take this, just based off of if it ends north, it's still going to be a tough road in. But it's just from my macro perspective, decision making, how we approach phase 2. These two teams are very, very similar.
Oh, definitely very similar. Interesting to see as well the teams not fully committing to Pochinki at the moment, Gibson. They are waiting to, I suppose, confirm if that zone does shift back their way. So a little tippy-toe in the town. But I do like it. Game Gladiator is very spread apart, exactly the same as Na'Vi's game style. We'll have to wait and see where this next zone shift goes, because if it does shift back towards that northeast, mate, they're going to be stuck, maybe trying to fight their way through multiple teams.
Yeah, but look at the way they're all keeping their vehicles on the edge of Pochinki. Nobody actually wants to go into the center. So basically what you've got is your kit bag, your go bag, whatever you want to call it. If that zone shifts, you're ready to bug out straight away. P1, P2, and P3, or Pochinki Hills 1, 2, and 3, which are what GG are kind of playing right now, are in excellent position. Nobody's flanking from the south. You've got great views inside of Pochinki and further beyond. And even better again, you can take that wide rotate now that the zone has shifted a little further north of the circle. Artwork here might be able to catch out Beamy, and he does. Wow. He gets himself a 1 as that little crash by Beamy, that spin out, is going to cost... Oh, Vox, what the hell?
What was that? That was just... They turn around straight away. Beamy, we're coming back for you. Vox put the golden bullet down. We're back to the action as VP will do crash in. Bullet rain seems to be everywhere the action is at the moment. Down to the final players. Kortzberg will have to try and hold out, but how long can he avoid being a corpse bag himself? We'll have to wait and see. And VP, I don't know if they know exactly who's here at the moment, but it'll be an aggressive push to ensure no one else crashes in behind.
Yeah, Corpse Bag's been hiding here for quite a while, but let's turn our attention back to this battle between Brain Lag and 4 PM. Seifu stepping up into the smoke with the nade in his hand, but a man is just being smoked out by Arrow as they look to bring their teammate back, get the res off, and be able to keep on fighting. Example elsewhere around the map is Twisted Minds are locking in School, finding that knock on to Ruin, but that one should be resable for the side. But Brain Lag, they're waiting this out, Mark. They know the zone's coming in. They're a lot closer than 4 PM. And unless 4 PM go for a crazy wide rotate, Brain Lag will continue to do damage to them.
Yeah, they've got the advantage that they haven't got a ticking time bomb of the blue on their shoulders, have they? So they'll wait and see. Worth mentioning, obviously, Boy's a little lull. I did really like Primal's 2-2 split. They thought it might go Pochinki, but they also remained in their compounds a little bit to the north. So they'll be happy. The zone shift, an instant collapse from them. So they're looking in a position to try and get themselves a victory. I know FedEx said yesterday that Primal they're good on their gun skills, but they needed a bit of zone luck. Maybe they're making their own zone luck today for game number 1.
Sometimes you got to do that. You got to force and press the issue. But one thing that Falix gave them credit for is how they play the late game whenever they do have the circle. So let's see if that's going to happen that way. Corpse Bag's still alive as he's prone on the top of the stairs, but as we know, VP know exactly where he is. He's got 30 bullets in the AUG. That's going to be a tough task to get multiple knocks. So a stun. If you're going to stun, you got to at least make some sort of a play or push off it. Get out of there like the jump out by Corpse Bag, but has the audio cue fed the information? It has.
Yep.
Lucrux is peeking the window.
Yeah, that smoke's going. Yeah, smoke is going. There's a limited amount of time. I like that he's jumped out and not moved, so they would have got that audio cue. But for now, he's lucky enough there's no one on that south side that can punish him. And for 4 PM, they're being punished by multiple teams, so they work their way in. Say, Fu will fall, Shinboy will go, Fox with an outstanding shot. He will take out there. 15 plays for them. Shots coming from Force back there. Initial put way around for the other side, but Michael, jumping in for the boys today, able to swing his way around and deny the opportunity though for Bullet Rain to put a point on the board.
The surprise on your face when you saw Michael
like,
play. Remember, we saw Michael in the earlier rounds. Look,
yeah. We did. He has been their sub. He has been their sub before. So I didn't clock that he was in right away then until he got that knock. I was like, Michael, my man, PNC.
Honestly, it's like the reaction whenever like a baby sees food. He's like, "Oh, Michael, there we go." he's so happy to see him. Lol W though, by the way, they're still holding plug and socket. It's one of those references, isn't it, where unless you're in the UK and Ireland, you have no idea what that sort of plug looks like. It D&B is what I believe most other people call, but we're on broadcast. We can't say what it is out loud. Eternal Fire rotating directly in towards Primal. They might be paying for it. Daz will get himself a first. He'll peek over. There's the second one. There's a lot of damage done on the run, but nice hold from Primal.
Nice actually, third point. Twisted Minds. Rune comes back over to play peekaboo. That was close, but a huge save there from the boys. Jogsy putting the damage in. Scav also doing the same. Great third party though from Twisted Minds from School. They took as much as they could, and they took a lot of damage though when it came down to Primal.
Yeah, now GG doing a lot of damage to Project Extreme as they begin rotating. This is a fight that was always going to happen whenever the zone shifted away from Pachinki. And now Knights pushing towards VP. Michael, the front line, but Quizzy peeks out over the window ledge, does a lot of damage towards Knights and holds them back. Laza the one to eat the first set of bullets. That second aid will do even more damage on the Laza, who just gets inside his Navi. Full third party from the other side. They're full pushing 2 members of VP. Quizzy and Michael locked into a battle from Knights, and look at Defex. He takes down. Look what's going on.
What is going on? Navi go. That is insane. Michael, Quizzy still remain. Low W are eager, waiting, watching to try and push over. The Knights will put one of them down. That might put a stop to their push here. Might allow VP to try and spread across. Don't forget these guys are separated slightly. Michael is holding out here. The Knights. Here comes the flash though. He actually runs straight into the flash. He goes to the back room, but he doesn't quite make the door. But the peak doesn't come through anyway. So Michael still causing issues, still denying the opportunity though for the Knights to push on over.
Michael's whole job is to stay alive, and now the rest of the Knights are pushing towards where the reses are being pulled off from VP. So Lucarux is going to go for the res now on the stairs, and he's not even going to get it. Laza spots him from the window. Quizzy can do nothing about it. It's all down to Michael and Quizzy now. Quizzy's going to find himself one from the stairs. Michael backstabs onto Schofield as he jumps out the window, and this is a crazy fight, and Lol W are just watching it all.
What happened? Knights were flashing, they were suppressing Michael. It's not like they heard him. Michael tucked him away, mate. See you later. Don't mess with me. I'm still baffled as to why they left him. Why would they not 4-man stack Michael, deny him, then make the push over? They put themselves in a very, very dangerous situation. It became a VP sandwich and they were feasting.
The only thing that I can think of is that they realized that the other players were going for the res, and they knew that Michael was going to try and delay them, so they pushed ahead of it. It didn't work out, but look at this BB team fighting with Brainlag, Artwork, and Pennywise are both going to be down. One of them will be knocked out as BB team get their second kill of the map, and if they get over this ridgeline, they have a nice line of sight towards Primal as well. But Twisted Minds, they're extending out. They'll find one as Lou with the mini gets one. Example's trying to get the off angle, but I love the aggression up on top of the hills here from Twisted Minds.
Well, they had 2 options, though. They could have pushed in towards the fight we saw a minute ago or play out towards the top. Looks like they're going for the control. They want the high ground. They want to take the high ground, come to the end of this zone. 10 teams remain, 30 are left on the battleground, so there's Twisted Minds still with 4, moving their way forward now, but it's double checking every little nook and cranny where a team, or maybe a couple of players, will be hiding before they draw their attention back towards BB. BB versus Twisted Minds. It's all happening now. Great nade, though, comes in from Perfectis. There goes a flash, and here comes a push.
Yeah, this is excellent from Twisted Minds. 3 players pushing forward, the other player way back inside of school, so they're leaving Batu to keep an eye on what's going on elsewhere. That'll be 1 kill confirmed. Spyro taking down Phil first, and now the rest of BB team, they are bugging out. They're moving way back. They've had enough, and they might find themselves under the angry eyes of Project Extreme. Max steps on up. There's BB team. They're going to pull the handbrake, and Max doesn't get that first knock, but this nade could be deadly.
Nate launches out. It's going to be Zeus. His Thunderbolt goes down. Max gets one. Finish the second one, though, and the Thunderbolts hit hard, but they're reminded Twisted Minds are lurking. Fed 2. But now they've got the pressure, though, from Twisted Minds that will continue to push around their way. Need to get this res on as quickly as possible. Max needs to stop any kind of crash, though, happening from Twisted Minds. I can't see it happening, but there is a capability that if Twisted Minds wanted some additional kills, they might try and make the extension.
And if you have the map stream up, exclamation mark, you'll see that GG are pushing towards Primal. And that's exactly what happens on the kill feed as they're holding that little dip, but GG are looking to take it away. Batu and Gustav still inside of school, and you can see that both of them will just about be inside the circle whenever this eventually does close out, but Batu's waiting for Gustav to just walk up that diving pole and be able to get the shot.
Yeah, because Tornins is not in, is it? He has to jump over and then he'll be in. But it'd be very dangerous. That Sankyu might be the ending, but it's the ending of Primal. GG. Well, we said they started well in the finals. Looks like they're starting day number 2 just as strong. 4 kills taking the position away now, and Tornins, he's just dancing around. He's got the bunny hop ready to go from the bike, as he will maybe jump across, and at least he won't get the denial. Oh, good stuff. He said no tricks here. Leave it to the Olympics. He's going to put Tornins down. Unresistable, unfortunately, unless Lou makes some magic really happen.
You just know that Batu thought that he was cooking with that play. He thought he was going places, but the only place he was going was down. FaZe Clan picking up another point after what's been a pretty... it was a rough start to the map after losing a couple of players in that early crash, but they've bounced back pretty well with just a couple of players left to get some points on the board. Zone shifts away from D&B or plug and socket now, so that means VP and LOLW now need to reassess their options as they push in. But this is a good old-fashioned squid field ending.
Well, I forgot to mention earlier, and you guys might be thinking, why the hell is everyone just putting names of teams into chat at the moment? If you're on Twitch, you has to be on Twitch, guys and girls out there. But if you make the prediction of who is going to win each game, you'll be in a chance to win from 1,500 G coin. But you've got to put the name of the team in chat. So if you haven't done it already, get the name in chat as quick as you can, and it will happen every single round. So again, predictions nice and early. You might want to listen to FedEx. I'll give him his dues. Pretty much most of the games, the second guess was the right guess, but he did give us about halfway through.
And they normally say don't second guess yourself, but in this case, it works out pretty nicely. Gustav tagging example beautifully as it forces him back into the corner, and VP are just trying to force their way inside the circle. If they can get to that, you see that little ridge line just in front of them? If they can get to that, it's just about inside the very edge of the circle. And they're actually going to send that. They actually want the ridgeline the Twisted Minds are playing by the looks of this rotation. Yeah. That's exactly what they are doing. LOLW wrapping around the side as well as they turn their attention to VP, who have now made that move, and Twisted Minds have also bugged out.
Oh, they didn't go as far around. Oh, they get away with it. Just the smokes will start to dissipate. They know Betonins is down thanks to Gustav, so they will be very aware that the ridge line with the zone shift, that's where they want to try and take LOLW, though. They've been left with the run in the open terrain. The cars are reinforcing. VP need to draw their attention. Looks like Nixie has drawn his attention back down, so he should hear these cars. I think the only option LOLW have got is to crash all in or go a little bit to the left of where we saw VP put up.
I love this from LOLW. I love it. They're deciding to take the fight towards VP. Nixie's going to take a ton of damage. Vest is obliterated. Helmet ain't looking too much better, but LOLW, they're pushing up the aggression now. They're going to smoke off towards GG, so they can focus the fight, but it doesn't matter. Levante is going to do a ton of damage, so will Quizzy. It's all going wrong for LOLW, but nobody's in the dirt just yet. Well, never mind, Gedrox is...
Oh, that was aggressive from Nixie.
BZ,
that was aggressive. Did he have to do that? Oh, I don't know. Michael goes down. Quizzy, Lucarux there. Unfortunately, Quizzy's trying to hold out the push, though. That didn't come from Twisted Minds. They did eventually get caught up. No W, they've got a bit of a killing spree, but they will be down and out as VP will annihilate them out. 4 teams now remain. We'll go for our top 4. 12 kills though for VP, and I think if you don't mention a name, they will do wonders though. But 4 remain for Gaming Gladiators. 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2, and VP, well, chasing Twisted Minds left them, and now they've got a duel with the Gaming Gladiators.
This is actually really clever as well on that side for GG to backfill LOLW now and extend on over. But now Twisted Minds are going to try to deal with Project Extreme here, getting shot in the back from GG. Perfectic spots Levante, but look, that level 3 vest just takes so much of the damage away, particularly when it's a gun like an MK12, which doesn't really hit the hardest in the first place.
No, it's the speed. Levante though is going to remind him what gun he's got in his back pocket as they will look back. GG got full control now of the zone. That 2-2 split for them works out wonders. Now they need to pick the right fight at the right time. Don't cross up. Don't take on head-to-head battles. Rely on your teammates. Everyone for your team is in. You just need to focus on who and where to get the kills from next.
4v2, v3, v2. That res probably not going to come on to Pydaros, who's just bleeding out on the far end of your screen. And that will be confirmed out as Lou picks up the point. 800 damage now for Lou. He's having a little bit of fun on this one. An example, getting closer and closer to the circle. VP, the next target for them. And look at Dante with the dragon off. He's going to shoot them in the back. So now Twisted Minds, they're in a world of pain with the blue zone creeping in.
This is a world of pain for everyone but GG. Levante will put down Luke Crux though. Quizzy is there. 1 remains for them. 2 store with Twisted Minds. Looks like they're going to try and get the steal. He does get it as well. Another point on the board for Twisted Minds. 7 now for them as he will now stick the res on towards Lou. In fact, he's just on the outside edge. Project X will do wait though. As they know the punishment. They dealt the punishment down towards BB, but there's only one way. Perfect X is coming in, and that's going to be down now. But GG get the steal.
Levante, brilliant nade, takes out Quizzy, and now that leaves us in a 4v2 v2. They know exactly where everyone is. That will make it a 4v2 because Lou has just obliterated Project Extreme, and now it is GG versus Twisted Minds. Levante tags Lou with the arm, but it must have been an arm shot. An example, what a spray. But oh no, oh here we go. Dante's going to toss the nades on in. Little bit of damage dealt with the first one. Twisted Minds back against the wall. Dante falls. Lou will step up over the ridgeline, but Mark, GG closing this out.
He's got no smokes. He's got no smokes. He's out. Gaming Gladiators, 9 kills, 19-point game. It's a good game for them. FedEx scored it quite early. They're very controlled of the location they were at, and they controlled really well. They took the fights, they took the aggression when they needed, and it just felt like Gaming Gladiator very much for me from that middle section.
Yeah, GG played the mid and late game perfectly as they extended up from Pachinki. They took the win away, and they deserve that chicken dinner and map number 1 of day 2. Also, just want to say quickly before we throw to a break, Mark was talking about that giveaway in chat. Remember, every single map we'll be doing a G-Coin giveaway, so make sure to get your guesses on every map for who you think's going to win. And secondly, make sure to check out the socials of all the talent team today, so myself, Mark, and Falex, where we are doing giveaways of G-Coin as well. Mark's is doing his giveaway tomorrow. I'm doing one every single day. And Falex is still having a think how he's going to give his away. We're going to jump into a break, though. When we come back, we'll get the breakdown of that map and get ready for game 2.
Slight delay as FedEx decides to post what he's doing for his giveaway. But let's talk about game number 1, because I'll let you go check his socials to find out the requirements, because it's interesting. Game number 1, FedEx, you caught it quite early. Gaming Gladiators and Na'Vi on a very wide split, especially on that south side when we did see that north shift. It was about information control. They got the information. Gaming Gladiators made the control. Na'Vi went for a big crash. 2 different game plans, but it definitely went in the favor for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect example of a round of why we love PUBG esports so much. And I want to challenge anyone out there as well to take a look at the map stream, understand why decision-making, rotations, and all that sort of stuff, apart from the individual mechanical stuff, is so important. Get into the map stream. Try to guess, just solely based off phase 2, who's winning a game. And you'll be surprised with how much more you understand teams, understand their rotation, their thinking process behind how you approach different circles. And yeah, in this instant, as you said as well, GG, as well as Na'Vi starting off really early, actively deciding to play the way they do. And this is also this active process that we've seen, something that happens very rarely. Before I touch on obviously on GG and Na'Vi, I quickly want to touch on this fight as well, because I didn't really understand that breach. That was something that was completely uncharacteristic to me coming out of FaZe Clan, apart from them just wanting to get into the things that they normally, shine at, which is straight up fighting and getting these isolated 4-on-4s. But was there any macro decision-making behind this? I'm not so sure. I can't seem to find it. I'm not sure what FaZe Clan was thinking breaching this, apart from legitimately, it's a 4v2, let's take these frags. And this, at that instance, is a very dangerous breach as well. Look who had third-party options. Na'Vi taking out Corexi almost immediately. That's one player down for absolutely nothing. Knights, obviously, from the top Potato Hill, is chiming in as well. Yes, it did work in their favor in the end. That third party also worked against Entropic, who had to split back up, but it's still a move in phase 1 that to me seems a little bit uncharacteristic. There's not a winning motive behind it, in my opinion. Works out, fortunately, for FaZe Clan to some degree. Obviously, they got the frags, they were able to wipe Entropic, but this could have gone badly in many different ways.
I want to touch on a point, actually, because, yes, it is very uncharacteristic, very early push from them, but I didn't think they would expect Na'Vi to wrap in behind. We don't see Na'Vi wrapping on that south side. They normally play a little bit more high, mid, and playing towards that Potato Hill. So I think they dropped the ball a little bit when it came down to Na'Vi wrapping in, and that obviously lost one. And then it was a very lucky enough that we had Vex and Gustav to try and survive out for a little bit longer. But a lot of early fighting, though. Twisted Minds obviously making a move out towards the north side of this zone here. I think that's all to do with trying to take the high ground for the late game. But they got really sort of bogged down in the trenches, didn't they? We had, obviously, we saw BB here. We saw the play from Project Extreme. They just couldn't really get a clean exit from their game plan.
Yeah, I feel like it's this circle hasn't really differed from many game plans, to be honest. I think we're kind of used to this ending around that northern side of Punji. This time around, it's been a little bit further north than maybe some of these teams expecting, which is why we saw this interesting rotation coming up from VP as well. And I want to touch on this too. VP rotating out of the southern side, I thought that was a mistake, until I realized that was actually a ridgeline there to be played, and that goes to speak to the map knowledge. I thought that ridgeline was over and was at the mercy of Twisted Minds at all times, but it really wasn't. So VP falling back, realizing, wait, yes, we have the ridgeline, but we still have to fight our way in if we want to make anything happen, because winning probability is just not there. You're not getting anywhere after the ridgeline, so fighting OW was the correct play after all, but them delaying it until OW had to push towards them. That, in my opinion, is the crazy forward thinking that we see coming out for BP so very often, and I gotta give them credit again. I think it's a good showing from them. And yes, obviously that fight in the compound also speaks abilities too. They're not necessarily dependent on these rotations either. They can literally just fight anyone 4v4 and they're not at a disadvantage whatsoever. So I'm liking what I'm seeing once again coming out of VP, and I think that was 13, 12, 13 frags again in this round. It's a massive bump up on the leaderboard again.
Well, let's see what Michael's mind trick's done, because he sent the Knights packing in towards a sandwich of VP. He does leapfrog them up slightly. Gaming Gladiators, so we'll take the top spot. 71 points for them. VP are in second. Look, I want to touch back on your point. That rotation from VP is really, really good. Really quick decision making. I think LW were second guessing the move, the second move in. I would like to have seen them make it quicker. Actually keep VP under pressure, maybe draw in Twisted Minds to a third party, but it didn't work out their way. So nice control, second place for them. Na'Vi will drop down to third, and Until the Fart Store here in fourth place. But unfortunately, a few other teams dropping their way down. Consistency, you just need to really gear, especially that bottom side of that table now, folks. We need to see the likes of Bullet Rain, Brain Lag, and Tropic. And I want to take Project Extreme out of it. Actually really engage. We've seen them being on the receiving end of a lot of fights. I definitely would say Project Extreme have been thereabouts. They're looking, they're in the right zone, they're getting to the right end plays. then maybe they're just not bagging as many kills. Maybe they need to dial up the aggression a little bit more to sort of leapfrog themselves ahead. But it's still quite a tight table. I think we've seen two halves. There's a top half, and then we see this sort of bottom half of the table where you might need 1 or 2 games to be in contention now.
Yeah, I think the same can be said about Brain Lag and obviously Bullet Rain as well. I think these 3 teams in particular are the teams that stand out to me the most as there's this forward thinking is a little bit missing, right? This thinking of how do we actually get to close out these rounds? It feels like they're at the mercy of the zone instead of taking control. And that's, as we said as well, I speak about taking control very often, and I feel like some are missing the point of it. That is forward thinking. That is thinking 2-3 zones ahead. Which fights do we need to take now in order to get positions towards the rest of the fights as well? How do we anticipate other teams are playing? And Project's team on that ridge line, they must have known Twisted Minds never ever are going to let you be alive there. So that must have been known a zone beforehand, maybe a fight beforehand as well. As soon as Twisted Minds were actually engaged in BB team, they should have activated at that specific time. That didn't happen, and unfortunately, as a result of that, they'll be once again at the mercy of the zone, at the mercy of their own actions, and that's just not enough, unfortunately, at this point in time. It's just the level of play is too high. So I want to keep seeing Bullet Rain as well as Project's team thinking further ahead, maybe 2 or 3 phases.
Well, let's see if they do think further ahead, because we've got to get game number 2. Felix, out the way. Get your predictions, though, in chat. Like everyone else, remember, put your predictions in. Let us know who you think's going to be taking game number 2. This one, though, is coming from a southeast up towards a west, pushed a little bit more towards a northwest. It does, yet again, go through the heart. I'd say this flight path better than game number 1. Do we get a centralized zone? Nobody knows. Only the PUBG, and maybe Felix, because he always makes the right call.
At the second attempt. He always gets the right call at the second attempt. You gotta get it in there.
Give
also,
him two chance go.
We didn't even bring up properly what Falex is doing for his giveaway, and I think this is the perfect time to do it. Have you seen, Mark, what Falex's giveaway, how to enter his giveaway on Twitter for the G-Coin is?
It's been some points to a certain individual of a team of how they can qualify next time. With lots of love, though. You have to give your feedback with love. I won't mention who, where. That's for you to go check out his social media. But when you do, put your comment down. Being a chance to pick the best, though, for 5,000 G coins. All of us, as Gibbs said, we all got additional. Thanks to PUBG Esports and PUBG. Example, we'll be hoping that the 5,000 G coins might be able to get him a car, but he's able, with the ever-watching eye of Perfectix, turn around. Old W.
Yeah, he got away with one there. That little Matador move that got him out of the way of the first car. At that point then, Lurex knew there was no chance of getting turned around to knock him before he got to the buggy, so great bit of dancing there on the middle of the floor by example. But the zone shift, Mark, it is got Everest and George in its jaws. That bay wide open for all these teams, and if you're Navi, if you're FaZe, you have a long way to go. And the last map was, I guess, just a mirage for FaZe fans. You're back to the usual. The zone has gone almost as far away with its flight path as it could have gone from where FaZe dropped.
We'll have to wait and see. There we go. Yeah, everyone knows that has been jumping in. I would always scream for Everest, as it will likely pull back. But there's a ton of water that does remain. Does it play up towards that top side? I think PUBG circles have been very cheeky recently. We saw a very, very horrible zone shift yesterday on Taego, where actually arguably it was kind of like this. A lot of teams played the south with the expectation that it wasn't going to go to north. Gaming Gladiators one of those teams that were like, we just need an extra zone, just decide where we're going. Next thing, Gaming Gladiators found themselves in the middle of the zone number 2 shift, with every other team sort of descending down to their way. But we have to wait and see. A lot of teams need to work in. As you mentioned, FaZe, that is a long rotation back down the flight path. Yeah,
actually, I think this circle's really nice for a team like BB as well. You know, you think about where they dropped down around Ferry Pier, they'll be able to rotate north into it. Bullet Rain, on the other hand, I'm curious to how they play this, because last time they got in that really early fight with LW just north of Roshawk in the compound. Now they've fallen everybody back. They're not taking on LW anymore, but they have moved very early to secure area in and around Everest with ice cream shacks. I know a lot of people like to call this section in particular being locked down by Corpse Bag.
It's being locked down by Corpse Bag. I do like this area. It is. I do prefer the high ground though myself, especially when you can get 2 teams either side. But we have seen the Knights. They are climbing themselves to the throne of the tower, but they haven't even checked back. So Global Army, well, he moves his way into Corpse Bag. Corpse Bag drops the site because he's expecting some close quarter engagement.
Yeah, Knights though, What can they do? Global Army will be the front one. Corpse Bag at this point, they know that he's here. He's just made enough noise. They open up the door, but Corpse Bag will dip on the side. Schofield's going for the flank just on the other side. He'll pick up over the ridge line pretty soon and do a lot of damage, but Corpse Bag will fall at the hands of the Red Baron. That nade doing a ton of damage, and now Iroh's caught out as well as he pushed up towards Schofield. This is not going good for Bullet Rain.
Nope, and they're split on either side. Schofield one side, the Hazard on the other side. They are being sandwiched. I feel for Bullet Rain. We talked about them. They're trying to climb the leaderboard. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to get kills. Everything they do is perfect. But then they find themselves in a very, very difficult trap. Full send and full send out. 16th place for them. No more rain for Bullets as they will be watching Baron chase his car down.
Come on, let me in. Let me in.
Come back.
Could be worse. It could have been getting shot at as well.
Yeah, very true. If the car shoots back, I'll be worried, personally. Entropic, they're another team that needs to start climbing that leaderboard as well. I think done well in the group stage. Gwendy's, I think, was a real driving factor. I know FedEx mentioned that yesterday. Let's see what they can do. They're on the south side of the zone, so they do have a large amount of zone to sort of take off, but they can be controlled. You're right, BB team will wrap in that side as well. So two teams really coming in by Gatka Field, coming up that sort of west side of the coast, waiting and hoping that he does pull back very aggressively down towards the south face. Well, they're just going to let everyone else move. They might have an E pickup maybe in their back pocket, but for now, they are sitting tight. Maybe they opt to come in very late on zone as well. Maybe wait for that second zone shift to pop and maybe take that E pickup at that point into a late game scenario.
Yeah, Shenzhen now moving in as LOL W start to rotate their way on through. And LOL W, I still think they get a little bit better every single time I see them. But they still need to be putting in a better performance than they have over the course of this weekend. With the talent that they have, Lurex, the Boom, Shenzhen and Gedrox. The Boom's a player that I think really can electrify a lobby at times when he gets really, gets up and running. They're going to just wrap around the edge of George, right? They don't really need to push into it just yet. They're scouting it out. They're having a look at what's going on. But the further you rotate this way, if that zone shifts south and away from George Bay, you've got a bridge crossing to do, and those bridge crossings can be pretty difficult at times.
It's interesting, right? They're playing across the main bridge in George. You don't see it played a lot. So I think they're taking advantage of that. They're taking advantage that there wasn't a lot of people jumping out late based upon the drop spots, and hopefully they will get a clear path. We can see they got a clear path, and you can if you also have the map feed up. And don't forget, make sure you get your predictions in chat. Who is going to win game number 2? Is it going to be VP? Well, they're going full send here. Let's see what the 4 p.m. boys. Oh, they're lurking, they're waiting, they're watching. The trap might be set.
I love this from 4 Pushman. Usually they're the aggressors, but this time they have to deal with VP moving their way in. Now, we saw VP win a 4v4v4 on a compound crash earlier in the previous map, but Vox with that dragon off, but he doesn't have any scope on it, and his helmet just about keeps him alive after he took a heavy tag from Michael peeking over this way. Shinboy will step inside and do a ton of damage here on the other side. Are Winner Die tagging in this too? Did I just see the red damage marker?
Yep, Middle Dime, never that far away, are they? So they will leave the score on flats. They're taking the scenic route down the riverfront, and now getting their eyes on towards the side of this fight. We'll see if they continue. Luke Rock might find himself in a bit more danger, but now they push forward. I'd be really interested to know who is making the calls now, because Michael is stepping into the kick at the moment, and Nick Seabop takes an aggressive stance from Beanie. Saw some great shots from him, but he goes down to a 1 and safely while he's holding the front gate.
Yeah, 4 Pushman still holding their own. Nobody's really been knocked in this gunfight just yet. It's just tons of damage is being traded back and forward. This battle for Cube is always an interesting one to watch, because usually as the crashing team, you want an early knock, you want to do a lot of damage, but this has turned into a bit of a stalemate.
It's a bit of a stalemate. So waiting for Michael to pop up his head, but he refuses to. Still 4 versus 4. It just means more teams will work their way in. But 135 before we see no shift. Oh, the shield provides the cover. No! Presenti shoots him in the back of the head. Shimboy puts on Nixie. Presenti's too far out. They're now coming involved of things. Looks like Beamy moves out to the outside. He does pick him up as well. It's down for 2. Michael is there. Looks like, though, Luke Rocks has to work his way in as well. He's down. And Michael, well, final player now for VPs on the outside edge of the wall.
Yeah, stun grenade thrown, and they're pushing aggressively. They want to deal with Michael as quickly as possible. Seifu Little double tap, but Michael's there. Michael will get the kill, or the knock, but there's the shot from Ruin. Down
Crash.
go VP.
Crash.
And that's unfortunate.
They're going to crash? Surely not. Surely they've been reading the kill feeds. No, Knights are going to claim few. Baron, long distance shot. They're up on Everest. Man, it's a distant shot there. Just the mines back away slightly as well as they move back towards Ruins. That's why we've not seen them. And obviously, Win and Die came for a bit of a third party. I am surprised Eternal Fire did not deny 4 p.m. there.
I can see why you'd think that, but with Eternal Fire playing for the tournament win, maybe they just decided to be a bit more passive, which is very unlike Eternal Fire. When you've players like Code Marco, Ruin, usually they're a bit more aggressive, but now, the Boom's going to catch out Pennywise as they decided to get close to the bridge. A lot of damage done onto the Boom by Arrow, but a point gathered by LOL-W.
There's a point. I just feel bullet rain, brain lag. No matter what they do, they find themselves early engagement fighting. They can't get away with it. They can't find themselves a good position early. Everything's working the way that it should do, apart from the zone now shifting away. We go down to the south, doesn't hold on to the north. We have a lot of water remain, but we still have part of Everest, so it should play back. Does this play back Gibson though up towards the top side? Do we see it play back in towards the outside edges of South George, or are we going to get an aggressive southeast shift here?
I think it pulls towards GG. I think it heads that way, just just
agree.
south if possible. That's where I feel it's going to go, which is why you're seeing LOL-W try to get ahead of Brain Lag now and cross that bridge. Taman's able to do a lot of damage, but not enough to LOL-W. They'll get across the bridge, and as we know, there's nobody waiting on the other side. Entropic and FaZe both passing like 2 ships in the night, but this time they will try to run to a collision course as damage is dealt on to Grendes, but he'll manage to push on in towards Gatka, securing that compound for their team. But FaZe Clan, they're rotating further south.
Rotation. So the zone arguably play back their way as well, so I think they might just position themselves in. I think they might have a knee pick up in their back pocket as well, but wait and see. Entropic, they hold Gatka. They want to ensure they try and hold it, and obviously Knights leave the safety of Everest now for the safety of a nade, though, from Best. So one confirmed, let's go forward, is DB. Oh, scrap that. He's out as well.
Yeah, quickly as you said it, he's gone. BB picking up a couple of more points. Laza now still there, but look at Baron.
FaZe.
Baron sneak. Oh, yep. But FaZe have pulled up. They've not actually pulled up too close just yet. They're scouting it first.
They are. They're looking over the little stairwell, haven't they? The stair gate to heaven. There's Crexy. He's there. He's looking over. Baron with the rat round, trying to cause the damage on towards BB. He now might find FaZe trying to backfill, take the compound slightly away. He's phase number 2. Zone is now starting to work in. Crexy knows someone's here and has picked up the car. So I think it might be a comms. Maybe it won't be a full send until they figure out exactly who's there. But I think they'd be tempted by this one.
Yeah, they're going to keep scouting it. There is only one player there. It is Baron. But there's FaZe don't really know who it is. They might have heard the gunfight a little earlier and realized that it could be Knights who sustained the knock from BB team. And who's to know? Example, we'll catch out. We'll get that kill onto Quip. Actually, I seen Baron.
You got excited, didn't you? You saw some,
I got
some numbers. It's okay.
I got excited.
I was there with you. Well, they know who it is now. So now they'll be able to say there's 3 down for that team as they'll put their first point on the board. They get initial shots there onto BB teams. They are on rapid rounds, and the Hazard will have to lay low. In the compound. It won't take long for FaZe to figure out where he is, but he's got some safety. He's got BB team. They're on a 2-2 split though. They are holding out in the field.
Yeah, FaZe Clan have no reason to push out from here either just yet. Nope. Laza is, unless BB team get an angle, all Laza's got to do is not peek. 4 p.m. for Pushman. They're going to take to the skies now as they make their way into the circle. They should arrive as phase 3 pops based on where the plane is right now, which gives them a good opportunity to land somewhere good, provided it's not taken already. They do not want to land inside fields though. They have to be looking for a compound or a vehicle.
A lot of prior spots have been taken, so I think they might keep an eye on that South George. But you're right, they will be in the air, guys, when that zone hits. So they will be one of the first people who can react to a rotation if needed. But as Gibson says, if unfortunately there is a team already in that prior spot, then they are figuring where, whoa, that goes down. It goes down late as well, so this will favour now 4 p.m. Now Na'Vi in a huge split, so if they opt to try and drop for a compound they're looking at, they might be taking a 3-on-2. If Na'Vi, Na'Vi should be trying to tighten up as quick as they can.
Yeah, don't know where for Pushman could actually go based off of this, other than pushing aggressively towards Na'Vi. Now, Na'Vi should be keeping their eyes on the skies as they come down. Na'Vi actually falling back, and Diffix has spotted them. Diffix knows that there's a drop coming right now, and he's going to try to catch Seifu. 18 damage is all he could muster, but they've hit the deck. Vox will get shot from the sky. What a shot from Hakatori. And he's at it again, but pin this time.
Wow. Most aggressive player, Seifu drops right on top of him. Oh, Seifu puts down Diffix. Here comes the flash. He's going to continue the pressure. Here comes the nade as well. The rest of Na'Vi need to collapse it if they want to try and save out, though. Seifu can be a dangerous warrior. Hakatori, he's going to try and hold. I think he's going to look for that blue zone nade and pops a smoke. But he does with that smoke going. It tells kind of Hakatori he might get the opportunity now to get the res. And Brain Lag, well, looking like they're coming the same way. Third party action from the sky.
Yeah, and Genrox might be able to catch them out as Na'Vi look to the skies once more. Seifu will get himself another knock on the Diffix, but he will get dealt with by Hakatori. And Na'Vi will push for the quick res. Brain Lag, arrow, good night. Brain Lag have been shot from the skies here as well. Lol W now pushing up over the ridgeline towards this fight. That's the end of Brain Lag. What an interesting 2 minutes we've just had.
Na'Vi are deleting people from the sky. They're putting huge amounts of shots down. Yes, one of them was stolen by Gaming Gladiator. But, yeah, great defense. Great reaction as well to see they obviously have been crashed. They collapsed their 2-2 split back to a 4, so they're now fully committing to that compound. Well, we've got to see a lot of teams from the south now rotating their way in. Looks like Corky is having a look back over of Observancy, where FaZe were, but FaZe have moved on out, and BB Team obviously also have collapsed because half of their 2-2 split has been taken by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds have got a nice spot on the edge of the circle now, playing those ridges, those dips inside the field by the radio tower, which gives them a lot of cover, and it gives them time to think about their next move. Laza now having to move with the zone shifting away from him. We'll hear Entropic as one of the members rotate past. Thankfully for Laza, Jammer Pack is in position, but where does Laza even go? Do you go up the steps and try backfill where you saw your teammate die a little earlier?
Yes. This is only play now. He's come for aggressive zone shift away. Look, he's in zone. He's in zone there. He'd be hoping that obviously the water shift is going to take effect. He's going to play aggressive, and it might even hold on to that swamp. You and me know it might play back towards that kind of mountain range, which means we are going in the field in between kind of like Primal, in between sort of Project X. Gaming Gladiators put themselves in a good spot as well. Just depends on how much this gives up of the water and where it goes. It does go right. Gaming Gladiators getting it right. It's right on top of him at the moment.
Yeah, Laza might just be able to sneak on in as BB Team spot Hockey, making his way in through towards the fields, and as Hockey realized he could be pushing towards Twisted Minds as he pulls up in that little valley. Just keep on sprinting, keep on moving. The buggy didn't have much left to go with as well and hit the deck. But what's going on here? Grendes might be able to catch out Na'Vi as they elect to go south.
There's one cargo by. Here's the second one. They know he's here. I know he's here. They took a face full of bullets. I think the bait came, but you don't bait Grendes. There's one down. They'll be cooked. He might try and bounce off that wall back towards Doe Ferris. As the rest of Na'Vi, they're on that 2-2 split, and he doesn't quite get the connection that's needed, but there's time served here. Ferris needs to deal with him quickly. All that's in his favour is he won't get any reinforcements from Paul.
Yeah, nice nade does a little bit of damage. He peeks around the other side, but he's in a 1 versus 2 now of standing players as Defex will arrive on the scene now too. Na'Vi know exactly where he is. He hasn't moved from this position. He can't really push further forward without exposing himself, so he decides to go to the other side of the wall, going towards where he got the down player. Sprays again with the Scar. Only 13 bullets left inside the magazine. Forces the reload, and that's perfect time, and Correxy from FaZe Clan will get it.
Yeah, it tells Na'Vi though, a lot of information, and Na'Vi obviously claiming the information that Grendes has put one down as well. So Diffix refusing to let that one get away from him, as Hippet that confirmed the boards. Another point on for Na'Vi. FaZe hit and run. I think they might even try and slip in front of Na'Vi, and it did take long. Here comes another crash. There's limited amount of prior spots. Na'Vi, they seem like they can't get a break at the moment. Let's see if Hakatori can deal with a 4 versus 1. The rest of their boys trying to hold off FaZe's wrap around.
I'd back him in a 1v4 at times. I've seen what this kid can do, and he could definitely do some serious damage onto Lol W, but for now it's about staying alive, waiting for the rest of Na'Vi to come. Here's the pick up over the ridgeline. Twisted Minds, Daz lying in that little dip with the M4 at his hands, but Twisted Mind's looking to deal with it. This is a big push for Primal. They've not really had the day that they were like, oh my god, look at that. Navi have just been obliterated by Lil W.
Dead rocks. That and the boom. Wow. It was a complete send. They caught him on the send back. Great remove from them. Reading the kill feed, reading the position really well. Prime obviously did lose one towards Hawkeye, so Entropic are still in. It's the final player now for them. Twisted Minds obviously looking to try and make the push, but Primal was praying, hoping that someone else will shoot at Twisted Minds and maybe take their health down before breaching over their trench and into, I suppose, the arms of Primal.
And if you looked where Lou's got himself as well, he's got a nice angle onto this fight from the side in case anybody overextends. You can just see that Noah is just about out of the line of sight.
He's waiting for that shift to the field. He wants to now hold that top side, doesn't he? He wants to wait for teams to sort of push forward. That zone shift has happened, has pushed back towards the Twisted Minds. So there's no need for them to leave just at the moment. Ended in the field as we thought. Gaming Gladiator is still in a really good spot, but Lou will be looking for the teams wrapping in from the north. The likelihoods of like the Win or Dies, the Project Extremes, like they're not going to wrap round. They're going to try and wrap through because they've got this little hill where they think will be a bit safe, but Lou might expose that.
I like that Hockey is staying proactive as well. He's not just going prone and waiting to die. He's peeking himself, trying to get as much information as he can, and thinking to himself, he might just be able to get some points off, extra points off the back of this game. But this zone shift is going to cause a lot of problems for these teams on the western side. They got to make their way on in. Daz dealt with now, and Tropic have been eliminated now by the Mad from Eternal Fire, and Twisted Minds will lose, not going to hang on to the edge of the circle any longer. He's going to move.
We start losing some numbers now, aren't we? Mine's going to move forward. They want to clear it, though. Oh, refusing to go down. Novi put some heavy hits down for Perfectix. They even throw the pan at him. Throw everything in the kitchen sink. Lou, though, on the outside edge will pick him up as they rotate their way back. Primal will take 10th spot. 9 teams remain. One more before we start seeing those placement points as FaZe working their way in. Chasing zone consistently here, FaZe. Unfortunately, now they're chasing towards Eternal Fire. Gustav is down and he's been confirmed.
Yeah, Eternal Fire starting to kick off their day 2 now on the second map of the day as they get that kill onto Gustav, and now Ruin's going to try to add another one as all the FaZe members elect to play in and around this shack. And you know what? That Dacia going up on top of the barrel has actually created a lovely angle for FaZe to use defensively.
You'll hold. They're not in though. They have to try and work their way down now for Win or Die. GG in a good spot as well. They just need to defend now this sort of west push. Presented with the knock, so they should continue pushing on. Head on about trying to get the hold out. As Shengun is in sight, but smoke will provide the cover. They need to make some magic happen here.
Win or Die, we know they have it in them. Remember, they're the reigning champions of Protality's EMEA tour, and they're still not out of the race to go back to back, but they still they need to start putting points together on day 2. Here's the rest of Win or Die now. Blue Zone 8 will force Hello My Bad a little. Yeah, there's a UAZ just driving in from nowhere as well as Extends will take down Gedrox, but it's traded back, and Hello My Bad's need will clean out the boom. 2 players up for Win or Die. Lurix, the last player standing now for Lil W, and I think Win or Die would do really well to just hold their push just a little while to get the res off.
They'll try and hold out where they can. Unfortunately, Lil W, they're in a bit of a bad sandwich spot. Project has to move in. Gaming Gladiator has been waiting for this one. They sort of pounce out from the bushes. The train they've been holding out, and Twisted Minds obviously freeing up their mountain. They've had the freedom to move around that northeast corner. Bit of a punishment though from Project X, and feels like game after game they're getting sandwiched here by Twisted Minds.
Everybody's doing something except for BB Team. They're just chilling. Not really much they can do on the south side of the circle. This battle for the northwest one, though, is certainly going to have a telling impact on who is going to win game number 2. Project Extreme, no real cover to work with. Smokes are their best friends, being prone and trying to crawl, but that isn't going to work in a lobby like this when the players have eyes like hawks from up on high. And Perfectix, well, he is the big holdout. He spots out Hello My Bad, who just about gets the level 3 helmet and vest in his hands in enough time to stop himself from going down.
Does zone shift back as well, goes all the way back towards BB Team. So you say they need to do nothing. Well, there's a reason for that. The zone is denying them the opportunity to chase the outside edge. So they will now wait and try and defend off teams like FaZe, obviously moving their way in, or Eternal Fire. But for now, back to the other side of the zone. Looks like Win or Die have to move forward. Oh, no. Rex goes down. Nice seek swap. but it's going to be subject to a 9th place just outside the placement points, as our Win or Die team going to continue to move on forward.
Yeah, Code Marco's pushing out as well now as Rern will get a flush onto James now too. 8 teams left alive, and Batu is doing Win or Die a ton of favors here. Rern wants to go for the res, but you can see the Twisted Minds still hitting them hard for shots. Layosh down to just 1 HP, and Project Extreme go down at the hands of Perfectix. Our boy Laza, still alive. Made it in. Let's go, Laza.
Still living the dream. He's alive. He wrapped his way around into the safety. Arms of the south. The team's ready here. Layosh trapping on towards the fire, but Extends driving through the flames of glory. He's going to now try and take on. There's nothing that Win or Die can do but push forward here. They're looking good while they do it. Only 2 kills. Manable steals, but they've got to now push into Eternal Fire. And one back in the Mad, taking the shots. Pixel peak though to perfection as Extends will put him down. Eternal Fire, well, that's been extinguished. 7th place for them, and Win or Die. Store are chasing their zone. Store moving their way in. Store making it look good.
Know your angles is exactly what they did. They'll get the res off, or at least they should, but GG, they're moving in now to leapfrog ahead of them. Smoke walls being created as they look to pull up on the ridgeline. Layosh does actually go down. I thought Win or Die had the chance at that res, but they didn't really go for it. And now phase 6 is closing around these teams. BB, a doozy still extended out. FaZe Clan in the middle of the lake. And look at Example, still laying down the pain from up on the water tower.
It is the pain from the water tower. It's going to be the case. Looks like Twisted Minds controlling yet again another game. But for now, GG. They're going to try and now move their way in. I think GG have to take the fight with Twisted. Do they? Now Twisted Minds need to come in. GG just need to try and hold. Top 4, 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. And the Hazard, well, we're still here for the Knights.
Yeah, Levante's going to fall. GG now under pressure as Twisted Minds look to make sure they don't go back to back to kick off the day. Lou takes a lot of damage though as this battle for the north will continue. Nades being tossed and Rox will take a lot of damage. That second nade does even more as Rox goes to 1 HP, clinging on to life for now as those smoke grenades will go. But look at the flank from Example.
Huge flank comes in. The nades pinpoint accurate as well. 1, 2, pins down 3. He's going to burn out as Twisted Minds clear 14 kills. I told you this team like to chase, and they are chasing down quick. Well, unfortunately for Knights also full. It goes down to a 4 versus 3. BB team have now the opportunity to activate if they want to, but they've got a wonderful ridge. They don't need to push any further forward. They might just need to try and pick up Twisted Minds out on the edge.
Twisted Minds, though, the points tally that they have already is huge. There's a drop on the edge, but mobility is still available to them. They've got the UAs. They can full send it if needs be, but as of right now, BB team are trenched in on the south side of the circle. Remember, they don't have to move. And look at your screen, predict the winner in chat, type the team tag, not the full team name. So if you think it's Twisted Minds, type Twists. If you think it's BB team, type BB to be in with a chance of winning some G-Coin. Full names typed in chat will not get an entry for the bot.
Going to be a crash from Twisted Minds. There's Lou driving the spearhead. Spyro will say, no, you're not crashing my compound. We need to activate 4 kills. And but Tornin's at distance puts him down. Best has to try and answer the Grozer is there. That's going to echo through the valleys of the swamp. Now Tornin's making his way in. No connections though, but 2 remain. 3 versus 2. Make that potentially 1 more. Best goes down and it's falling all apart for BB team. As is there any way we can stop Twisted Minds?
Well, Besto's certainly in with a chance, but he's only got 29 rounds left inside that Groza. Got a little bit of utility that he can use, and that's just the 1 molly and a couple of smokes that he has in the back pocket. But Twisted Minds are on the move. There's the peek around the side. Perfectix does a little bit of damage. Nice headshot landed from Besto, but time is the enemy. 23 bullets now. Do you go for a doozy, or does Batu's nades force you to take on this 1v1? Besto peeks around the side. He's going to, yeah, this is over. This is over. Great nade from Batu.
I love it. He went back for the, give me the ammo. I can take him. I can do this, boys. But no, Twisted Minds refusing to allow BB team. But they not really had to fight. They got 4 kills, and that was a little bit earlier on. And then they just had to sit and wait. The zone sort of coming back towards him. Twisted Mind really activated early there, Gibson. They were looking to try and get the kills and steals. They were driving to try and claim the conquer. Good game number 2, but that is our last Erangel, though, isn't it?
That is the last Erangel. 4 maps left on the day as we just watched TM rocket their way from the right side of the leaderboard to the right side of the leaderboard, being the left. We're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down our final Erangel of the day.
Erangel did not disappoint. Very aggressive game. It's very two different styles of ending. But an element of control, teams working their way down. But I want to start with GG. Yet again, they find themselves in a position where they could potentially try and drive for the win. Didn't quite work out this time as Twisted Minds had something else to say.
Yeah, it was a good early rotation into the open fields. It's one of the few spots that you can kind of survive in. You don't really get much control of this. You can survive until the later stages of the game. Honestly, I was surprised with how south it shifted. And I think GG was as well. If this would have ended a little bit further north, I think they would have had a fighting chance against Twisted Minds. But honestly, even so, Twisted Minds was controlling from start to finish. And look how early that northeastern side, and we keep coming back to this point of control. Look how early the northeastern side was completely clear. Twisted Minds was having so much space, and if you give Twisted Minds space like that, they will use it to harass anyone else. And at one point, it was 3 players outside the safe zone up towards the northern side, only harassing anyone from the western side, GG included. And at that point, you're not getting in. There's legitimately, you are not getting in. If GG had any chance there, it would have been taken out Twisted Minds earlier, but that wasn't even in the playbook. So unbelievable stuff.
Well, they like to keep on their toes, and we can see from example. Lucky enough, though, Perfectix was there to provide the cover. I want to talk about some of the other teams, though. Early engagement. But it rain again, just can't get a break. Trying to get in, making the right kind of moves, but falling short every single time. I feel like what they're doing is right, but something's happening that doesn't allow them to get out of the early engagement. They can't just hide away from anyone.
No, unfortunately not. And this is also a big difference with 4PM, because they can't seem to dodge these early fights either. But 4PM wins these fights, right? And Bullet Rain just doesn't. Same goes for Project Extreme as well. it would be a whole different story if they were consistently winning these. But so far, it's only really been 4 p.m. that has almost always done it, which is why time and time again I keep on highlighting these guys. They're not afraid to take these fights, not afraid to take risky moves this year as well. And might have been, I'm not even saying tiny bit too late, but it might have just been a really tough position to take, especially with Lil W being that far ahead and Navi just being absolutely perfectly prepared for it as well. But the play here as well, it's a risky play, right? Using that parachute, that emergency parachute, emergency pickup to get towards the western side of it. If there's any team wouldn't have been there, it would have been a good one. But and this time around, it's just unfortunately couldn't work. But yeah, I'm saying it. I keep on saying it. These plays, they don't need to work every single time. It's fine if they work 1 out of 3 times, because that's what you actually get the majority of your points from. And Twisted Minds shows us that as well. They don't need to win every round. It's totally fine if they keep on performing and wait for a round like this where they have the control over the edge and then they actually make use of it.
Don't need to win a round when you've got so many kills, put it that way. Gibson, let's talk win or die. I felt that game, though, they were constantly chasing zone. Kills were getting stolen from them, but they still had that W key down. They were still looking to try and make it happen. It just didn't come to fruition at the end.
You know what? They're pushing to get points on the board because they know they're chasing the pack, but they're not reckless, right? They're still taking on fights. They're not doing any overextensions. They're taking it fight by fight by fight. I think when Falix was talking about Twisted Minds and the freedom they had in the Northeast, Twisted Minds were the opposites on the Northwest. There was so many teams there. You're going to get picked apart. Nobody gets out of that clean. I'm really impressed by how they kept a level head. In the end, there was no real chance for them to get a win, but they did get some nice points on the board.
Well, points make prizes. Let's have a look at the points, though, after that round. Well, no surprise, Twisted Minds, 2 impressive games. And Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, will fall down to second. Turn Fire do leapfrog, though, ahead as they go from 4th to 3rd, as Na'Vi will drop down slightly. VP, just a little bit on the outside edge as well. Would say full as well, but Win or Die, just said, those points are making now. We are starting to see a little bit of a gap here from 6th to 7th. Knights are sitting around the 46 and 4 push on 46 as well. But there's a bit of a gap there, fellas, between the break. Will we continue to see this breakaway? Do you think any of these teams from 7th down can close that gap, and they need to potentially do it next couple of rounds?
I think it's still very much possible. I mean, yes, the difference is big, but if it wouldn't be Twisted Minds, I'd agree even more on that, right? But because if it's Twisted Minds, it just becomes that much more unlikely, right? Usually, once again, 80 to 60, that's maybe one good game, essentially. And we see Win or Die, as you said as well, these guys have performed the last time around. We've seen them in a tournament like this, so it's not out of the ordinary. But then again, it's Twisted Minds, so who am I to say and sit here and you know, speculate about all of it? So far, it seems to be Twisted Minds' year, and I don't think that's going to change. A round like this isn't a coincidence at all. These guys are the most consistent team, and even the best of 18, I think ultimately that's what's bound to happen, right?
Can I point out something, though? Did you look at the placement points in that leaderboard? Twisted Minds have won 2 games, 28 placement points. They have gotten 8 placement points from the other 6 games. So many teams have placement points in the 20s, which just shows how Jekyll and Hyde these top 8s and top 4s in every single map has been. And it goes to show the strength of the lobby overall.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like suffering from FaZe. They would normally be up there because they have the kills as well. They're not actually bagging the placement points, but they're missing the kills and therefore they're not bagging. Felix, very quickly though, we're coming into Taego. We know this is quite an interesting round, especially for the aggressive level of those teams. A very early prediction for you. Who would you be going for this?
It has to be FaZe Clan at some point, right? And I don't want to say it because I feel like I keep jinxing it, but FaZe Clan so far has been underwhelming, unfortunately. They've made the best out of the rounds that, as I said before, they shouldn't get any points from, but the rounds where they should get points from, that's where they're struggling. This is this kind of weird duality that we haven't really seen so far from FaZe Clan. Usually they perform at both instances very, very well. So I need to see them come back. So far, as we said, they've been struggling to pick up points in the rounds where they should be in. Depending on how this one's go, depending on where the first phase is, I think we'll have a very early answer on what kind of round this is going to be. But yeah, FaZe Clan, they seem to be spicy. They want to take risks as well today. We saw it phase 1 in the very first game a year ago. If they keep on playing like this, eventually it's bound to happen, right?
I love Felix though, who never gives us a short point. It always gives us in-depth knowledge, and that's why it's in this desk. But it is game 3. It is time to Taego. And our flight path though, we're going right through the middle, west across towards, and east it toys us with the river in the middle. We know how dangerous that can be, Gibson, but a good flight path though, yet again, as PUBG provides. Maybe it won't be the zone that everyone's looking for.
Just north of center, though, which kind of means almost everything is on the cards with this flight path, which makes things very exciting. Now, Mark, you know my background is in accounting, right? It's my day job background. I work with numbers, and my numbers usually aren't great. I will say this, preface my point with this. But we have had 8 games so far this weekend. Twisted Minds have 53 kills. They're averaging just under 7 kills a map, right? That's just under 7 kills. That's not looking at placement points alone. They are fragging out more than anyone else inside this lobby. And when you even put it into more perspective, think about yesterday on this exact map. They were gone within the first 3 or 4 minutes with no kills on the board. Whenever they run hot, they run very, very hot.
Yeah. Got to get that consistency though. Oh wow, talk about zone consistent craziness. The zone goes early there, Gibson. He's in the northwest corner. Now, Project X will be happy. They are thereabouts. Godoc though for Gaming Gladiators. Levante's really far out. You know me, I'm not a fan of Godoc. I think it teases teams with the capabilities that it might be in there in the end zone. Maybe it proves me wrong today, but we see teams send it in and get caught. Would prefer Gaming Gladiators maybe to move on out, but it's another Taego game, and Gaming Gladiators, yet again, have got a good zone.
Yeah, and it's another Taego game, and once again, we got a hot drop as well, as Pennywise is right beside Fine. Now, Pennywise knows that Fine's here because the UAS is pulled up, but the other side of the coin, does Fine know that Pennywise is here? This could be a very easy point, as the Greeks could be in a spot of trouble. Fine's a little bit extended away from the rest of his team. I wouldn't put it past Pennywise getting a point here.
I wouldn't put it past. But the wait and see. Teams need to rotate their way down. Obviously, Pennywise does know. There's players there, so obviously Brain Lag now start to move on in. Pretty extreme though. Here in the car, we'll now move on out. And I think there's been a few questions in chat, Gibson. There's been a few questions. Where is Ibby? Where is the driver from VP? Well, I can let you know he had a planned holiday, but actually it's a really, really good planned holiday. We've got to give him the benefit though, because he is celebrating his grandparents' marriage for 60 years. 60 years! That is impressive. So obviously wishing them all their happy returns. I'm sure we'll see him back though tomorrow. But Michael is in standing and the guys are doing well.
Yeah, congratulations. They've been married nearly as long as you've been alive, mate. That's impressive.
Hey, I was waiting for I nearly dropped that for you, mate, but no, I kept that.
But no, you asked me where he is. You didn't tell me where he is. You just said he's away. Come on, you're teasing us.
Well, he's there. He's celebrating. He's celebrating his grandparents' 60 years. He's partying. Can't give away a top secret location. But it's good to know he's left in capable hands. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and the good thing is, you know, with Michael coming in, it is a very experienced sub that they have. Michael, I think, deserves to be on a main 4-man roster in a top team with his performances over the years. But the big thing is, when you lose Ibby, you're losing so much, you know, so many years of experience at the highest level and understanding of how the game works at its core. And we've kind of found out that with Ibby being gone and Michael stepping in with the sub, everybody's kind of stepped up, right? Everybody's having a say now at every decision that they make. So it's not just kind of a one-man team when it comes to shot calling for today.
Yeah, I think they've got 2 driving seats. It is Luke Rux and Nixie. I think they're the kind of 2 primaries. But as a unit, these guys are making the calls as a collective. And talk about calls as a collective. Well, Eternal Fire, they've got eyes in the skies. That's going to let them know that Lol W are here, and maybe the noise of the glider will deter him away, or at least deter him across the bridge. As Marco and Runa needs to run back slightly. They might be chasing down the glider, so maybe that plan kind of worked.
Yeah, I think the glider, you got to be careful. Like, I love glider plays because you get so much information, but they terrify me too because of how little damage the glider takes before it explodes, and how good the players in the lobby like this actually are. But speaking of good players in the lobby, Entropic now battling it with Na'Vi, and Na'Vi draw first blood.
More first blood though. It's for Entropic, another team eager to have a good game, eager to get away to late game, or at least keep their heads out of trouble. But yet again, finding themselves neighbouring the compound for very, very strong. And there's another glider and more information gained. You say you don't like it. I love it. It's just creative play. I'm a big fan.
I said I love it, but I always get worried about the damage those gliders can take.
No, they are bulletproof. You just got to dodge, duck, and dive. I like the seat swap though, first providing a bit of damage though. Hawkeye still hasn't been played just yet, but look at this, the Knights now looking for the third party action as well as they move in. Eternal Fire though with their glider, they're going to be taking up the airspace as well. So might need to call air traffic control. Maybe we'll have glider versus glider action. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of third-party action, a lot of teams rotating their way in, and Na'Vi will be able to call out, though, because if you can't hit the shots like that, information goes, and there we go. Mayday, mayday. Schofield is down. He's taken a tumble. Oh, no, sorry, Ferris is down. Schofield lays the law down with the AUG right underneath him.
Yeah, that's not really what Na'Vi would have wanted, and this is definitely not what they want. Grendes gets the knock on the Hakatori, as So said, will work with the fix to find the rest of Entropic. So said peeking around the edge. There is an M249 wrapping around the wall, but Johnny peeks on the window. He'll find one. Defix trades some damage back, but Entropic, they have got their arms around Na'Vi, and they've taken them down.
They needed it. They needed it. Glider down. It was all downhill from there. Thanks to the third party. Let's see if they can get the res as quickly as they can. We can see a lot of damage though coming in. Looks like Low W also arriving. BB team on the other side of the bridge. We know the bridges can cause problems for a lot of teams, and it's about the timing when you work your way over. For now, most teams are there. FaZe unfortunately still working their way in. Will die the same. Primal and Bullet Rain, they're going head to head as they're driving in. So a few shots backwards and forwards. But generally speaking, most teams in. I am concerned. I am worried about Godok. I do like Gaming Gladiator's position on it though. They have positioned themselves just on the outside edge.
Yeah, GG playing very good PUBG today. Their decision making to do the first 2.5 maps has been excellent. There's an empty click of a button, which I always hate to happen as BB team rotate past Knights as they're unable to, maybe hitting cars is a little bit more difficult than shooting players out of a glider.
Right, if the glider goes right above you, you got to give Schofield benefit of the doubt, right? And Ferris, unfortunately, I think he picked up the third party action at the wrong time. And oh, here comes a slight crashing. BB not having the information. They will scare away the pandas. Jedrox, though, can turn tail and run. So they'll be happy they've claimed the compound, keep the cars alive, and the 2-2 split for Low W will be no more.
Yeah, I think these pandas have a better sense of self-preservation than the pandas I see whenever I open up social media. Like, you ever see those videos? They just all they do is fall over.
I don't know what your social media is like. Mine's stuck with PUBG at the moment, unfortunately. Every video I've got, every post I got is PUBG related. So I might need to start looking up some pandas.
Mine is animal videos, golf videos, and esports. That's all it is right now. Like, it's all it is every day of the week. And you know what? I'm not complaining. I'm not going to complain about that.
Take it all day. Brainlag, another team trying to keep their head down, trying to get themselves to a late game. And in the group stages, Brainlag were really successful getting placement points. Actually, the question for me for Brainlag was, can they bag themselves kills when needed? Because we saw them shy away from some fights. But obviously, with the finals being a lot more tougher, the top 16 teams are immersing. Maybe it hasn't given Brainlag the freedom of movement that they needed.
Yeah, it's a tough lobby, but they've got a nice spot right now as it stands. Luca is pretty close towards Brainlag as VP extend out just a little bit. Remember, teams don't really want to play Godok too much. Primal are going to set up a bridge camp, which might catch out all the players from Bullet Rain. And this is a bridge camp that I feel is even better than some other ones. And if you just look, I feel like Bullet Rain have just gotten whether there was some good scouting or somebody saw something, but they've realized Primal are holding this bridge and they're rotating to the other.
They saw and heard the beamy shots. They know that bridge is dangerous from yesterday. So they're going to scout their way over. No twist in mind, they haven't held out that bridge. They moved in. They haven't held the coastline, putting part and parcel of the amount of water we have on the west. The Bullet Rain now making their way over. I feel for the observers. You can't zoom in any closer than what you can there. Unfortunately, you lose far too much zone. But we can look, though, closer up. 4 p.m, huge wrap for them. They came on the top of you. Have been watching the map stream. Now they're fighting against VP. Michael takes a few shots, but Nixie is there to defend. So I think Shinboy will hit. He will run, as he didn't get the knock.
Yeah, just move on out. For Pushman, they get aggressive, but they know when to fall back as well. Without getting a knock, you reconsolidate your position. The zone shift does occur, and it's pretty much a donut zone for the viewers at home wondering what happened. Yeah, there you go. It's pretty much donut. Center of that big circle. Still hangs on to a lot of water, but now you'll see a lot of fights for these prio positions because there's quite a bit of unplayable positions in the circle.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Lucas got the knock on Brainlag. They're on a 2-2 split. They've got to deal with that quite quickly. GG getting twisted minds, but GG again waiting for a zone shift back towards Godok. We see it, so watch it. Watch if it plays for that field there. You can see on the right hand side. FaZe though, and Knights will cross paths. Looks like they are going to try and jump out and get those kills we spoke about before. they don't quite get the right path in. This is going to come down to map knowledge. Do you know of all the safety dips? Because a lot of the prio has been taken, a lot of the hard cover has been done, and if you don't want to fight for it, you need to know where you can park these cars up.
Yeah, well, VP, they're certainly fighting for some prio as they'll catch out Artwork. He'll be put to DBNO and cleaned up by Phil, first stealing that point from VP, as they can keep 2 players on either side of the road and capture anybody that drives on through. Primal driving side by side with Bullet Rain. This was the attempted bridge camp we saw earlier between these 2 teams, but they've both fallen back and they're rotating into the north side of the circle. But the one place position I'm looking at, do you see that little trifecta of teams? LOLW, Brain Lag, and Twisted Minds all by the junction in that dip. We've seen a lot of games finish around there. This is an important part of the circle to control. Yeah,
because if it plays back there, we're going to see it playing back into GoDoc as well. So, and GG are the only team remaining, so they'll be happy. No one is back filling at the moment. Right, so I'm trying to fight though. 4PM. Shinboy puts the shots. Hazard will try and play peekaboo, but he takes more damage than able to try and hold out. So he has to reposition now slightly. 4PM are holding that compound. Well, they need to get out of this compound. We know they've been caught up, especially the last couple of rounds. Supposed to free them, but Shinboy, well, he's driving forward. He wants to try and get this team out of this compound alive.
Yeah, Shinboy pushes the aggressive button, and now there's only 2 knights standing. Schofield and Laza up against Shinboy, Beamy, and Seifu. Seifu, one of the best shift Ws in the world. Beamy's dead will deal with one, but look at Schofield. He can hit back just as hard as he can take. And let's see if Knights can hold in this 2v2.
Yeah, they've got the wall. Schofield is like in the hard cover. Limited amount of shots where he can play out, but there's that shift W. Seifu's moving forward. Him and Beamy, dangerous duo. They've got a limited amount of time though for Shinboy to be rezzed. The clock is there. Has seen one. Seifu popped some shots, but now backs away slightly. We used to smoke just for cover. I think he'll be thinking about a cross, maybe crossing in towards the building, using the safety. No other teams pushing around the top side just yet. They've still got some time, but they've got a limited amount of time though before Shinboy will beat DBNO and out.
Yeah, and Beamy catches out Schofield, who peeked from the window. Laza's the last remaining knight. And, well, 4 pushman, they have a decision to make. I think you go get the res, you wait, you make it aggressive. Never mind, Beamy knows better than me, and Beamy's going to get caught out. Laza will capture him, but Seifu is there. Down go the knights, and 4PM will get 3 players back up, and did pretty well yesterday with 3 players up.
You said they would let go of the W key. And there were 2 players in this lobby that refused to let go of W key, and they were those 2 there. So, lucky enough for them, they were able to clear the compound. We can now see from the map, there's no one else really contesting them from the top. So, lots of opportunity in the north, but that's to be gone as we continue shifting down south. We are going down towards the crossroads. Gaming Gladiators, though, we do lose the GoDoc one before exposing we normally do. They're going to have to now move in. They would have seen Eternal Fire wrapping across the field in front of them, so they might look to backfield. They might also look just to try and control the fields, because we know it's great plays if you hold the Taego field right.
Yeah, you think about the circle, you just see the map there. Those fields between VP, Brain Lag, and Twisted Minds, nobody wants to go there just yet. So it's kind of everywhere around that the teams are going to want to play. GG might be able to play those little fields just to the northeast of Twisted Minds and use that ridge line, while everyone else tries to feed their way through. Project Extreme, they're doing a little bit of damage around the map, but for Entropic, they managed to get boots on the ground. How big could that be? And Project X now, they're outnumbered in this fight.
Yeah, outnumbers in the danger compound. One way in and one way out. So that gives you draw the damage. And Max trying to pop the smoke. He's trying to get some shots back. Nade will go out though. They're not going to go stack up and go. They stack up and go. But he's back to the corner. There's one. Oh, he goes for the reload as they clear the door. One quick kill confirmed though. But they have one DBNO as well. Project Extreme looking to try and move their way around. Here comes the crash. I know there's only one door, but Johnny's moved his way out now. As fortunately for the Greeks, they've lost one, but they're keeping the pressure on.
This is really big play too. You know that you got a knock, but the res is occurring inside as things stand. That's why Johnny has pushed out the blue zone nade. Should get a double. Will it get the re-knock? Well, Shinboy's third party in the action from 4PM, and Paidaros did not need that at all. It'll force them a little bit slower, a little further back, and it gives Entropic even more time to get ready.
Yeah, time to get ready. Time is of the essence. The only thing they've got an advantage is the rest of those 4PM have gone for a third-party action. Beamy's looking on that Primal bullet rain fight that you see about to kick off in that kill feed at the moment. So, oh my god, that nade came in perfect timing. Kaboom! And Project Extreme down to 1, and Max is left running.
Oh, what a nade that is, and Max is in the open. Dedrix confirms his 2 kills and winner die. should be able to catch Max now as he steps up, and there you go. Extends will find the kill. Little bit further towards the east, Bullet Rain have just fought with Primal and won their battle, and now GG not too far away as Bullet Rain will feed their way into the circle, but you've got a couple of members of GG looking to lock them out. Beamy as well for 4 p.m. making his way. He's quite a bit away from the rest of 4 p.m.
It is mad. It is mad because Seifu's gone the other way. So they've both run this way. The Seifu turn around and go, no, I'm going to go get some kills elsewhere. It's like a race for kills for 4 p.m. That's why they're unpredictable. That's why they're dangerous. The ESR are a little bit of a mixed team, a mixed bag. 50-50, I say, from NA and EMEA, but Gibson argues differently. He claims all for NA. But they are, at the moment, consistently looking for kills. Chasing everything down they can find. Bullet Rain eager to try and stay alive. 11 teams still remain though, 38 players. We should give away the water. There we go. Shifts back towards that north side, and Tropic will be happy that they denied our Project Extreme the capability to try and hold. But look at this. Seifu's going to be right there.
Here's that nade as well. Let's see it. It's just going to... Oh my god, look at that. It is
insane.
So good. And by the way, have I gone crazy, or have FaZe Clan been given a late game shift?
Look, don't want to mention it. We know what happens when we mention team names, all right? So I'm just going to say the team that will not be spoken, like VP yesterday, and now got his own, but they've got teams pressing down on them. Back towards 4 p.m. though, they are having a look. They are chasing down. Now, Beanie is on the outside edge, and he might be able to pick apart. There we go. Yeah, he's got the angle. He gets one. Mortifier might come raining in here as well, but look at 4 p.m. They're all playing individual PUBG at the moment, but they're just picking apart Bullet Rain.
Give Beamy any long-range scope on any gun that's not a shotgun, and he's just going to cause havoc. Beamy is so good, but Rox can answer back. GG, third party, and that's the problem when you extend a little bit too far away from the rest of the team, and points on the board. Remember, Mark, predict the winner in chat, get game coins. Remember, the code you use, though, has to be the tag for the team. So if you want to vote win or die, you type win. If you want to vote BB team, you type BB.
Easy. Get yourself some chance to win 1,500 G coins. You've got to be in it for the system to recognise. And then obviously you'll be drawn from the hat after the game ends. Seifu's down to a one shot, but he doesn't stop though, pushing forward. But Bullet Rain, well, they want to say goodbye. And Gaming Gladiators also say goodbye to Beamy. So the two outside edges will leave Shinboy on his own. 5 kills for them. But now Gaming Gladiators working this east side. Bullet Rain down numbers though, and GG will continue to push. Pin's trying to drive forward. Shinboy's trying to look for any more kills he can get though, as Bullet Rain looking to try and leave and avoid the pressure bits being applied to them.
Yeah, but where do 4 p.m. go from here? Corpse Bag probably out of this one, as Pin will pull the pin on a nade, but look at the angle Shinboy has right now.
Nice.
That's a good nade. Down will go Dog, leaves Crossberg all alone, and that second nade does a ton of damage onto him as well. But you got to be careful, Mark, because there's still the option of that third party from Shinboy who's having a look this way.
Shinboy's actually keeping him alive. He's keeping him alive. He's pushed forward, sometimes pushing in towards the grains, into grenades. Is better. The cars have pretty much gone, done and dusted. Shinboy keeping him alive, stopping GG from pushing, but they've got great use, great hold. Even pops a fake smoke back. Love it. Crossberg, though, he's got to try and deal with this, and I think the drive-by is going to happen. Levante will pop grenades, and they are just going to spray the smoke. He might be able to get away with one. They're not going to look for it, though. They're going to spray the smoke. He's still laying low. He's even popped. He's starting to pop some shots. He puts it down to one. He does catch one as well. Now they know where he is. The shots will come through, and unfortunately, though, Levante is there. Pressure. Unfortunately, Bullet Rain will fall in 11th place.
Yeah, and following them just behind is Lol W, as now we've got 9 teams left inside the lobby as BB team begin to battle their way into the circle. BB team and Win or Die on the south side. Twisted Minds, they've got a few players still up. Remember, they've been averaging around just under 7 kills a map, but they've not been as active in the kill feed this time around because the circle hasn't really allowed for them to. Nope. But look at the high ground FaZe Clan have over the top of them right now.
Yeah, because I think most of the time we see it playing to that field that we're looking at now. So Twisted Minds obviously would have been on the other side. They've now pushed FaZe Clan, and they've pushed down, but they might get a third party action. Perfectix will put down one, looking back the other way. Pennywise down again, still out the placement points and might be shy one more time. Pennywise, that vehicle doesn't move too quick, and Perfectix will put the second one down. As well, looks like a steal has happened, but short again, short placement points. 9th place though for Brain Lag. 8 teams now remain, and we are in the placement points.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Perfectix there, and now they've got the edge of the circle. But VP, They need to push towards FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds, which could lead to some trouble. GG on the north side as well, as VP look to just make a decision on where they're going to go. And you know the way we know that there's two players kind of shot calling this time? Could we do a situation where there's too many cooks and too many voices right now when you have a quick decision to make?
No, there's 4 players. It's a 2-2 split. They've each got their own little army. Lucarux is driving one side. He's got the backup of Quizzy, but Quizzy might have said no, as he will now follow Nixie, who's driving the Force. They saw Gaming Gladiators. But look, Lucarux so eager to follow his game plan as he will push his way forward. He might be able to pick up Levante. But for now, BB, they're moving in outside edge. Win or Die is the same. This is the South fight. But Win or Die on the split, they've got 2-2. 2 in the fields or the forestry area, 2 in the compound. As they will need to wait for this next zone shift.
And GG, they know that VP are in around the section map. FaZe Clan know the Twisted Minds are there as well. 4 of the biggest names inside of EMEA PUBG are about to go head to head on that northeastern side. On the south, BB team, Win or Die, still staying as quiet as they possibly can, but you can see that zone is closing quickly.
He's going to close quickly. He's pushing these teams ever closer. 8 teams. There's not a lot of real estate to be had. I think FaZe in a really good spot. They've got this sort of hills and dips, so they come off that kind of peak. They've played in towards the dip. Hard covered by Win or Die, and on the top side we've got Entropic, and I think it's a 50-50 even if they get the zones on the next shift. If it plays back towards the east, well, then it's just powerhouses. BB team, Twisted Minds, VP, FaZe. Like, who else do you want here? It's a powerhouse though on the east.
It is, and I'm here for it, and it's going to start to kick off. Lucarux will find the first knock on the Levante as VP draw first blood, but they're against the edge of the zone. Phase 6 now as well will do even more damage to Luca. Michael with a godly nade thrown towards rocks. They've got GG on their knees now. Luca will go down to the blue, but can he get inside to potentially get rezzed off? Smoke grenades are being thrown. Michael thinking ahead, thinking about the possibility of getting Lucarux back on his feet, and he is going to do it.
Dream team, mate. Dream team, Michael. Put him in your PNC list. Definitely one to be watching. Though Nick's on the other side, though, he's going to look. Looks like Twisted Mind's trying to get involved as well. Like kill feed, though, Nick, he knows that the pressure's coming in from the south now. Entropic, well, looking for some kills. They will move on out and move on round. But how much more area can be had? The zone shifts bound towards the south, goes back towards FaZe. They will continue to hold it. Twisted Mind also needs to look for one. Oh, but Nixie's there. There's one. There's 2 Battalions. And Amberfex fall to the arms of Nixie.
An example, he'll go down. VP upping the aggression. 9 kills for them now. They've been very streaky over the course of the 2 days as well. Entropic, they're falling back off for this one, using the ridgeline for some cover as BB team start pushing towards FaZe Clan. You can just see it now. Fex gets the knock on to Phil first. It's a 2 versus 2 of standing players. Nixie will confirm how correct it was. That's 10 for VP. But what can Gustav and Fex do against the Doozy? Well, not very much. A Doozy finds Fex.
Oh, Gustav refusing to go down. Oh, no, he got tapped in the face. No, Win or Die takes down Gustav. 5th place for FaZe. They had the center, didn't quite get the kills. They eventually put the damage down to BB, but Win or Die had to activate at some time, and it was a win moment for them.
Yeah, and it's a 4v3v3v1. Win or Die could really use this win as they look to really put themselves in contention to retain their crown here in the Protality EMEA Tour. Shinboy sprinting up towards Janny now, baits out the first few shots, but Janny will fall back. Entropic of 3 players alive, and Janny's just looking to stay alive as long as... Oh my god, Shinboy got timing so hard there.
He kicked the nade and Janny said goodbye because Hawkey's running forward. The M249 puts down Win or Die, had the numbers, but no more. It goes back towards Entropic. Can they dig deep? Will we see Entropic, though, be able to put a winner chicken dinner underneath their name? Just so desperately needed. But Shinboy, well, he's got other options, other ways. He's going to take a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Presente and Leosh, I think they'll fall back and join each other, regroup, but 4 push, man. They have Shinboy essentially in a 1 versus 1 here a little further north. The other 2 members of Entropic don't have the mobility to get here fast. So, smoke off the long angle down the way, and Janny knows exactly where you're coming from. 10 kills for Entropic now as well.
Huge game. One of the best games that they've had. They were sitting, what, down 15th, 16th? I think 15th. This is huge for them. I think they put just as much points on this game so far than they have across the whole of the grand finals already. So Tropic maybe is the change of tide. Maybe it's the wind and the zone goes back their way. VP need to push in, but VP going to push towards that win or die position. Let's see what Nixie has to do. He does have a line of drops he could use. Maybe refill and restock. But Johnny, who's going to be watching that East rotation?
Yeah, this is anyone's game as well, and Tropic do have the better position as far as being inside the circle, but VP have a lot of high ground to work with as they focus on VP, or on win or die. That nade, where's it going to fall? Is that going to be a almost great nade?
It's nearly almost, but almost.
This one might be better.
I was going to say I thought it was going to explode just in time. Taego will run away. Michael launching and holding the ankle. So Lucrux is there. Nixie has gone the other way, so he's looking for the entry point now for the rest of the team. They've got a bolt. If they can get over the next top, they can sort of put themselves in another angle. But it's going to be down to Michael to ensure that Win or Die don't push out their way. Now, the turning circle for the car is not the best. Lausch has to reverse up. He's got time. He's got time. The question is, where'd you go? And the tires that we're presenting, they might not have much zone left, but at least you've got a bit of control from over here.
Bit of control on two vehicles as well. The way that we changed players' POV there made me think he jumped out of the car too quickly. Nixie doing a little bit of damage on the Dedricks. The P90 on his hands, and Nixie will take down Janny as well. VP doing a ton of damage now, and it's all down to Hockey from Tropic. He's got the M249. He's a little bit too far away, but he could really rip apart Win or Die.
Just got to be careful that trigger. He's only got one clip, and now it's 113 bullets. Yes, that is arguably enough to try and take out the likes of 5 players, but he can't be hitting the sprays. He can't be holding the angles or the areas of which people will move into. And, well, that's a nice way to go. Just let the loot rain out across a period of time. But Nixie, he glimmered at P90 being shot at him, but it doesn't stop Nixie, as he will now claim the P90. VP now in the charging seat. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. And Tropic had the numbers, but now they got to lay low.
Unless Win or Die get gifted the zone here, VP are winning this game. Like, I don't see any way for anyone else to win this unless the zone hard shifts over towards the west. 3 players for VP up. They've got a P90. They've got the Dragonov inside the death zone now as well. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation. Indeed, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Gift away.
Ooh, okay, that's not the worst.
No. Actually, I think it does favour the other teams, because if I remember right, this sort of area, the VP don't have the cover, so they have to now come behind their cubby hole to a degree. There is a bowl. If they can get to it, I think Win or Die will try and stop. Hawkey's not good to play at the moment. He's just going to try and lay low, and he's not that far away from the dot. Win or Die, they might just move their cars in for one attempt. I wouldn't even be too surprised that they might move over now, knowing the dot's going to come after. They will have no opportunity to build momentum up in the car if they wait on this side.
Yeah, I think you're right, unless you go like horizontally and then into the zone from that point on. But you're bang on with that. The UAS does not accelerate quickly. And look, this VP here just picking up all the pieces of these drops as well. Ammo, some first aids, maybe some fresh helmets and vests to work with as well.
You too.
Yeah, exactly. They're really making an investment now in their chance to win this game.
Well, that should not be named, especially by FedEx, because we know they don't get wins now. He didn't, and the 12 kills, they're the top 3 position at the moment. Can they close it out? I think for me, I've got to favour the Polar Bears. They've got the numbers. They've got Nixie. Nixie's got a P90. That's it for me. His game, set, and match. But let's see if they can close down. They've got to get over here or die. I think the longer they leave it, the worse it can be. They're looking for the ridge. That's the right play. They're going to pop the smoke because they need to get the car moving. It will be a little bit slower. Does Hawkey shoot at this point? For me, I think no. Sit tight, Hawkey. Wait for the zone.
Yeah, it's that damned if you do, damned if you don't. At some point, he might just get caught out by VP as he makes his way down, and he'll have no say on the end of this matchup at all. But Win or Die are making their move. A lot of damage dealt on the Layosh, but there's the send, and Presente actually got across with 1 HP and a dream. But look at this assault, this barrage of nades. Does Presente get the first aid off in time? There's the little tick, and there is the first aid. He does get over, and this could be huge for Win or Die's chances.
Yeah, that ridge is providing enough cover. The nades are sort of whistling past Presente. don't have a guess where Hawkeye is, but he's playing the typical Taego and going towards the bushes, and he's not been picked up. I like they're sort of checking off. They've checked off the car, they've checked off the rock. Nades have gone. Now they might draw their attention back towards these util that's coming in from that east side, though, but they still continue to look for Hawkeye, the danger for them. And he's even been spotted out by Lucarux, but because he's got the camouflage on, he's not moved, he's not been spotted, he's not been seen. He might get the opportunity to blow apart both these teams.
Yeah, I really hope that Hockey does something big from this position. This could be huge for them. Leosh will see some smoke begin to dissipate in front of him, but there's still plenty to work with. You can see the cover is being set. Leosh is going to maybe climb up the top of that ridgeline, but that's a great nade. Will hold them back just a little while longer.
Quickly, like the picture perfect angle for Nixie. They pop the smoke either side, but he's like, no, this is my line of sight. This is my shot with the P90. So he's having a look the other side. Nixie there does paint their picture, and the picture is Leosh is down. So it's a 3 versus 1 versus 1. They are going to now start to collapse. What time does Hawkeye activate? Hawkeye activates now. Lucas goes down. It's a 3 versus 2. I don't think they actually know exactly where he is. Now they will. He's down to 90 shots. He hasn't got anything left in the chamber. How much has he got in the Dragon? Because he's got no vest at all.
90 bullets is enough to take down both members of VP, but Nixie does have a level 3 helmet. There's a smoke which will give him a little bit more time, but Nixie with the P90 could be the problem.
No!
Sprays on him, and yeah, he spotted him. Down he goes. VP, 25 points. But what about Entropic? Was that 12 or 11 kills they ended up with in second as well? That's brilliant from them.
That's double points for them. Double points. They need it. We're at the halfway point now, really, coming into the second day. So with Taego done, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Rondo. We've got a lot to break down from that one because, as I said, we are in the second half. It's the last opportunity. With Entropic having a big game like that, they will be in a driving seat, maybe to close out day number 2. Sit tight. See you guys in a second. Taego never, ever disappoint. Aggressive game, actually. A lot of teams working their way down. Not as aggressive as we've seen sometimes in the group stages, but it was a good shift. Now, shifted towards that northeast. Teams obviously had to try and play. We had a lot of water again, like the zone before, Felix. But a lot of teams did deal with finding prior position really, really well. It was kind of that mid-game to late game. That's when we started to lose the numbers quite rapidly.
Yeah, and we saw the teams in the northern side especially lose all these numbers quite rapidly because if you take a look back at Phase 2 and Phase 3, one of the latest teams, actually I do believe the latest team to rotate even towards that northern island was Entropic, and look who made it in. As a 3-man until the very late game, and look at the pathing as well that this team had to survive through. That is insane. I keep on coming back to this team in a minute, but yeah, as you said, plenty of teams losing player earlys. I think we had 10 teams in Phase 3 and Phase 4. That's nuts. I don't think we've seen, even on an aggressive map like this, I don't think we've seen it to this degree, at least not in the finals just yet. But also goes to show you some of these prior spots are worth fighting for, and that's what these teams are doing, especially if I've approached these teams. Some of these teams down there on the second half of the leaderboard, and you're a top team, and you know these teams are struggling. You'll have the advantage going into this, and that's why I think as well, why we see so many teams actively going for these contests in the first couple of phases.
Don't take anything away from VP though, but I felt like the winner for me was Entropic. It felt like polar opposite, different side of the coin, completely new team for me. I'm pretty sure they doubled up their points. They were aggressive. They came in, as you said, quite late, but they refused to give up their compound. They refused to give up their area, and look, they bagged themselves a nice second place.
Yeah, really good stuff from Entropic. I said it before. one of the toughest rotates in. Same goes for Win or Die. But also one of the smartest rotates in. Because historically, with all these teams kind of playing centralized, and you can see that with Twisted Minds playing the Northeast, you saw with FaZe Clan really trying to get Circle Center yet again in a round like this. You saw with VP just north of FaZe Clan really trying to get Circle Center. That also means all these top teams stacked towards the northern side, away from the water. Southern side is rather clear. That's what we saw, especially after the first couple of fights. So much space being open for Entropic and for Win or Die. Once again, the two teams that were the very latest to rotate in. Once again, Entropic, the very last team to cross that bridge towards the northern island. And at that point, you really thought it's going to get troublesome. But the fights started happening, and Entropic, interestingly enough, was pushed into these fights. They weren't even the ones to actively go for it. They were pushed into these, for example, by Na'Vi. But they keep on coming out on top, and that's something that we haven't seen from Entropic, right? Isolated fights, winning them relatively cleanly, with the support even from outside teams trying to third party in. And in this instant, it worked out perfectly, and also the later stages of it, making sure they're dodging Win or Die as much as they can on that southern side until the very late game, because they know if we don't engage Win or Die now, we do 100% get into late game. That decision as well was something that I have to highlight. So good stuff coming out from Entropic, and look at the jump they make now. You said it, they almost double their points. They're now definitely in reach to maybe make a push for the top 8 today.
Let's wait and see how they end up. But let's look at the left side of the leaderboard first. Huge. Look at that. Massive. 3 teams down 83. They're starting to extend out. Win or Die want to leave. Eternal Fire, who started early, well, yesterday, started good again today. They don't want to leave it to the last game before we see Eternal Fire again. I do want to mention FaZe Clan Gibson, though, because they were not gifted zone yet again, but they found themselves centralized up. But it's very difficult to play from. They kept their heads down. They didn't bag the kills, but they're sitting quite low down the table. As I said before, it's placement points. I feel like they're struggling, and they're just not bagging the kills we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it's to do with the rotations of all the teams around them as well when they do get in the zone. Like, when you think about their positioning towards the end of that game, they had a great spot when you just look at the shape of the terrain of the map. However, when you've got Twisted Minds, you've got VP up around that section of the map, you had GG just to the north, they were focused so much on all that was happening in front of them that I think BB team caught them by surprise, did a ton of damage, got a couple of knocks and a kill. It kind of left them in a losing battle then, because VP were going to push that straight away. It's all about timing. Like, if all the timings, these little things happen differently, FaZe Clan could have been the team that walked out of that and got the win at the end of that game.
Well, there's a few teams on the right hand side of the table. FedEx for me, FaZe, BB team, and Na'Vi. Let's add Na'Vi into that as well. I know a little bit higher up. They're all teams we know can pack a big punch. Household names could deliver, but they need to deliver now. Only 3 games left today. Would you be looking for one of them maybe trying to claim the win?
I think FaZe Clan has to go for it right now. I think they didn't go into this tournament, and I said it before, to just take home a top 5 or top 6. They're 100% playing for the win. They're not a team as well to have the kind of pressure the rest of them have, so that should be an advantage going into this round. I mean, we talked about this global partner teams, way less pressure in terms of how many options you still have in terms of international tournaments, in terms of even big regional tournaments right here. They're already safely qualified for PEG and so on and so forth. So these qualified teams should have a little bit of extra pressure in terms of performing here. They don't, and yet they still can seem to really get a hold on this lobby. It's not too late yet by any means. FaZe Clan is right there in the middle. But yes, am I thinking they should still go for the win here and take some more risks? Yes, because after today, I think, depending on where they finish, if they keep on playing like this, they will below any chances that they really want to have going to the last day, and that's very untypical for FaZe Clan.
Quite surprised as well, because my little community poll that I've got going, FaZe Clan are up there. They're massive backing from players, individuals, community people thinking they're going to bag the win, but they're just not delivering the goods at the moment. Now, I'm going to start early, because I know we've got a few seconds before we get into game, because I know I like to talk a lot about it. Who is going to take Rondo big game?
Whew. You're putting me on the spot. I think I have my prediction. Well. I genuinely didn't want to predict VP, and they did it now, which I'm very happy to see. They also took the 1 spot. I said they're going to turn up today, and they did. So I feel like from that point onwards right now, nothing really can go wrong. I think I've predicted FaZe Clan a bit too much as well. So I'm going to go with someone down there. I think Lil W has not shown up as much as we wanted them to. And I think that's going to happen at some point. We need Schengen back in the mix. This guy has been fragging out for this lineup. Group stage as well. He has been, to some degree at least, fragging-wise, gotten the majority of the points. And wouldn't go as far as to say carrying, but he's been an integral part in their team fighting abilities. So I want to see Schengen and Lil W back on top. And who knows, maybe they'll be lucky this time around.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye to Felix though, as we are ready. It is Royal Rondo time, and he's picking the pandas maybe because there is bamboo on the map. Flight path though, well, it's a difficult one, guys. We've got 2 planes. We've got a east down towards a south-southwest, but we've also got a south-central, very aggressive, up towards the northeast. Does Lol W have the right flight path? I think they do. They might be able to go to the home of Bamboo Central. What we do know, potentially, both Na'Vi and Twisted Minds will be able to jump back for test trap. We might expect another hot drop.
Yeah, I want to know who's on the plane that gets there first, though. I think Na'Vi have the head start over Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds will jump from the plane later, but closer. And the race is on now, Mark, between these 2 teams. Remember, this is not just about today or tomorrow. This hot drop between Na'Vi and Twisted Minds is for this drop whenever we get to PEC and every other event going forward for this year. This is a big hot drop between both of these sides. And honestly, Twisted Minds have been the ones coming out on top, at least here Protality.
Yes, I think I said it before yesterday. Twisted Minds started well. Na'Vi had an answer. Twisted Minds have adapted to Na'Vi's answer. This time, though, we're supposed with the flight path, Twisted Minds able to go a little bit further, so often not to stack up on the same building. I think that's part and parcel with this double flight path. Is that what we're going to see? Double flight path if they can't quite get there? I think it might be why we see Twisted Minds over. Will they both fight? Yeah, potentially. The zone shifts, but it shifts very heavy aggressive towards that east-hand side. We have so much unplayable terrain. Half Miramar, half Erangel style, as we are in the Rondo.
You know what I always meant to ask? You know the way the circle has to touch the flight path?
Yep.
On these double flight paths, does it have to touch both or just one?
No, and actually this is the one map that I've seen not had to touch the flight path. So historically, like we saw with Taego when we had a divorce between the flight path and the zone. And what we talk about, guys and girls, is that for a very long time in PUBG, before Taego was a thing, the flight path and the zone had to appear at some point through the flight path, but it could just touch it, even if it was a pixel. And then Taego arrived. Taego then completely turned on his head as the first zone was not subject. It didn't matter if it didn't have to, but it definitely wasn't subject to the flight path. Now that has been sorted. That's back to kind of the rules and regulations that we used to seeing. Now Rondo appeared, and I have seen double flight paths like this, Gibson, but I've seen zones go aggressive towards the northwest. So yes, some of the teams might be able to jump themselves to the zone, but it doesn't have to touch both. It doesn't have to touch either one of them.
Okay, and it's good to know another thing for the viewers at home if you're joining us for the first time. Another unique factor of this map is we get the EMP zone. So from time to time on the map, you'll see these large circles, and basically what it means is like electronics will not work in that area. So for example, the electric bus, the e-bus that you just saw Entropic utilizing to get into the circle, that isn't going to work whenever you go through that zone. So it's something else to keep in mind, particularly when it comes to late game rotations in. Because we've seen it, Mark, where those EMP zones, have ruined the teams rotate into the circle because all they have is those buses.
It can be so difficult, so difficult. We've seen it already catch people out in competitions where they've been caught fighting, trying to hold teams out and just unable to make a move whatsoever. Now, let's have to wait and see is when the Gongs have to start rotating their way. And do these 2 fight? I think they've got buses either side. They can opt to wrap out and wrap around. It's also worth noting for everyone watching, this is not on the latest update. So the high train, the rocks you can see in the background have still got capabilities that people can hide up on. It hasn't the downward slope. So you would expect people to take the E pickups and maybe try and find themselves some high ground to play from.
You can still get up there, of course, on the new patch, but you're not hidden anymore. You're free pickings at times for some of the teams who get the angle. But let's talk about this circle, right? There's the EMP zone that we've just spoken about. It's appearing on the map, but it's not appeared anywhere that's going to impact any of these teams. Win or die. They've started to get into the top 4s consistently again. They're also in the top 4 of the overall leaderboard. They're, 18 points off of top spot as things stand, so they're one good win away from getting up back on top of the leaderboard. Do you feel like they're in with a really good chance, or is it a false dawn?
False, mate. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be so difficult.
I'd love to see them do well again. Like, I know that these guys grinded so hard at the start of the year.
I just can't see it at the moment. You're right, but they were playing every region. There was something magical about it. But ever since they didn't quite qualify for the majors or get into the lands, I feel like they've taken that as a bigger blow than it needed to be.
Yeah, and it's going to happen. Remember, there's very few spots up for grabs in Europe for these events because the partner teams have kind of priority, and it makes EU a very difficult, region to play in. I think it makes EU very fun to watch because you really don't know who's going to come out on top on any given Sunday. But I feel like for the players, it's tough slog. And phase 1 will start closing in about 5 seconds time. For Pushman though, trap is set. Our win or die going to get caught out.
Well, it's the team that likes to pop a trap. They didn't even wait for the last car. 1, 2, nearly. Fox is here. Here comes number 2. 2. They are. Normally you just wait for someone to see the last car. 3. 4 times a charm. Where is the final player? Vox is having a look. Send the troops forward. Has to extend back the way he came. But we know Seifu, he's the Shift W key champion. He's going to put up though. He's going to try and launch some shots over. And I'm sure with all of that madness, we need to hear from the one and only FedEx.
I mean, multiple points to touch on in this interesting early game, one of which obviously is 4 p.m. again, and I've been talking about this team so very often. I keep on coming back to it. Their unpredictability in that exact moment is exactly the reason why they keep performing in this region. I think these specific roadblocks is something that we might even see more heavily in a region like NA. They like to be more aggressive, like to be a little bit more creative in the early stages. And look, if they bring it to this team now, Boxig and Shinboy, obviously, I think this is the perfect mix now coming into this region. And look who's surprised. Winner died. They had absolutely no idea. There's a perfect road cam as well. They're positioning from 4 p.m. It's not easy to do it. To immediately get the 3 frags like they just did. We're absolutely on point. Second point is, Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. They're not hot dropping. We were asking this question just last week. Is it going to happen in the grand finals? And apparently day 2 is where the ending happens. Both these teams need a couple of more points. Twisted Minds are also realizing, despite that big win, we're not safe just yet, right? We can be caught up to. And I said, yes, Twisted Minds are going to come back. Is it really realistic for anyone outside the top 5 to come back to it? It looks like Twisted Minds really does think that is going to happen, right? Otherwise, I think that contest would have happened, and the same goes for Na'Vi, obviously. Whoever wanted to bring that fight could have brought that fight towards the opposing team. And thirdly, Lil W. I was predicting it. I also kind of want to reiterate, I love seeing them play on this map because they usually are one of the only teams playing in from the northeastern side. And on these eastern circuits specifically, Lil W has historically performed really, really well because if they do enter through the northeastern side, there's only two other teams at the very max rotating in. We saw this yesterday as well. If you think back to that round, we saw Winner Die being the only other team coming in from the eastern side, and Lil W picked up that round almost as well, right, with Winner Die trying to cross the bridge, making it past as a 4-man, and yes, at that point they had advantage. Unfortunately, they lost it in the middle of the round, but it could have very well been a win as well. So I want to see Lil W do the same thing, spread out far, deny Winner Die. In this instance, probably going to be Twisted Minds, maybe even GG, deny them an entry towards the northern side as we get into phase 3 and 4.
4 p.m. almost doing it again, but this time to Bullet Rain as they take a little bit of damage on the way through, but nobody will fall off the back of that one. But thanks, as always, to Falex for that insight. Something we didn't actually talk about, Mark, is important to realize with a circle like this as well, points of entry are limited because it's water to the south and around Jadena City. Anything towards east, you're not coming in from the east at all because it's all unplayable. And speaking of the bridge towards the south, lovely view here of Eternal Fire all the way down up to the north. I got
it's upside down in Ireland, isn't it? But
yeah.
Look, Twisted Mind have closed the bridge. No one is allowed across it. There are points of interest. It's worth noting, if you don't know, there are some parts in the river that if you drive over quick enough, you can get your car over. So just watch some cheeky plays maybe from some of these players, because these pros will know that. There's only a few, but they will potentially try and, especially if the bridges are closed from Twisted Minds, you might need to think of another way, and you might need to get your tyres a little bit wet.
Yeah, I know that I do like trying to rotate in from the south, and there are some areas, Mark, towards the south that you can ramp over, so it's not just about using those bridges. I've done it before in the past. So let's look at Eternal Fire, getting an angle. They have an idea that this is where Twisted Minds are. The gunshots will certainly let them know. If you're Eternal Fire, you probably rotate out of this, right? You don't really want to cross that bridge. You try to find another way.
Yeah, well, I'm quite surprised they're still trying to go over. Maybe it's because they've got the Mad halfway over on that little island. Maybe he's just waiting and watching before trying to make a move a little bit further afield. But for now, his teams are going to just try and figure out exactly where they are and where they go. Bertolini, though, look, he's on the high ground, but he's still on this west-hand side. He's waiting for the zone shift.
VP, though, they're already in the sky, and that zone shift will give them a lot of information. I think Miramar could be the play here for VP. Don't think there'll be any vehicles there for them, but there's a little bit of open terrain as you move towards north. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. It's the safest drop that they can do when you're in a plane. You land on the roofs, you get yourself in there, and FaZe Clan are making plays for this section of the map too. VP, I don't think they had any real other choice here.
No, but FaZe find himself in the middle, right? So, do we see them actually capitalise on some kills? It's not the FaZe we're used to. We see them so aggressive on the outside. We see them normally chasing down kills. So, it might be a low kill game for them. They can't have really any more of these. EMP zones are popping as well. We've got one on the south and one on the north. So, Twisted Minds need to give up the bridge camp if they want to. But on the south side, torn into one-man army, he finds himself with a player right in front of his grasp.
Yeah, and it's all about staying mobile for Quet, but does he realize that he is the prey in this scenario as Batu keeps an eye? Had a little scout, see where the rest of Eternal Fire are, but with the driving past, it gives even more opportunity to take a look. If I was him, I would keep an eye on the back window. As soon as he gets in the car, that's when you take your shots, but let's look elsewhere. Driving in through the... Oh, up and back, there we go. Batu, only 30 damage found.
That's difficult. He needs more. Well, more damage though. Fox is driving forward, and 4 p.m. They need some good games. And if you keep driving around and annihilating teams, let's say Fuda is not bound on the water, as he will send his car fully over. And now they find their next prey as they move back on over.
Yeah, and Batu is getting surrounded on all sides now. The Mad, nice shots from the Mad onto Levante. Buys himself a little bit of time to fall back. Remember, not every knock is the same. Some knocks are just about buying yourself some space to move. Levante, though, should get flushed out. I think that's Navi that are tagging Levante from afar. And EF will be devastated if this is a kill away, because they're putting up tons of points over the course of the weekend. Yeah, Fairest will steal that kill.
Yeah. I think full push coming in. Smoke will be there. I'll be cautious. A few shots coming in from Gaming Gladiators there as they continue to wrap their way round and past. They are driving pretty much into the arms of Navi now as they will sit right in firm. Ferris though picks up code marker. Oh, there's 1-2 as the car bounces off, but doesn't need to happen though. Runa will also run over and then here say goodbye. I'm out.
Yeah, Navi, 3 kills early on in this map for them. Remember, they've been another team that have been so hit and miss over the course of the weekend so far. We're just over the halfway point, so we've 9 maps down over the weekend, 9 left to go, including this one. Of course, if you're wondering about today, Mark, it's just this and 2 more. 2 Miramars after this to keep everybody's appetites well and truly satiated.
That choose always an interesting one because it's a setup though, isn't it, for the final? I mean, obviously we're going to see we're in the super format, we're not playing the smash rule set, so you need to finish off strong today. This is why I think we're seeing more teams. This is why we saw a big game from Entropic, because arguably they needed it. They needed the points and need to try and claw back as much as they can when it comes to the leaderboard.
And the leaderboard, as anyone is watching, is going to get shown between maps, so we'll be able to keep you guys posted. Zone shift will occur, and it goes towards Mayran and VP. Honestly, this is best case scenario again. You land late, you take the e-pickup, you're not going to get a car, the zone keeps feeding your way, you're in an urban environment. You can probably steal a vehicle if you win a fight or two and make your way in if you need to leave Mayran at some point.
Just depends on how far you go, right? See, you can be eager to try and stop GG now working their way in. FaZe there. Looks like James has picked up a FAMAS as well. That's going to pack a punch, especially with close range distance in the town. So VP looking to maybe go back-to-back chicken dinners, but I can tell you what, he wants to go back-to-back, and that's Vox. He seems to be annihilating teams one hand, single man, single army, driving to 4 p.m. team. BB, well, they get wind of them and they get moving on out.
I love it. 4 p.m. just move to noise. Anytime there's a noise, they're pushing towards it, see if they can get some kills. 7 on the board already, and we're not even halfway through the map. And Investo is the next target, but these are very hard shots to hit, and Seifu will not be the one to land them. BB team will get inside the circle that will be closed in about 2 minutes from now. And as you can see, lots of open planes. Lol W, they're getting pushed now by Twisted Minds as well, as Perfectix will begin to peek up over this ridgeline.
Yeah. How far out do you push? No, danger's going to come from that way. Vector has spotted LW, but I don't know if he knows he's got a player right underneath him. Here's the footsteps now, has to react, has to maybe swap for that orb, but actually sees the player further afield. The boom hits a shot on. That might be the call that he's one shot. We know, we've all been there, we've all done it, so let's not just hide behind it. Schengen does play peekaboo over the top, but Perfectix, who will be retreating his way back now to loop.
And the blue zone phase 3 does hurt just a little bit, but Twisted Minds are going to smoke off the exit for the vehicle so they can build up a little bit of speed. But you got to get into it first, and it's not going to happen. Gedrox with a great shot towards Example. That's the knock onto him. And he's very thankful he's got a teammate right there for that instant res.
Yeah, good move for him. Effectively, they're looking to try and move forward. It's phase number 3. These teams can't get away with it. They need to wrap their way around, and with Lol W, they're so close to the outside edge. I think they might move on around. They be looking for the next zone. Next shift, a little bit of water in the middle, water on the south. I think the main town is going to be all eyes on. Good to see Bullet Rain controlling the outside edge, and I just feel like teams need to continue to run away from 4 PM as 4 pushman are continuing to push every team.
Yeah, I love the aggression they're bringing, but there's no real teams within push distance for them now. Twisted Minds will make their way into the circle now as well. They've regrouped from that knock they sustained at the hands of Lol W, and now they've gotten away from the blue, but they're going towards Na'Vi. Fairest might get the angle on the rock, but look, Twisted Minds have actually they've changed their mind, they've seen something, and I think those shots will also help them change their direction.
Yep, the zone now will be teasing them to come back down this way. Main town it is. We give up the water. A lot of teams on this sort of east side, they're going to have to really collapse in. Project X going to be one of them. Gonna die working a little dip there they can play from. The Knights, well, suffering from one of these teams on the outside edge. 4 pushman now got their next target, and they are just driving around. They are looking for the next victim as Shimboy finds a Knight running. The Hazard will try and get back to his team, but they are just on the outside edge. Has 4 PM even stopped to take a breath yet?
I don't know. We haven't either, to be fair. Not gonna lie. Extends. We'll peek on over. There's a 1 for the trouble. Let's see if we can get 2 for the show, as he's going to throw another one towards Max. Remember, he's the last player alive for his team. There, it's another spray. Extends, gets 2 members of Project Extreme. The nade only does 41 damage, but for win or die, these points are important.
We know these points are important. We're so close, especially in the last game. They were thereabouts, and then picked apart. 4 PM. Well, let's see if Lazars can try and deal with 1. He deals with 1, he deals with 2, but Beamy's there to try and stop. They need to get these reds on pretty quick. Confirm. Need to get some smokes out. No, 2 on DBNO, and the pressure's coming from the outside edge. 1 minute 38. I don't think the zone is going to affect him just yet. They should be back to a 4 and back doing their dangerous duos that 4 PM have been doing.
Yeah, Na'Vi, now they're falling back as well. Did a lot of damage on the Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds just staying on their feet is what they're so good at. That circle, VP again, loving the way that this circle has been going for them after that early E pickup. 4 PM. They're the ones getting pushed this time though, Mark. Primal, Scab with a great first nade. The second one does even more damage, and 4 PM could be in a spot of trouble.
This is going to be a big spot of trouble though. Primal have gone. We need to stop 4 PM. Util goes in. Vox pushes out to the smokes though, guys. So he's gone underneath the Util, the arcs though. Safely refusing to go down. But Shimboy has been confirmed out. So there's 1 down for them. Primal, hit, run. They're going to go back to the safety of the compound because the moment those guys can get moving, they can do. But getting moving, well, that's GG. Annihilating Bullet Rain, who are eager to try and get in. This is where these teams are now sending it into the hardcover, in towards the town. Does Rondo give us though the blessing that I think we all want inside, the exposed to chaos or the organized chaos that could be a sitting ending?
I'm ready for it. I'm really ready for it. I'm not gonna lie. Daz shooting towards 4 PM. They do manage to get everybody back on their feet, which is important, and Primal, realizing that they maybe missed their opportunity, will fall back and get ready for the next phase of the fight. Extends is still alive. He's got Knight still pretty close by inside the river, as Na'Vi will focus now on Entropic, who in turn were focused on BB team.
Oh, painful. Just don't go to the zone. Please, please, please leave the town. Oh, it left the town a little bit. Still a lot of teams will be able to survive. Primal now going to push away 4 p.m. 4 p.m. going to find their way in as they might find themselves a neighbour, which is going to be win or die. So they do go for the aqua approach now as they go into the river. But they have Daz, though. We'll find a final blow for Seifu. No teams are going to be there to really pack a punch. So they should be able to try and res him. But I think they need to get him on a smoke out first. The smoke comes out from the water.
Let's see what Extends can do. Well, he can get beamy as he peeks on out. And there's one knock, and he's going to try to put a timer on him as well. 2 members, 4 p.m. down. Another point for Extends. This is huge for Win or Die. It's a salvage game. Extends is at it again. Voxich will taste the lead this time. And is that near on the money? Is it on the money? It should get Vox. Does a lot of damage on it, but the water's taking some of the damage away. Oh no, what a shot.
Great shot from James. The QBU and the QBZ have such distinctive sounds. I think it's maybe because we haven't seen it as much in comp, but I kind of like it in here. It packs a punch. It packs a punch, QBU. Anyway, just in mind, they under the wrath of a mini from Gustav. So quick kill confirmed as he tries a 9-9. He's going to look for a nade potentially, but does the guys from Just in Mind opt to go for a safer route in. Gustav, though, waiting if they do appear out the back. But they don't. They might need to move that car. They've lost one, down to a 3 into the town they go. Loads of safety there as Primal had to go the other way.
Yeah, it's another point for VP, who are really putting on a show over the last. You know, we were talking about VP after 3-4 maps yesterday. Like, when are they going to do something? Ever since then, they have been phenomenal. Top of the leaderboard, getting kills, close enough to the center of the circles. Primal, that vehicle keeps on flipping and keeps on doing damage to them.
Yeah, and Tropic, though, are trying to use as much U2 as they can, including the vehicles. There goes the money into the middle smoke. You have to pick one, you pick the middle one. It doesn't quite work out, though, this time. Dedrick, though, can see the car coming in from Novi. A couple of shots, doesn't quite get the connection, but Project X from the town do get the angle, does cause the damage, and Tropic might be looking to continue to drive forward. 4 kills from them. The last game was good. I think they'll be looking to try and pack a punch, but with the JS9, there's a gun that packs a punch pretty quick.
Yeah, but when Primal get the reses off, it's not looking likely as Acalyptos, the last remaining member of Project Extreme, just gets the angle onto Noah as more timers being put on, and that's the end of Primal as Dedrix will get the last one. 2 points for Acalyptos, though nice for Project Extreme, who did load into this game with only 3 players up. Twisted Mind's getting close, as you can just see, towards Dog too, but look what Dog has in his arsenal.
So does pack a punch that one. See if he can react quick, though. As Twisted Minds, we know when they're tight, they can be very effective. Zone's going to shift away. How much of the town do we hold on to is the big question. VP will be looking for them to go on the outside edge. I think Entropic were hoping and praying that it might come back their way. Full control, though, from Navi. The zone shift away. It gives us a lot more of the town now. And VP, are they looking to go back to back? Can they control the town as they control the outside edge from Taego?
They're in with a chance. Honestly, we said it whenever they were taking the drop. They're not going to have a vehicle, so they needed the zone to keep shifting towards them, and it has. They're in with a great shot of at least at the bare minimum a top 4 finish, because FaZe Clan aren't going to come that way yet. GG are not going to push down from the north just yet. Really, the only thing, the question mark, is if Entropic either come this way, or the likes of Project Extreme, or Extends, who you can see is taking a ton of damage inside the blue, elects to go this way as well.
I'd actually throw FaZe. I think FaZe will move in. I think we might see FaZe trying to hold out Twisted Minds, and then I think it could be a FaZe versus VP. So maybe I'm being biased. Maybe I want FaZe to get themselves a victory. Entropic and Na'Vi are going to fight, right? They haven't got much video time to play unless Na'Vi crash in, but there'd be no reason for them to crash to town. So I think we see a fight on the west. The rest of it's going to come down to here. Solos will eventually go. We're going to see FaZe and VP try and pick as much as they can. GG are my outside bet. They're on the other side of the road. They've got no teams really contending them, so they might get left to their own devices. And we've seen GG, when they sit on the outside edge of zone, they can clear up if they want to, but I think all eyes will be in the middle of the town.
Who moves first? Acalyptos or Schofield? I know Schofield technically has to go first, but does Acalyptos maybe try to jump the gun here?
Yep. There goes that fight. Navi have pushed now. Jenny does go down, so we'll go tune in for that fight. We'll come back to that at the moment, though. Defixo launching the nade over the top. Luke Roxo gets a knockback. So VP causing the damage. That's going to be favouring Navi. They're 4 kills up. Make that 5 now, so they will continue to work for it. Don't think VP can get the confirm. They are trying, but Navi might get a bit of a free kill here.
Yeah, Navi just clearing this whole edge of the circle. It's the right thing to do. Dedrix is still on the very edge, and he's playing behind that Dorito, and that nade's going to spot him. But Dedrix with JS9 will get one, but Navi will take them out. They'll get the res onto Diffix, and we're into our top 6 as Acalyptos did fall at the hands of Schofield.
It did. Schofield will continue the Aqua approach as he will use the river roads towards town. FaZe on the other side here, if they want to think when they identified that Twisted Minds are in that corner, there's that smoke wall between GG and FaZe. Trying to hold out Twisted Minds. Perfected is making the run all the way across. Now he has picked up that P90, so it was the down forward bullet rain. And, giving up a P90 to a team like Twisted Minds, well, that could pack a huge punch for this team. And there's those Doritos right to the middle of the town as Perfectix makes his way over the other side of the road.
The P90 did cost them Batu, though. Batulins went down in order for them to grab it, and Quizzy will do a ton of damage onto Perfectix as he crosses deeper in towards Mayran, and the zone shifts that way again, Mark. VP loving life. They're surely, unless something goes really wrong, they should be getting into the top 2 with a circle.
It's just a powerhouse though again, isn't it? FaZe, they're going to control the outside edge. They've got buildings, but they have to wrap down to the bottom. VP, they will look like hunker down because they think it's going to go to the middle. How much more will Na'Vi get? They've got no team pushing them, but they haven't got much more zone. So how many of those E flares, the Doritos, can they throw out? How much cover they get? Will they identify there's a building in front of them with no one in it? Do they maybe take a risky play, a bit of a roll of the dice actually, and move in? Actually, no, GG say that's ours. You know, you might have your eyes on that, and that's a big play for GG because they know they'll be on the outside in the next one, so they're playing now for center zone.
Yeah, center zone's probably going to be that little street that you can see between GG and VP, so I think that's a really good move for them, and that takes decisions away from Na'Vi. Now, where did Na'Vi decide to crash as they move? They're going to go up to the crossroads. Are they going to take the spot that GG just left? It looks like it. Nixie takes out Schofield, and Na'Vi do exactly that, but Twisted Minds looked like they were waiting on it.
They were, and to be fair, they needed it. They're down some numbers, can't swim underneath that one. So, well, he goes back towards cover. Na'Vi taking the position away, and again, it's the leapfrog away. Saw GG. I think Na'Vi wanted that position GG were in, but they've taken what they can get. The hard cover is they know they don't have the cover on the west side of the zone. Go for an urban ending. It's been a while. Actually, arguably, I think I've seen one here. Not in this town, but on Rondo as a whole. This is very different. Normally we get open train. Normally we have to use the Doritos to fight it out and duke it out. This time we get some hard cover. It's going to keep the numbers up. It's going to be an aggressive ending here.
Yeah, lots of players still alive. So many full complements of team. Na'Vi have everybody up. FaZe do. VP do. GG have got 3 in their arsenal, as do Twisted Minds. So that's, you know, almost a full complement of players as we get towards the end of the game. 18 seconds until that next shift. You expect, Mark, that this is the shift that'll probably kick Na'Vi out.
You say that. Na'Vi have got a secret blessing when it comes down to the zone sometimes. See where it can go. Obviously, the water is playable, though, right? So it's not going to be taken into the algorithm of it's an unplayable terrain, so it's not going to shift away. It does just completely donut up, and yet you do get that Na'Vi shift away. So Na'Vi now going to make something happen. GG made the right call, and they took the opportunity away from Na'Vi quick.
Yeah, and FaZe Clan still have a lot of ground on this side of the circle, but they've got the river that's separating them from where VP are playing. They can cross the bridges. You know, this is... I'm more used to seeing early game fights in this section of the map than I am seeing late ones, but maybe not so in esports, more so in just the regular server. But it's a fun one to watch, and I like FaZe Clan trying to take the high ground by playing on the roofs.
Well, they held off the east, didn't they? So now they know there's no one else lurking behind them. I think they won't drop the ball. I think they'll continue to look back that way. Obviously, if you like us that have got the map, you can see it is clear. Once they then can work forward, they've got the high ground, they've got elevation. They can play a bit of parkour to a degree, but it is a big jump over. There goes some Doritos, and we see them crush people as well. So watch them maybe in an urban train get used to try and pick off FaZe on the roofs. But for now, a little bit of a standoff. FaZe number 8, we are going to go to the dot. The dot will be somewhere between VP and GG. I think they're going to be the ones trying to defend the win. Everyone else, though, is going to be who can make the magic happen.
Yeah, Lou could be really problematic for Na'Vi. This is what I'm waiting for. He's studying for a long time. He's got that level 3 helmet. Yes, it's taken a beating, but it will buy him an extra shot or two from an AR if he gets in a fight with Na'Vi. Na'Vi, if Lou times this perfectly and vaults up as Na'Vi begin to cross the road, this could be genius from Twisted Minds. Gustav gets the first knock from up on high, and all of a sudden, Na'Vi are in a race against the clock. Look, the blue zone is pushing towards Fairs. He's not going to have a lot of time. Oh, what a nade. Good
What a
night.
steal.
What a nade.
What a steal as well. I know it's a bit of a throwaway, but when you've got a launch of nades like that, one is pinpoint accurate from Dante. 5 kills now from GG. Now focusing very much here. Let's see where Lou goes, but Lou goes down. James able to get the nade from him, so he did try to activate himself. The high ground has been favouring now for FaZe. Let's see if they can close it out. 5 teams remain, 15 left on the clock, but there is not much clock remaining.
Yeah, Na'Vi still putting smokes out there across the road, but it's FaZe Clan that's doing a ton of damage. Another nade finds even more damage. James will get the knock, and down they fall. FaZe Clan in the top 4 for what feels like the first time. It's been a long time since we've managed to say good things about them this weekend. All the stacked blue zone nades will not get a knock onto GG, who keep everybody up. Perfectix, the last player standing for Twisted Minds, and FaZe Clan might just want to push across.
Look at that huge play from Fex, though. He used the smoke not as an opportunity to cross, but to deny the shots onto him. I think they'll be looking to try and make the big jump over. I think they want to keep the elevation. Where it comes, Nixie, though, puts Correxy. There's time coming down. Gustav has made the parkour jump. He is on the other side, though. James looking to try and make the jump. He makes the jump, takes a few shots from GG. As FaZe now crossing the river. Has VP left it too late? Correxy left behind. 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. Twisted Minds still lurking with a P90. That is very damaging.
I think that it's okay for VP just yet, but the problem is, don't let James catch you from up on high. Correxy does fall to the blue zone, so it's a 3v4 v 3v1, but the blue zone is now going to force Perfectix out of his position, and Nixie is going to switch to the shotgun. This is really smart from VP.
He's looking to see if he can find them. He knows where they are. There'll be a lot of different sound cues. The smoke will be disturbing it, should we say. Perfectix takes a molly, but he'll run on forwards because he has to get away from the blue, though, because he's looking back the way. 5 kills now for VP. Looking to go back-to-back now as the Doritos now start to rain from the skies above, and it will provide the cover. Gustav, though, picks up Dante. The fight coming on the other side, but it comes back, though, as Rock puts down Gustav.
Yeah, and this is all playing into VP's hands. Rox goes down to 4 HP, and he wants to res his teammates, but the blue zone and the damage he took won't allow it. Michael with a huge nade. FaZe Clan are eliminated, and they sprint towards GG. You still got Twisted Minds alive in the fight, but VP are going to go back-to-back, surely.
Back to back, baby. VP, 19 kill game. It felt aggressive. It felt explosive. But for a long period of time, VP just hunkered on down. They held the town. The zone came back their way. The Doritos came out. And then Michael fully activated. VP will claim that one. That was a very interesting ending. I've not seen an Urban for Rondo for some time.
It's been a while, but that's the end of Rondo. That's the end of the single map rotation for the day as well. We've got 2 trips to Miramar left. We're going to jump into a break. When we come back, it'll be the desert. We'll see you then.
Royal Rondo did not disappoint, and actually didn't disappoint for FaZe Clan fans because they found themselves in an end zone. Love it. Bit of parkour at the top. They had the elevation, but it didn't work out at the end. But it was good to see them driving forward. It felt like FaZe had returned, Felix.
Yeah, good rotation, quick thinking as well. I was kind of worried when I saw they were committing to the city so early. I think it was phase 2 when they rotated towards the eastern side of things, and then I felt like they were kind of trying to rotate away from the city, and then I think a second thought popped up, and they were like, wait a second, maybe this commit isn't all that bad actually, and that's what they did. So like what I saw from FaZe Clan, they obviously benefited quite heavily off of that because of the circle shifting straight back to the city time and time again. But this time around, for one of the first times, they were actually defending it quite well and not losing a player until the very end stages. And also, I've got to give credit to everyone in the late stages. I don't think we've ever seen such a competitive late game. I mean, who did we have alive? We had Na'Vi, we had GG, we had VP, FaZe Clan, and someone else that I'm missing at the top of my mind. Yeah, Twisted Minds. I mean, how more stacked can a lobby get, right? This could have been a PGS lobby right then and there. And so I feel like not a coincidence either that all of these teams survived in a tough zone like this.
Well, do you know what makes it not a PGS lobby? 4 p.m. running round like they're playing ranked, just destroying people. And you called it right. They find themselves in some really interesting spots that is not normal, but it's working.
Yeah, I mean, the same can be said about, I think, so many teams in this instance. I think none of these top teams that I just named either were expecting that to be a city ending, legitimately ending in between, like, the top 3 houses on that northwestern side. I've said it in the meanwhile as well when I was watching that game. I've never seen an ending like this. I don't know about you guys. I've never seen an ending that close, not only to that city, but all around that area. So I think... Yeah, I think they were surprised just as much as I were. Yeah, but good rotations either way. I think what the top teams did there in comparison to all the other teams, and why I wanted to highlight them as well, is they kept their cars alive. And you can tell how much that meant to Na'Vi, for example, GG as well. The only reason they made it inside the city after banking on an outside shift, that was what they were hoping for. Very obviously, you can see the difference in plenty of these rounds when we still have a city in phase 5. You know, they're still hoping for it to shift outwards. But if it doesn't, that's how these top teams were able to stay in that game, right? Making sure they have 3, sometimes even 4. I think that instant was 4 vehicles left alive in phase 7 for Na'Vi. And yeah, it worked out. Sure, they didn't win the round based off of it, but they got some good placement points.
I want to talk about this madness, and I want to talk just before the madness, the actual rotation. Gaming Gladiators, Felix, moved in. I think they knew Na'Vi was looking for that building in front of them, but they took it early. Bit of a smoke wall. They went for a full send. It kind of worked in their favor. Pin doing pin things because he always launches those nades to perfection. But actually, that thought process, a team could have stayed on the outside. Gaming Gladiators didn't have to move. They could have tried to take the shot to Na'Vi, but they fought well ahead and they used the cars and they rotated in as quick as they could.
Yeah, this is an interesting point now because I feel like this isn't touched upon enough. GG has always performed better when they have a lobby of enemies that they can expect what they're playing from, right? When they can anticipate their enemy moves. And that's easier when you have experienced teams as opponents as well. And I'm not only talking experience, I'm talking internationally experienced teams. Because at that point, these guys are internationally experienced themselves, right? They've been around the scene for forever. And I feel like the only really times we've seen GG struggle much is when that doesn't happen, right? When you have a lot of qualified teams in there, maybe teams that haven't even qualified yet. We saw it in some of the PEC calls as well, for example. And at that point, I think it becomes really interesting. GG in a lobby like this should be shining more, and that's what we're seeing here as well. So I'm interested to see how that's going to change in the rest of the year, because obviously this is not the end of the year for them just yet. They need to perform more. We've seen lineup changes even in the midst for that organization itself, even in this year. So I think it's going to be important for them to keep on performing like they have right here. And yeah, touching on these rotations as well, I think that's a perfect example of it, right? They know how the rest of the teams would position themselves inside the city as well. They know how much space they can take. And they can anticipate that no one else is really doing a move that's unnecessary, that brings them into unnecessary danger, and that's why they were able to rotate so smooth.
Felt a bit weird though, Gibson, actually having Twisted Minds and Na'Vi in an end zone, because it's hasn't been the case for Rondo yet, has it? Because they consistently hot drop, and well, we know why, because it's not just about this event, it's not just about this round, it is a bigger picture. But it felt really different. Twisted Minds came in from one side, Na'Vi came in the other side, but it was quite aggressive. How does it tie up though with the leaderboard, Gibson? Well, Twisted Minds, yeah, they're up there. Na'Vi are chasing down though.
Yeah, Na'Vi on 73 points, but look at the lead that VP have now over the rest of the chasing pack. Remember, 57 points was the highest point tally for any team yesterday. VP are on path to smash that after 5 maps for the second day. That is how great they have been. Look, they've come to life. We joked about it yesterday, time and time again. They weren't playing well. They weren't getting into late circles. They weren't winning gunfights. And ever since, like, was it map 5, map 6 yesterday to now, they've been phenomenal.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to talk about my competition or where I'm giving my G coins, but what a really good insight for me is the community vote. VP has had 8 votes so far. Eight people out in the community want them or think they're going to take the win, and one for Gaming Gladiators, which is huge. It's very, very different. Now, FedEx, they were going to go in towards Miramar, can be a bit of a slower map. Addictions, though, because some teams do prefer Miramar.
I gotta be honest, I said this before. I think FaceClan needs to step up even further. This time around, they didn't really had the option to take more risks. I'm expecting that to change now going into Miramar. We've seen it yesterday as well, especially in the first 2 matches. FaceClan likes to play early, even if they don't get the zone. They like to push teams away depending on their phase 1 entry. And if that happens, man, I'm excited to see them play, because once more, we haven't really seen FaceClan turn up the way we were hoping for them to turn up in these grand finals. And they're one of the teams that now, realistically, going into the tournament, we said had chances, but it isn't really anywhere close to the top team. So, yeah, a big round is needed, and I think that's going to come.
Well, I can tell you what's coming. It is going to be Miramar Day. Match 5 of 6, though. It's underway. We have to say goodbye to you, but we have to get straight into things, though. The sandy dunes of Miramar, obviously, with the flight path, though, coming in from that south to southwest up towards the northeast. It does favour, though, Gibson this time. More of a south to southeast. Maybe the blessings will be for a zone shift towards the centre.
You know, both circles yesterday kind of ended up around Minas and Los Leones, and that's that's certainly on the cards with the circle that we have. I want to see what we got last weekend. I want another Drumstick Island, Prison Island finish to get us ready for the final day of action. 2 trips to Miramar, though, to finish us off. It'll see the tempo of the day slow down, and for some of these teams, that might not be a bad thing, Mark.
Yeah. That's what I see. Playing done. Did we get any hot drops? I don't think so. Just a bigger map in the arguments and well rehearsed. Interesting phase going down for that resort. Though, 4 p.m. I think no matter how hard they try, they can't get out from 7th place at the moment. They push, they chase. Nixie even beeps and says goodbye. But they can't shake 7th spot. You nearly shake Nixie down to 1 shot, but doesn't quite get that final connection. Great shots from Seifu. It didn't quite work out that way.
Yeah, only 3 teams have more kills than 4 p.m. Like, it tells you how impressive they've been with their guns. It's just the placement points. Like, I'm looking at the leaderboard again. 14 placement points after 11 maps. They're just averaging over 1 placement point a map, which does not make for a tournament win at all.
Doesn't make for a tournament win. It's the balance, though, isn't it? It is the balance. You need to get both sides. You need to get the placement points, or at least a consistent level of placement points, and then the kills to match. And this is what we spoke about earlier with the phase. Phase normally get high amounts of kills, and they've been struggling a bit on the placement points. So it feels like I've got their kills back. It feels like they're drumming up those kills again, but they got the placement, though, in that last one. Let's wait and see. Zone shift, though, does go quite early on the flight path, pushes towards the northwest, does hold on to El Pozo, but does mean there's a line drawn across. All the teams are in the south quadrant of it. No one is in the northwest. So opportunities now for teams to wrap round if they take the early movement game. Teams like Lol W, even arguably teams like Na'Vi, they might move early. BBT might even go all the way around to their normal drop spot up in that north side before rotating down. All eyes, though, on Bullet Rain. I pray they get away with not taking the early fight, because they have the option on the other side, that west rotation.
Yeah, and they've only got 1 placement point this whole week so far, and they're, with this circle, with the options that they have, they should be taking full advantage of their drop spot. Brain Lag, they're pretty much center of the circle, maybe a little bit south of it with their normal drop spot, but I don't feel like it's the best position to play long term. I feel like that farm that you see in the hills above it, just north of their position's a much better position to build your game from. But I agree with you completely. Teams like BB Team, LOL W, maybe even Primal, they can rotate all the way north and make their way in for El Pozo. Na'Vi could do the same, but Mark, we've seen more often than not, they do like to pick up their way in on circles like this.
Yeah, and with Impani, you normally most of the time will get one out of there to see if they can find it though. With the time to be done, looks like Entropic though. They've got the first knock. There's the first confirmed. So first point on the board. 63 players remain, and Entropic closing their grip down on a 2-2 split that Pennywise might want to give up.
What do you make of Pennywise this weekend? Because last
Not as
weekend
strong as normal.
Pennywise was great, but it's just not got going at all. And he's got a chance now to show us what he can do with a shotgun and a 1v2 via Entropic.
I don't think it's what he's doing. I think the team are just getting caught out on rotations, on early fights. We've got to remember, Brainlag were a team that was in late game, Gibson. They weren't in the early fights. They found themselves central compound. They were able to fight their way out. It felt like the finals before for me. They are stuck in a fight with less than 4 minutes 30 in.
Yeah, but Pennywise has got the 1897 in his hands, and we all know you get your 2 shots, you line it up perfectly, and you'll do some real damage. But he's got 3 to hit now, because 3 members of Entropic are ready to move. He's going to hear the windows break. Chances are they're going to maybe push from the other side, Mark, based on the way that they're going through these buildings, but I feel for Pennywise. I would be really shocked if he gets out of this alive.
Well, I think that's what he's bagging on at the moment. He's standing in front of the door. People think he's mad, right? But the shot's coming over there. That was forcing Entropic to the other side. If that's the case, it'd be better for him because he's got the position. But it depends on how many times. They're now coming on the fire, though, from other teams. Here comes the push. Oh, he missed the first. He gets the second. He gets the third. 4 times a charm. Oh, my God. 4 shots, 3 down. That's not bad. Pennywise, you asked him to activate Gibson. He can't deliver any more than that.
The minute I say I don't think he's going to get out of it alive, and he does, that's huge. And that's where the shotgun makes its value. I love that for him.
The fact he missed the first shot as well, they knew exactly where it was, and they just went rolling in, even jumping in to the shotgun. And Pennywise, well, he's going to be able to bag himself. And look, brain lag, there was no brain lag in there from Pennywise. Arguments of brain lag was on the side of Entropic.
Yeah, VP rotating now. You see them go through Knights and just past Eternal Fire as they look for their home, going through the center of the... Yeah, let's look at that again. Let's watch
go
it.
production.
Give us slow motion. Give us slow motion. Come on.
It's the first shot.
Oh, we're getting a slow motion. He misses one. Head obliterated. Head almost obliterated. And the jump shot. That is so good from Pennywise.
And he checks the door off again as well, waiting for the fourth to come in. That there, give or take, is a squad wipe. GG's Pennywise.
Play of the tournament?
Play of the tournament. No, Beamy's double tap, airborne. That's still for me, but that's close. That is close up there. Let us know what you think in chat. Is that up there in the Hall of Fame, though, for Protality? Season number 9, Emie tore 2 of your favourite shots so far.
You know what I need? I need Vox's POV from his bolt out of the side of the car and map number 1 as well.
Oh, today. That was disgusting.
That was nuts. Driving the opposite direction, hanging out the side of a car with a bolty straight to the dome. Vox, if you're watching this, which I hope you're not, because you should be playing, I need to see that later on today.
Depends if he's underneath the tornado gusses, but there's definitely a gust for that one.
Honestly,
that shot. That was a great shot.
Like, what sort of excuse is that? Couldn't play because a tornado went through his town. Come on.
Okay.
Like,
With those shots, he just had to let the lobby just catch up. That's it. He just wanted a day off. That's what it was.
Look,
now they're going to come back, and it's going to be the underdogs
it's a
story. Well, they've got a bit of an underdogs because they have to rotate quite far in.
That's why you got to get those like little mounts on the floor so you can like lock in. Make sure you're locked into the mount on the floor. Your PC as well. Tornado go through, and you're not going to go
Imagine
anywhere.
if he had a cam.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had a cam on LAN and we can just see the rest of his background disappearing. But he is store playing, store tucking people in. But we know Vox will be good for it. Still making the calls under the pressure of a tornado. The guys will be chasing things down. Arguments they have to now continue to chase because we are over the halfway point of the finals. They need to get away. They're in the money point, but they want to get more in their back pockets. So they want to keep driving forward. I would not expect anything more from 4 p.m. Just to keep that W key down and keep on pushing.
Yeah, FaZe Clan looking over the ridgeline now as they have an eye on what the members of Bullet Rain are doing. Remember, Bullet Rain have only been in the top 8 once. They've not been in the top 6 at all at any point. And I'm talking about endgame in this case, not in table. I suppose you could argue they've not been in those positions in the table yet either. But I know, like, we know these players. Anyone who focuses on Nordic PUBG and in Norway in particular are going to know these players. Yes, they don't usually play together as a 4. They kind of play for different teams, but they're very talented individuals. They play at the highest division in that region. Iro is insane. Crossberg and Korpsbag put in a lot of good work a lot of the times, but I think that the big problem that they kind of have here, Mark, is just the chemistry. Because they all play for different teams normally, they're coming into a lobby like this. Mechanically, they can hang. It's just when you're playing against a team who practice and scrim every single day of the week, for multiple hours, they're just going to outmaneuver you because they've got a better, sense of team play.
Yeah, it's all about team play. All about team play. This is a team game. 4 up. You need guns matter. Zone shifts as well. Call it right and make sure you've got a mechanical skill set to be able to deliver it. But for now, Project X have found themselves in the middle. Primal on the south side. The east side, as Navi rapid on the south side. Most teams will be happy. I think they'll be eager and watching, waiting to see exactly where this zone will tighten its way down. Would a donut be best case scenario? Most probably. I think we're going to see an aggressive shift though, because it is Miramar.
You have donuts in the brain, man, after somebody said earlier on, does anyone like donuts? Of course you do. We love a good donut circle. I think, tell you who would love a donut circle here is Batu, with Batulins playing up on top of the hill, getting the information. Well, not quite up as far north as he normally is, but he's still in a position where he can get tons of information. He would love this to center up around him. And it ain't far off.
No. It's not far off, and that's their drop spot, isn't it? So Batulins are taking the higher ground here. Primal have moved their way in. They'll be happy. Primal, I think, do they give up the split? Does Daz move back? Maybe try and defend the higher ground. If anyone tries to elevate from Picardo. On the other side, though, Monty on the west. Bullet Rain having a look over here. Johnny has pitched, poised, and waiting with that Panzer. I think he's waiting for Lol W to come steamrolling down that road, but not quite the case. Looks like Bullet Rain's coming in for him. And 4 p.m. Well, they arrived at the south side of the zone. Now they have the next target in front of them. Knights rotating just in front.
Yeah, 4 p.m. though. They're in a great spot. Bullet Rain could be in a bit of trouble. Yanni's nearby for Entropic. He's got the Panzerfaust in his hands, and just over the ridgeline is Lol W scouting out the warehouse. Lots of noise being made by the Murado. They're going to turn tail and maybe focus somewhere else. And that's a lovely shot from Crossberg. He'll get the knock on to Schengen. And maybe now we'll start to see the real Bullet Rain.
Yep. Raining bullets on towards Lol W. Do they know the bullets might be coming from the Panzer from Gianni? They're taking the main warehouse, but not so much more. Now, I've seen a lot of you making the guesses of the winners late in game. I want to see the guesses early, guys. If you want to guess, if you want to be in a chance to win a 1,500 G coin, all you need to do is put the tag of the team in. So, for example, Lol W is nice and easy because it is Lol W, but for Entropic, you need to put EIQ. If you think Gianni is going to win this game, you need to get it in chat now. Let's see what you can do with the Panzer. Not much. He's giving away his position. Gianni's down for a one-shot now, nade in hand, but he's got Bullet Rain pushing on it.
No shotgun, though. He's not in the same position that we saw a little bit earlier from Pennywise, so he'll just smoke it off. Stolen grenades there. Corpse Bag's going to step through, and he catches him. Didn't get the first aid off in time. Bullet Rain will eliminate Entropic. First 16 teams go to 15, and Bullet Rain get another point on the board.
There's a bullet point on the board. It is maybe a late showing for Bullet Rain. I'm quite low down that leaderboard table at the moment, aren't they? But Navi wrapping their way in. They're coming to self-control for them. They are pretty spread at the moment. There's 2 aren't pretty tight, but then we do see the other remaining 2 a little bit further afield. Yeah, perfect time. Thank you very much. GG. They're going to work their way in still. BB got a great control. You mentioned Twisted Minds already. Great 2-2 split. And Primal did collapse up as well. So they are holding that south side. That means Gibson, more teams are going to be on the west. And the east might get away for a late zone.
It's funny that we've got so many teams on the west when you consider that the circle shifted west. You thought you'd have most of the teams heavy on the east side, but with the terrain, with the rotates teams have taken, we actually find ourselves now with most of the teams over on the west. Batu is still up on the high ground, scouting everything out, having a good idea what's going on. VP not too far away from the center of the circle. Picado being held by, or the edge of Picado at least being held by Eternal Fire. I'm going to ask you now, I'm going to ask you early. Are we getting a three-peat? The VP go back to back to back?
I shall not name the named team that might win it, because that would be content cursing them. I think they're in a good spot. I think the next shift will be very dependent. Does it go towards that top side, or does it play towards the south? The guys have made a decision, and we see a bit of a split here from the teams. I think they're in a really good spot, but it is not going to be like the last game for them. Oh, mate, it's gone straight into center. Yes, I'm going to say yes now without zone shift. I reckon we're going to have VP tripled up.
Love it. I genuinely would love to see them go back to back to back, because it just shows that a team is dominating whenever they're able to do something like that. Lol W, the Boom's not going to be dominating anymore in this map because he's got taken down by Dante. There's a point on the board for GG, who are hunting down VP. It's getting very close between the top three, but there is a little gap starting to appear between the top three and Na'Vi, who are playing on the south side of the circle. If you're Lurex, though, one thing I'll always say about Miramar, there's always
a shack.
Or there's always a dip. There's somewhere that you can always be there.
He's quite central as well. He needs to get up the high ground a little bit, so it's going to play back down, surely. So I think he's put himself on the right side of the rock, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot of teams don't having a fight. We've only lost one. 15 teams, 54 players left alive. And as I said before, if you want to get your bet in the chat, make sure you're being a chance to win it. You've got to put in the team tag to be in a chance to win 1,500 G coins. So make a call. What you're thinking, while you're doing it, don't forget, give our love and support to all the sponsors. Esports 360, Protality, and Bing Esports. Make sure you give them all a follow on the social medias as well.
Our producers just told us that we are caster cursing hard this game. I obviously made the call about Pennywise. Very unlikely he'd get the triple earlier. And then you said to type Entropic in chat, and a second later they were gone. This is rough.
Yeah, well, I just have to give an example, personally, but I backed Pennywise. No, to be fair, I didn't. I think he was well out at that point. And Tropic did drop the ball, but you can never turn your back on the shotgun. But look, what do we know? We're just the caster. Production do everything behind the scenes. We're just reading their script. That's it. They've given us a script that is setting us up.
And I'm not sad, by the way. People are asking why I'm sad. I'm not sad.
You're sad because Pennywise didn't go out as you said.
I'm sad because there's only one day left. That's what it is. One day of action left inside of the Brutality Tour. But Na'Vi, no kills. Plenty of points, though. 73 so far over the course of the weekend. But as I said, starting to slip away from the teams that are up at the top. They're looking over. Baron's been spotted out, but Phase 3 is about to become Phase 4. And Na'Vi, well, they want to be moving whenever it pops so they can get really good priority over some of the spots that are not taken already, which is very few and far between.
Well, yeah, prior spots are very limited now. Na'Vi know this, and now they're going to go on crashing on in. FaZe Clan here. Vex, well, he pops a few shots, but he goes for the safety of cover. He launches the mollies, trying to stop the avenue. Whoa, Corexi puts down one. Ferris, though, does get Vex down, but the pressure's coming through. Nade goes around the back. He doesn't want to ensure there's no one lurking around there. Is he going to play peekaboo? Nade does go off. He perfectly peeked round at the time, but he's applying the pressure. Been confirmed. Unfortunately, though, for Na'Vi, I don't know if they're going to be able to get that res, but Corexi posts that nade perfectly.
Oh, shotgun at the ready, and Hakatori with the DBS will take down Corexi, and he is gone now as well. Na'Vi sticking the res, by the way. They are going to get away with it after that second little push came through, and now FaZe Clan down to just 2 players left alive. It's James and Gustav, and Na'Vi they've got the scent of blood. Pennywise and co, they're now getting a bit of a push from Fine. Come on. Pennywise and co.
It's not Pennywise and co, it's brain lag. It was just a brain lag for the other guys not getting over in time. That's what it was. Great nade, though, comes through from Gustav. We know these two can pack a punch as well. They refuse to go down. Diffix pushing pointer. 4PM, what are you doing? Third party central. They're going full sender, but they're feeling the wrath from Hakatori's DBS.
Yeah, the DBS, the dirty big shotgun, doing a number again, and James has used the opportunity to close the distance as he wants to catch.
Surprise!
He catches him, no! The nade hits him, but there's the trade. Fairest will get the kill. Gustav will be the next one to follow it in. Welcome to the madhouse. Welcome to the fun house, Spark. This is brilliant.
What is going on? Gustav, though, peeks the wrong way. Na'Vi go down safely. The one-man army's not here to be seen, though. He's leaving it down to Beamy. Beamy comes out. He goes down. One shot, though. Gustav got to try and claim anything he can as Seifu eventually arrives into the action. A 1 versus 1, might say, as Baron will even the odds as this three-way battle will commence. That was ensured destruction, and Pennywise and co surviving out.
Yeah, I hope everyone paid for that show, because that was certainly worth the entry fee. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Come on, Gustav.
Can't get out there, Gustav.
Yeah. Go to the next one.
No, don't go to the next one. Safely will know. He senses the presence. Seifu clearly took a phone call at that time, because that's not like his game style. He would normally be the first in, and he was the first out of his freeway battles. Global Army. Well, he lets Gustav know there's another party here. Now, they don't want to take on Gustav in solo. 3 kills for FaZe. Looking to try and get another one. No great sprays. He will now go for the nade. He's got another one after this one if he does launch it. So if he wants to double stack, he can. He needs to get the reload on first, and you might need a little bit more ammo before taking on the fight.
Yeah, this is. I'm honestly so impressed by just the fact that FaZe can't full set it. You know, they like. Global Army, money
You're
on.
going to get production on us again. Yeah, because you bigged up FaZe at the end and he just denied from a grenade. So no more. Put it right on the outside. Project X though, where they're going to try and make their push forward after losing one towards Pennywise and Co. But for now, they got to climb the mountain. GG on top. Twisted Minds have backed away slightly. The zone should start to give away from the high ground. I think these teams are getting repositioned, ready to go. As BB, there you go. They're already in the cars, ready to shift. There's that shift we're talking about. Goes down towards the south. VP sitting nice and firm, but they're on a 2-1-1 split. A crash could potentially happen. Needs Michael, needs Quizzy to defend their individual compound strong.
Yeah, but there's no real car. Max switching bullets doesn't get the chance to get some shots off, but Bullet Rain, 3 kills on the board, looking to hunt their second set of placement points of the whole tournament so far. Batu will fall at the hands of Levante as we're seeing everybody start to get involved on the kill feed now, but keep an eye on BB team. You've got LolW Lurex, the only player left alive for that team. Presente is just behind them and might be able to third party on the other side. BB team just got to be careful they don't become the filling of a sandwich.
It's difficult zone. It's going to give it the high ground, isn't it? LolW just on the outside. BB team looking to try and work their way down, but they haven't got the information, have they, Gibson? They've only just kind of arrived at the edge here, so they'll be waiting for the teams to rotate round. They're going to try and gather as much intel as possible. Then they have a great idea that Twisted Minds are up here because Batonis is always there, so got to think on their feet now.
Yeah, Perfectix tags LolW just a little bit as Lurex will fight, and there's the bicycle from Example coming to give some extra cover. Lou, he knows exactly where BB team are, but they're looking at this way as well. Lurex, watch your need arm, like, little short.
I think he took a tab, so ducked his way back in. Just demands some 2 kills. Example with a P90. I think he's going to try and end there. BB trying to work their way down, but they're becoming part and parcel of the abyss of the others. VP, though, taking apart our brain lag. As Phil First will end his life with his own molly. He will fall down as well. Difficult for a lot of teams to rotate in. Phase number 5, though. 8 teams remain. Unfortunately, LW, they will not be in the placement points.
It's another game with no placement points on the board as that's a great nade. Does a lot of damage. But still, people back on the feet. Twisted Minds, 3 kills so far. Lou's the only one on the team that doesn't have one confirmed. An Example will go for the pickup. Get Perfectix into cover. Get the res off. BB team, a doozies down and out. Spyro, not quite sure if they'll manage to get that res off unless Besto starts to up the pace just a little bit. But there's 22 players, and let's look at that replay again.
It's the fact he went in, looked both ways, like crossing the road, and then it happened yet again. Gustav had to do the same. He peeked his head in, and he peeked the wrong way, but he backed outside, and they unfortunately for Na'Vi, they did line up. I am surprised Seifu wasn't here. I don't think he'll mind me calling them out for that because he's normally an aggressive player and he should have been right in front of that combat.
He was doing weights in the gym. That's why he wasn't there for that fight.
Oh, that's it. That was what it was. He was giving a call back to the gym just to get him to set the bench up.
Presente is in a race against time to get into the circle. He'll take one more. That little tick of HP he got from the boost got him inside. But how much longer will he survive from this point? Because Twisted Minds hear him pulling up. They know he's right there.
Yeah, I don't think he's be able to get his medal on anybody in time. Zone shift away. Who we got in zone? We've got Knights in the south, Eternal Fire with a little split, and VP. What, Project X? What time do they come in? Twisted Minds the same. Like, where do you wrap in as well? It'd be very difficult. I think Twisted Minds are the right thing. They're going to clear win or die now. And the Greeks are going to deny the Greeks as they run each other over before setting up. I think just reminding everyone that they're up here. It's going to be a huge wrap down. That petrol garage is not in, so where do they go? There's nothing unless they go for a crash or they go for a really wide wrap.
Surely they're going to crash. Surely you got to crash VP at this point. There's nowhere else to play. If you try to wrap too far to the north, you'll go towards Twisted Minds. You know that they'll be pushing from that side of the map, so it's really the only option that you got. Knights actually have a great spot. There's Petulans will catch out Michael, who extended a little bit too far away from the God compound, and that'll take a big chance of the VP back to back, the three-peat out of their hands, and it might open the opportunity. Come on, Extreme. Crash VP. No!
Oh, no, the car didn't really work out, did it? There's one, there's two, free time. Oh, it just gets away with it. Knights still one. VP do get the other. And yeah, the unfortunate for Michael, he's been a bit aggressive. He's been an outstanding star today already, but he was looking to set up for that. And I think that knock from Twisted Minds changed the course of where Project X was going to go. Project Extreme, they wanted to take the Extreme. I think they were thinking about wrapping around though, if I'm honest with you.
And Dixie. Still in this position, Lugarux will get that kill confirmed. 4 now for VP with 3 players left alive inside the top 5. Project X with just Acalyptos left, but he's got to move inside the circle now as he's outside the zone. Twisted Minds got to do the same, but Knights and VP positionally are in a great spot, but if Twisted Minds can just push down and start forcing their will upon Eternal Fire, but Knights are going to ruin that plan as well.
Well, they're in a good position. They can sit back, relax, and they can take as many shots, especially for these teams coming off the top edge. Rectic's looking to try and get a peekaboo over the top. He does get Manco. Marco's in the smoke. Does he know the other player, though, for Eternal Fire's right underneath? He's going to pop a smoke because he's just going to use the time now to move on in. I don't think Twisted Minds have got the intel, but 7 kills out of a very difficult shift is not bad for them.
Is not bad at all. Lou, will he get rezzed? I don't quite know. Project Extreme will go down to the blue. Lou will fall as well. And now you can see the Code Marco got a bit of hard cover, but 2 members of Twisted Minds holding the door down. Quepa, though, pushes up and he gets the knock on to Perfectix. Big plays from Quepa. Batu will retort with a nade, but it bounces the wrong way.
It hit the car. It hit the car and bounced away. That's so unfortunate. It was literally pinpoint accurate for Jordan. He sees the shadow though, and that's enough for him. The M4 is going to put him down. U2 is coming back, but they're down to a 2. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2. VP still centralized up, and arguably the zone shifting away. Knights might need to try and make the crash or make something happen now as the zone has moved further afield.
Yeah, now Knights need to push up to the edge of the road, but VP really in with a chance of getting another win. But there is a crate weapon there. Global Army should be able to gather that as Nixie will add another kill to the VP tally, which is slowly but surely beginning to increase. Twisted Minds outside the circle once more, but the real question is, where do they go from here? They're going to have to play the snake game. They're going to have to find a dip or a divot or something to hide themselves inside Eternal Fire. I just think they're SOL.
Difficult. It's difficult. Marco, 6 kills. Do you maybe he's got 2 meds? He can't really out meds. I don't know. Like, I think Knights have positioned their cars really, really well. You're not getting any further. So I think it's now a case of, can he get any more knocks and confirms? Using the cover as well, but I think this is a ticking time bomb, unfortunately, for Eternal Fire.
SOL. That's all I'm going to say, Mark. I can't say the words out loud, but I can give you the abbreviation. Marco takes a headshot, dips back into cover once more, but here comes the blue. Knights or Twisted Minds both want the point. Marco, you can pick or choose. Do you want to give the point to Knights? Do you want to give the point to TM? Or do you want to deny? Or do you go down swinging? Well, going to give it to the Knights. Global Army picks it up. Turk on Turk action.
So it's about. Yeah, it's the right way. I think if he got a knock, I don't think he would have moved. I think he would have gone down towards zone. Platoon is now under pressure. Knights taking the ridge. Hazard, obviously, with that anchor play. He now gives that up as his zone shifting in. Phase number 7. 3 versus 3 versus 2. Example is going to get Battalions back up, but the smoke will soon dissipate. VP haven't edged out just yet because the Knights will punish here. Who's going to take this one? You've got to let us know in chat, though. And don't forget, put the abbreviation in. Is it going to be Knights? Is it going to be VP? Or are we going to see Twisted Minds do something special?
I don't. Last time I said I don't see it happening.
Don't do it, mate.
The opposite happened. Are Twisted Minds about to prove me wrong once more? Both players almost in perfect sync. There's the blue zone. Phase 8 goes back towards Navi once more. It's their game to lose. Unless Quizzy falls at the hands of Twisted Minds, this really should be their game to lose. If Knights win it, they will have earned it.
In controlled. It's been on the south side for some time. I know fellas going to be talking about the rotation, how they work their way in. It has been an element of control for them. So wait and see how it's going to close out, though. It's going to go to the dot. VP, they're in the driving seat now. The zone came back their way. They're waiting for that shift off the high ground. And it has held out. Now, they did lose one. Michael got his hands caught slightly in the cookie jar as he was trying to stop or gain those kills from Project X before they came off the high ground. But for now, a little bit of a standoff.
But there's Nixie with the dragon off. And oh my god, Example is going to take the head of Global Army. Twisted Minds fall. It's a 3 versus 2 now as Baron will get the res to bring us back to a 3v3. Laza on the other side to capture any VP overextension. And I don't think VP are going to fall into that trap. They're going to hold it. They know that Knights will have to come up over the road at some point. They do not want to feed those points away.
Points will make prizes. They're on the top. And I suppose get another chicken dinner under the belt. 30 points alone from placement. Back to back to back. If they
Where's
can close
Nixie
now.
going?
Nixie's on the run, but he doesn't know there's an MK on the other side. But not a lot of bullets. Might be enough to take down 3, but he can't be whistling shots past. He needs to get the connection. He might go back to look for a revest. Nope, there's no vest. There's no lid there. You're going to have to take this one. 3 versus 3. It's match number 5 and 6. Who's going to take it? I'm still favouring my VP team.
Yeah, if I'm Laza, I'm probably a little sickened that Baron took those shots because he was lining it up with the Dragonov. But hey ho, it's all about timing everything perfectly as Nixie continues to just snake his way. Imagine he DC'd now and it's just him crawling his way to the blue. That would be unfortunate to say the least. But at some point, Nixie is going to play his cards.
Yeah, Nixie's going to edge blue. They're not even thought about it either. They just assume they're all in the compound. Have they heard him now? I think they might have heard him. Has he made the sound cue? Because they did look, all of them look back that way. I think the guys need to make some noise in the compound. They need to call this one. They need to draw the attention, the eyes, because if Nixie's going to make something happen, well, unfortunately for Knights, they've got to be aggressive. They've got to come over. Now to play. There it comes. Nixie, sit tight. Get the guys out as they cross the road. Shots will come through. There's one. VP activate. There's 2 final player, and I have no idea that Nixie's still on the edge of blue.
Nixie with the big brain play. Now they're hunting for Laza. It's 1 for the money. It's 2 for the show. 3 to get ready. Are you ready, VP? Go. They are on it. They are getting 19 more points.
Again.
Huge.
It's like, right, how many people we got left in the lobby? Okay, there's enough for us to get the kills and get the chicken dinner. 19, let's go. But back to back to back. Huge placement points, though, from VP. Already top of the table, looking to skyrocket themselves, though. One more game remains. We'll take a quick break, though, as game 6 will get loaded. Well. The funhouse began on Miramar as multiple teams came crashing in. I'm sure that is the best place to start. We can talk about the zone, we can talk about VP going back to back. But it was the funhouse that I was interested in the most. And it was interesting that the teams run in and both of them looked the wrong way 2 times over, but got away with it. FaZe came out victors for a period of time. I'm still questioning where the hell was Seifu, because that definitely was not like him. He would have been the first person in the funhouse.
Yeah, and I mean, that's so in character for everything that we've seen coming out of 4 p.m. so far, right? Them hearing these shots, and we saw it in the last game especially, them hearing these shots, debating for a brief period of time, actually, whether or not they should breach. But as soon as that fight really kicked off me at the first couple of trades, I believe the second time, actually, one of the FaZe players has been taken down and knocked. That's when the push actually got activated. But it started even way before that. And you guys said it as well. I think 4 shots, 3 knocks. How more can he do?
Leroy!
Massive. Absolutely crazy.
In.
Why
did you come jumping in? Why? It's not the game for me jumping in. Yeah, 4 shots, 3 knocks.
I can understand him jumping in there, actually. I usually, if you do want to dodge these, it's just the timing has to be a little bit better. They have to be just a tiny bit closer together. But then again, honestly, these types of situations, they just happen. You can only do so much against a shotgun like that, especially if Rainlag just plays it perfectly. And I do believe after that first player has been taken down, there was no way to retreat anyways, right? You gotta go for the trade. And that's the fight I was talking about earlier. I mean, what a performance coming up from Gustav here again. He savages as much as they can, but we said it time and time again. This is not the round that the FaZe Clan has had problems with, right? This is the typical kind of round where they just salvage as much as they can, and it works for them, right? They get a couple of placements. They almost never had a 0-point round, but the big ones, that's where it really went missing for FaZe Clan throughout the entirety of the grand finals so far. The really big rounds that they just need to win, and they've been consistently centered up. They didn't have 2 bad zones today in comparison to yesterday, and they still couldn't make it work in this round. Unfortunately, no different. The one team that looks for Circle Center almost every single time is VP, and this time around, they had a pretty easy round 2. I gotta say it like it is. I mean, phase 1 sitting in that compound, phase 2 getting the circle shift, and I think from that point onwards, everyone knew this was VP's game to lose.
Look at Nixie though there. He crawled the whole way there. It's not an easy zone when you crawl the whole distance, but this was so critical at the end though, Felix, because they had no idea. There's one. They all looked that way at one point as well, but they just didn't pick up. 1, 2, and then it was Nixie driving forward. Great play from VP. Great close from them, and yet again another win.
Yeah, good start from VP. I'm not too surprised, because I said it during the group stages as well. To me, they're the most disciplined team right now, apart from Twisted Minds. And we just haven't seen enough of them over the course of the last months to really solidify their position. I think people are still more surprised than they should be with how well these guys play. I keep on saying it. To me, they're the most, sometimes even more consistent than Twisted Minds at times. Now, that's a big stretch, but at times, I feel like the first phases, and that's what the point I'm trying to make, that even the first phases is why VP is so strong. And these 3 phases, they seem to be a little bit more passive than Twisted Minds, but in return, sometimes a little bit more consistent. Less fights happening, losing players less and less because they want to. We saw it as well yesterday, for example, in that Miramar game where they got pushed out of by 4 p.m. They want to have all 4 players alive under any and all circumstances. I think any other team would have fought for that hillside because you do not mess with our rotations. But VP is not a team to do that. They wanna keep playing every single round as 4. They want to be as consistent as humanly possible, and they're doing exactly that. And I like their playstyle. I like their players. I think together with the fragging power they have, that playstyle kind of suits both ways, right? If you do not get the circle, if worse comes to worse, even for a team like VP that plays centralized, you can still fight your way in, and you're not at a disadvantage against absolutely anyone.
Gibson, I'll come back to a point that you made. And folks, I agree with 100%, but you made a point quite early on in the game, Gibson, where a lot of teams were surprisingly on the west. And very, very surprised now because of the zone shift. We would have expected teams to play in that south-southeast, but a lot of these teams having to take that rotate. That then forced a lot more action, though, a little bit early on than if they would have played in, I suppose, the safer route or the normal route coming in on the southeast corner.
Yeah, it surprised me whenever everyone moved that way. It was almost like a massive case of groupthink where everybody saw the zone shift in west. And they were like, we're all going to go like this all the way around to the side. And then it goes back that way. And honestly, it was kind of the teams that didn't really move outside of phase 1 and 2 that found themselves in the top 4, like Twisted Minds. They didn't move very far away from where they dropped. VP, they didn't move very far away from where they dropped. It was almost the teams that just kind of didn't play their cards too early that got themselves in a scenario where they could win the game. And you got to give credit to Knights too. Like, Knights, they kept their noses clean. They got themselves in the top 2. I think they played that circle perfectly.
Yeah, I can agree more. Look, last game, FedEx, last chance, last call, last team you can dub out. Who are you going to go for?
I like to say VP again. I think that'd be a record in any finals that we've seen this year, at least when it comes to international tournaments. But that's the good thing about VP, right? But the way they play, they set themselves up for wins, so you can never go wrong. But I'm not going to take VP. I said little W earlier. Unfortunately, they didn't really use that chance on the northeastern side. But everything what we've seen so far, Miramar, I do go with a Turkish team again, and I think you know what? Maybe it's a far stretch, but I want to see the Knights once again perform, and this is a good taste of what they can do late game. We saw the tough rotation that they had even getting to this point, and they made it work. Lots of fighting around their southeastern side. Not easy fights either. There's a lot of third party potentially coming in from the northern side, obviously because of the high ground areas, but they made it work. So feel free to give me more of that. Feel free to give me more Turkish accents. EF as well. Knights or EF. That'd be my guess.
Well, you've heard it. EF and Knights going out. They're not going to get the win. Thank you very much, Felix. We'll see you straight after this game, though, because it is the final game. Flight path, though, is a northwest down towards a south-southeast, right through the heart and soul. That is our Miramar. But Felix has another point. The Turkish teams do perform really, really well on Miramar from what I see. And actually, I think Knights are in a good chance because they do get that centralized drop. They're going to be going for Picardo. So give or take any style of zone they get, they're not going to be too far away from it or in the center, Gibson.
No, I think you're bang on with that one. I think the teams will be pretty close to the center. The question I have for you is, the VP find a way to formulate a plan to get another win in a row? See what I did there?
Yeah, I know, but I've got to think about, are they going to get it 4 times? It'd be outstanding. It'd be outstanding if they do get it, because it means they'll be on a huge amount of points. Does that make them become a target tomorrow? Hey, we'll have to wait and see. Well, phase number 1 is going to be blessing us, though. It does go early again, but it does go back into the arms of BB team. Do they react? Do they try and hold? A doozy will be in a position where he's got some high ground. We've seen BB do well in these zones with Gibson, but we've also seen them do quite disappointing action. So let's see what they do. I think everyone knows exactly where they are. I'll be more intrigued to see how many teams stack up on that east.
I think the BB team are probably up there with the teams that disappointed me most this weekend, because, you know, Falix does have a point. FaZe Clan, they're picking up points every game. They're just not picking up a lot of points every game. BB team have flattered the deceive, and I'm a massive fan of this team. Like, I'm one of the people whose heart broke for them back at PGC. I'm one of the people who are a huge fan of a doozy. Like, he's one of the players that I feel like makes you smile when you watch the way he plays. I just feel like it's kind of been failure to launch for them, and I expect a lot more. And I always think that if a caster is disappointed in a team, it's overall a positive, because it means that you have a lot of respect for the team and you know that the ceiling's way higher than what they've shown us.
Yep, ceiling is tough though when it comes to him, yeah, especially with a limited amount of spots. But you're right, BB team are a team performing. They're on the upward trajectory, and arguably consistently when it comes down to especially late game performance, if they can get there. Now, they got stuck on that last game. They got stuck trying to rotate in because the zone shift away. But they dealt with teams like Primal and Twisted Minds were neighbouring. They just caught, unfortunately, a little bit too late holding on. I want to see what they can do now. It's going to be about early rotation, but they're not moving. But it is Game 6 antics, so unleash the Kraken. That's win or die, as they will crash into, yet again, Brainlag, who tried to avoid early fights. Maybe Pennywise is here. Maybe he's got a shotgun, but hell of my bad, though. He might have saw the last game and opting to take the shotgun in himself.
Yeah, Pennywise is not too far away. It's a man that's on the top floor of this building who will look to hold back, win or die. But as these things sort of happen with a molly on the stairs, it slows down the push ever so slightly. Smoke grenades there as well. A man's got the shotgun at the ready. Surely we don't get a brain lag back to back with a shotgun?
Maybe it's their tactic. Maybe that's what it's all about. Well, Pennywise is here. Let's see if we can try it. It's 2 versus 3 though, because Will Die are holding that top side. And you know, this is one of my favourite areas of these zones as well, because I love it when it plays back there. Where we see Will Die hold up, there's a bit you can play the cars into, and arguably you can be a bit more creative when it comes down to the teams rotating down. But for now, We don't quite know if the zone's going to come here, so this is a bit of an early guess, and they need to deal with it quickly. Talk about dealing with quickly. Well, this is one of the teams that Felix put the prediction in for. They're taking a few shots. They are chasing down Example, as it is a rotation up towards that north side.
Yeah, I think they've heard Felix, the prediction, and now they want to up the aggression and get that win to show that Felix knows what he's talking about. Like we all know, Felix knows more about this game than you and me combined. The man's a genius when it comes to calling out early game scenarios. If you ever get the chance, phase 2, phase 3, oh my god, what an aid. 9 times out of 10, Felix is able to tell you who's going to win a game.
9 times out of 10, twice times over, he'd be able to do it. Brain lag. No, Pennywise making a push. Does pack a punch now. And the Annoyance is very, very aggressive. A lot more people are starting to use that. As we see it now. Sort of drilling into the smoke. The rest of Brain Lag are working their way in. Will die down numbers. They're going to need to back into the corner. Take a leaf from Pennywise. And in short, you back yourself into the corner at least 4 times out of 3 shots you're going to be able to put off. You'll be able to get a knock.
Yeah, and here comes the rest of Brain Lag, as one of the Turkish teams did suffer a loss there just a second ago, but they're all on this top floor, shotguns at the ready. Aman is going to drop on out there, hits them with the juke move, and gets himself to the next building. So, let's see if look, Pennywise got the wrong gun.
Pennywise is going for a shotgun. Yeah. Let's go for it. You're looking for it. Where's my shotgun? He's looking for it. No, it's been stolen. It's been taken away from you. I will be demanding it to be put down and swap over. Pennywise, I reckon, will still lead the charge up though, because there's a double shotgun upstairs. Now, if one man can put down 3, 2 could put down 4. Let's see if they can get the connecting shots though. As Brain Lag now in a driver's seat. It's good to see them up numbers though, Gibson. But it's going to be ensured that they might need to stack up and go all at the same time.
I'm ready. Aman, lead the charge with a shotgun. Come on, Aman. Do it. Make the move. Pennywise is still looking for a shotgun. He's in a different building, hunting it down as another one of the EF guys will fall. Leaving just 2 members of EF, and not a lot of Turkish players left alive for Felix to get his prediction right. But Daz is falling back, and the Mad is pushing that shift W key as he reckons he can take him down.
Yep, he's going to be there. Jockey does get the confirm. The Mad is here. Is Daz chilling? Is he holding an angle? Is he there? He's there. He's back. He's back. Let's see. 1 versus 1 before Novi appears. So the Mad's got a limited amount of time before he can deal with it. He's going to make the push. He pushes his way around. M4 in hand. So a bit of an M4 battle. But as I said, limited amount of time. Primal going to collapse their way, and they need to really make something happen though this game. They need to dig deep and get a huge amount of kills because they've got to survive something out of day 2.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed with their overall performance this weekend, but Brain Lag are deciding to make the move. You throw the stone and then you wait too long. There's the knock, the cross. What a cross that was being held, but this should be that. He closes the door.
Nope. You're not coming in. Yeah. You're not coming in. Rejected. There goes a confirm. The Mad will go down. Great catch from the observers today. Obviously, getting ready. 2 fights happening at the same time. Oh, whoa! I told you to come back for. It's a 1 versus 1. The IGL for the team hasn't got the shotgun. He's going for the res. He goes, you need to get up here because VP are rolling in. Oh, Presenti will know this is not what wants to happen. He's going to finish up 2 for 4. As we know, the shotgun meta is one not to be shied away. Brain Lag dealt the damage game 5. They have received it in game 6.
Was it Presenti that got them all, though? Like, I'd love to see that one back. Presenti now with VP pushing this way as they look to go for 4 in a row. Top floor, Presenti, shotgun at the ready. VP, they're going to hit that pod.
Right, 3 for 1.
Take a 3. He's got himself a little shield set up too.
He done a Pennywise. That's he's my Pennywise. He wasn't pound foolish. He did share out to hell of my bat. Looks like there's going to be explosions. The gas can's down. I do like that shield placement, but he's going to reposition it now to the top of the stairs. That's going to stop them running up. That's going to allow Presenti to be creative, but he should have heard the shield move. Luke Foxstone is looking to try and play peekaboo out the other side. He's only got 5 shots. He's got 4 bodies, so he can't miss. Ah, no, Michael's
he
there.
didn't miss, though.
I forgot Michael's in.
He didn't miss.
He did not.
He didn't miss. He just didn't shoot. That's the difference.
And I've had the guys they're stuck at the top of the stairs. You can see him running up. Felix and Michael eventually finding that shield. They will get that cleared now. VP find themselves in a centralist position. I think they think the zone's going to come back down to the south.
VP in a centralist position again? Never. No way have they got this.
Never. 3 times? Oh,
Yeah.
maybe 4 times a charm.
Yeah, but look, we're 50 seconds away from that phase 2 shift. I think they will hope that it goes south as Iroh fires one shot towards Spyro, and Spyro's got the discount DMR looking the other way, and somebody else has decided that they wanted to tag Iroh up just a little bit. But again, I like Bullet Rain, I like the players. I just think that it's tough slogging in a lobby that's as strong as this one.
Top 16 teams, mate. We start at 256. And these are the best of the best. They have rised above all of the rest. Let's see if they can pack the punches, though, come the final 2 days. This is the final game for day number 2. We do have games again tomorrow. Another 6, though, to be precise. But we'll be starting back on Miramar tomorrow. So for teams that do favour it, mate, get the momentum here. Or maybe VP will bag themselves another winner chicken dinner, and that's going to be the lay of the land. But the lay of the land, well, it shifts away from VP. Let's make them work for it. A huge shift to the north. Does it go Oasis? Lots of unplayable terrain, but lots of teams now, yet again, FaZe need to continue to chase down zone.
Yeah. And while we watch GG, do you think that GG are onto a winner, having picked up, most of the that Pod Samulet roster alongside Levante? Do you feel this is genuinely a one for success? Because Pod Samulet at the start of the year, which was the core of this team, I feel like they would have been very disappointed that they didn't make any of the international events.
Is there the added benefit of benefit and pressure when you have a new name tag, and I suppose the weight that carries with? I think they needed a bit of time to settle. I think they might apply that pressure if they don't hit the second half of the year. But that will be when I will see it kicking in. I think they're good for it. I think they're looking good now. I think it was a bit shaky in the group stages. But when you're picking up rotation kills like that, you can't argue.
Yeah, I think that GG is a good org to pick up the team, because it is one of the biggest orgs in global esports. As BB team are going to lose 1 and they'll fly on past. And was he still on the back of the plane when he got killed?
Yep. Rejected.
Yeah.
Out you go. And the rest of them will go flying on through. Well, VP have flown their way through now back in towards zone. They're on a bit of a 2-2 split here. Now here, Bullet Rain, though, out on the other side. BB team will launch just ahead of us as the cue from the observers were perfect. And they're going to turn away. VP, happy that they've seen the team leave the compound. Don't know who it is. They'll take the hard, and they've gone for a 2-2. Michael Nixie has the high ground on the south. That will provide Quizzy and Luke Rux a lot of cover. But I think they're playing for that zone shift back towards them.
Yeah, most of their wins, it wasn't 2-2 splits. Oh my god, Global Army has just decapitated Dedrix from behind with the AUG 3X spray. As simple as that. And the Storm, if the Storm was a few seconds later, he might have survived. But that's just the way it goes. Can someone, as the Storm goes through, could someone please check to make sure that Vox is okay?
Might be bringing back memories from yesterday.
He's there. Look, Vox is
maybe
okay. He's not been sucked up into the sky just yet.
If he disconnects, we know what happened. Well, Knights might have got the memo from Valix now, as they're definitely aggressive on this west side. Zone needs to shift a little bit further afield. Primal going to rotate their way in. A lot of teams shift for that north. I'm surprised we don't see more teams going up all the way to the north and taking the great wall that is Miramar. The zone, we'll have to try and press a bit, but Luke Ruxto and Quizzy, they got intrigued to find out who was up here, but they found a P90 up here, so it might draw the attention back of the other two.
Yeah, VP about to get another point on the board though, and there's 2 remaining members of Bullet Rain in that little dip. Lucarux did get taken down by Gustav though, so VP will be forced to play with just a 3, and Quizzy, having seen his partner in crime fall, will look to go back towards the rest of his teammates. Turning our attention now to Project Extreme and Entropic, fighting here over the little church compound. Who comes out on top here? I'm going to ask you early.
Who comes out on top? I think a low W. I'm in a good spot. Hopefully they tighten up, personally. Or who comes out on top here? This is a difficult fight. I am going to go with the Greeks of Project Extreme.
I like it. Let's show some love for them, because the chat certainly has been over the course of the last weekend and this one so far. Fine. Peeking out, doesn't quite get an angle just yet. Max is holding the high ground and will take some damage as he turns his attention a little further away. But compounds like this are very difficult to fight for. Fine will take a ton of damage as well, and Apocalyptos will hold the doors for the rest of the team.
They just need to settle. I think they've got the better positioning. Entropic are playing tight. They need to settle. They're coming off the angles. They're like bouncing around at the moment. If they just sit tight and wait for Entropic to fall on their sword, they will be getting the wins. Yes, Max knows. They're going to know exactly where Max is. He's the most dangerous because of a third-party point of view. But just hold the angles. Let Entropic push towards you.
Max has got to be careful too, because you can see he's worried about getting third-partied from further afield because you're so open towards teams on the other side of the map. And there is one of the teams that could third party, as Global Army will manage to get an angle, but thankfully for Max, Global Army will not have an angle onto him, but it's slowed the tempo down. But look at Baron. Baron's the wild card. He sprinted all the way up. He's got the M24 in his hands. He's right on cue. Right on cue. He will max it up. Max will fall, and he'll get dealt with pretty quickly.
Yeah, Entropic now will start to push. There goes the flash. They know that the damage has been done from the high ground, because if someone's shooting far afield, that's the only place they're going to be able to pick one up. So projects, though, need to try and tighten themselves down. They've got 3. It's not an out at the moment, though. We are seeing Entropic making a push forward, and that's a good play, though, from the Molly. That was trying to stop. Oh, no, it's gone too far. Maybe would have stopped the door entry, but Entropic will still have the opening.
Yeah, turning our attention to 4 p.m. They're now pushing towards Primal. Daz will go for the res while we look at that zone shift, and it goes up towards Oasis once more, which is something that I do love to see. 4 Pushman, though. Vox is down. Storm wasn't what took him out this time. It was just someone else. He'll go down to the blue in a few seconds' time, but Primal are back up to a 4.
Primal back to a 4. Great use, though, over the shoulder. Get back to the compound, get back to safety. Now the guys settle down slightly. There's a knockdown. Hawkeye will still have the opportunity to get the res, but the launch of the smoke and the blue zone nades might try and get the confirm. BB team having a look at this as well, as they have split off, but they've got 1 DBNO, so they might have to move back. Scrap that DBNO. That's a confirm. Low W, though. Do the damage. And look at that. BB team have lurked over here, but now causing the confirmation up with Hawkeye.
Yeah, jumping back over to 4 Pushman and Primal. There's a nice shot, and FaZe Clan are going to backstab Primal. Seifu now has just got Noah to deal with. Standing up, Shinboy will stay in the blue just a little while longer as Seifu gets his kill confirmed. But Phase 3 about to become Phase 4. It'll be a little tough to withstand it. Grendes and Jani now, the last 2 standing for Project Extreme. Or sorry, for Entropic up against Project Extreme, who only have 3 as well. Because remember, we had a sneaky little Baron peeking over with that M24.
It is a sneaky little Baron. Zone shift back down. Let's go back towards low W. They're on a huge split, and Twisted Minds looking to take advantage of that one. Back towards his front house. There is a time now served. X, though, there's a kill. There's the first confirm on the board as Entropic War. They turn towards the Panthers, and yet again, Jani, it's never that far away, and that's the explosive launch. Heard the footsteps. Here's the second op. Wait for the peak, though. Barrel there. A little bit of a pre-fire comes through as he repositions himself. He's waiting, watching, hoping for the guys now to fall on his sword.
If you're going to go to the church, you got to be ready for the gospel of the Panzerfaust as it manages to find one. Jani continuing to spread the good word of 762 as he catches Fine this time around. Will confirm out that kill, and he's not done yet. 4 Pushman eliminated elsewhere, but Jani still dancing with the devil inside the church ground and putting in a lot of work.
He was looking for util. I reckon the call would have come as well. Have you got any aggressive util, any nades, any monies that can cause the damage? Jani looking to go up, but the res has happened. That was a res of steel. Jani now has to make the run. He fake keys the left. Does that mean they go up the stairs? Does that mean they drop the ball? I heard him go on the outside as the footsteps on the sound are very unique. And Jani well down numbers, but he's not out yet. There's one. Oh, he goes down. Project Extreme do win it out, but they only go out with a 2.
And that will... He did a hell of a fight. A hell of a fight, but he eventually did fall. 11 teams left alive, 30 players up and running. And you know what? We've still got 4 Turkish players up. Alex said that he expected Knights to, or ever forward to take the win. There's still a chance. But as I look around the map, LOL W, they have an aggressive split. VP, we're just seeing them on your screen right now. 2 players on the high ground, Michael on the low, but the problem for them is they could get sandwiched here between the solo of Noah and the Bullet Rain, who are above.
High ground. high ground, high ground, high ground. That's going to cause some damage. Actually, one of the teams that are on the high ground is low W. So Knights losing one. Bullet Rain, good to see him in this position, but can they hold out for much longer? 11 teams remain, 29 players left alive, so pretty much most teams have lost numbers as the zone will continue to shift its way in. LW still hold an aggressive 2-2 split.
Schofield will take down Acalyptus as Knights pick up another kill for themselves, and Project Extreme, well, Pydaro's the last player up, just full sending it. He will go to the shack, won't even get there. The Boom will find that kill.
Down, out, 11th place. Project X not having the day they needed. Got up there in a few games, but not enough. Zone should shift away. Actually, donuts up. And low W, aggressive split, still holding. They've got high ground on both sides, but they're going to have a lot of teams coming to knock. Can they hold? What point do you collapse? And GG while they slip in between and take away the hard cover?
I think the GG gotta play the hard cover though. You gotta play this building. You gotta stay there for as long as you can. VP, they're not going to get the back to back because they are got their backs against the wall now with just Michael up as Bullet Rain will do a ton of damage. FaZe Clan coming in with a bit of an assist. Nice headshot from Michael, but look how much damage the level 3 helmet tanks.
Thanks a lot. Michael needs to continue. I think he wants to try and continue with at least a 2. To deal with that P90. Oof. God, that hits hard. It hits quick as well. Dog's put him down. No, he's not going to push him, but 6 seconds on the board. Arguably, I don't think he's going to be able to get Quizzy and get out of here. Vex will provide a bit of cover and fire as Novi will fall. He was sneaking in behind. That is a big extension. It's like the PNC UK team might go head-to-head. I think Vex will be looking for an additional kill, but Michael's still very much focused, though, on that P90 because it's causing so much damage.
Yeah, there's the drop coming in as well. That was called in by Bullet Rain, by the way, but Vex is the one that'll be able to gather that as he spots them out. There's the kill. VP make it into the top 7, but Michael, highly unlikely he'll get that res.
Great molly.
That's a lockout now.
Great molly.
Is it great?
Oh,
it's a bit too far.
Just a little bit too far, isn't it? It won't fall down. But it's enough, though, just to allow him to get new level 3 gear. Michael gets in the car, but I think that's going to be the end of him. Vex will say goodbye to his teammate and buddy for PNC. And VP, well, there's the rain stop. The Polar Bears will get 3 winner-winner chicken dinners, but not the 4th.
Yeah, but they still got points in that game. They got placement points. They got a couple of kills on the board. So it was still not a bad game. There's teams in this lobby who've not even had games like that yet over the course of the weekend. So it's points on the board, but we're getting closer and closer to the conclusion of our final game of day 2. Na'Vi, they've got 3 players up. FaZe of 2, Twisted Minds of all 4. GG, they've got 2, Knights of 4, and BB team have got 2. So it's a nice little mix of player counts as well.
And don't forget, you need to be sporting. If you're sporting the teams that I sported, well, you won't be in a chance to win 1,500 G coin, but if you might have picked the Knights, like Falex have, you might be in with a chance. Put the team tag into chat now, who you think is going to win this game, but it has to be the team tag. So if you're going for BB, it has to be BB, Na'Vi, GG, etc. With the Knights, you have to put the team tag in to be in a chance to win it. 1,500 G coin will go out to a series of people that will be picked out after this game.
Vex will be on the edge of the circles. It shifts ever so slightly away from FaZe Clan now, and they'll need to move closer to Twisted Minds, who you can see he would have a lovely viewpoint of if he would just stand up for a little while. Corexy, on the other hand, he's on the other side, but this is why Vex isn't standing up, because the second that he did, he's going to get knocked by Perfectix and FaZe Clan. Well, there's no way Vex gets back to Corexy.
No, he's going to have to crawl for zone. You can always count, though, especially with Miramar. Twisted Minds are always up on the top, the highest point that has to offer. They have worked their way down. There's their quick kill confirmed. Batulin's the mountain goat himself. He will get another point on the board for the team. Knight's now going to try and take on BB team. Nade goes out, doesn't know exactly where Doozy is, as he will try and launch a nade back. Nade don't cause the damage. Doozy hits some shots, and Global Army goes down to a 2.
Global Army, though, still on his feet. Spyro will fall back just a little bit. Doozy's got time to get the first aid off. And while all this goes on, GG still inside the compound, a little bit away. But this zone is closing. The noose is tightening. And these teams need to deal with each other sooner rather than later. Great nade from Spyro will capture Schofield. And now it's... Oh, wow, good response. But it's Hakatori.
Wow. Let's do off angle. They're sweeping in now. Na'Vi are sweeping in that adjacent side. Right, should be able to get the rest back on, or at least one of them is on the slower side. Maybe there's an argument to say, put Schofield over your shoulder and run as quick as you can before you have to move over. GG, well, they're going to focus their attention back over that side. But look at that, Na'Vi straight in, straight on. A couple of shots towards GG, and that's drawn all three of those players back towards the northeast side.
Correxy got some smoke cover, but as you can see, he's got not very little other than that to work with. Na'Vi not too far away. Defix in the distance. Line up your smoke. Make sure you get the smoke absolutely perfect to get you closer and closer to that rock that's just ahead of you. 5 teams, 14 players left alive. Twisted Minds looking dominant at the south, though.
They are. Quickly stored out. So looking for a top 4 potentially. He might get spotted out, especially with the smoke. It's kind of a beacon, isn't it? Hi, I'm here. I don't think Na'Vi will move any further forward until they get rid of whoever is lurking in the smoke. Good shout, though, for the Knights. They did get the med on, so they are back to a 3. They've got a decision to make. Do they play into the compound? Looks like the smoke's now trying to deny the shots coming out. GG will be playing peekaboo, but they're up on the high side. Those shots from Na'Vi, that might push him towards more of a west, or round towards the southwest, but then you go into the arm of Twisted Minds. Knights will find it very difficult now to work on him.
The back wall of this compound would be a nice spot to play, but unfortunately you can't get there because Na'Vi would hold Knights if they try to make that move. But the push does come. Rocks will find Global Army. That leaves Knights down to just a 2 at this point. Phase 6 is about to become Phase 7, and we're seeing more and more players fall. I love this high angle. Batu gets the knock, and can Rocks steal it away? Laza will dip down into the blue. Maybe this is a denial. I think he's going to get the first aid off. No, he doesn't. We're down to 4.
Down to 4. Actually, FaZe get an extra placement point. So it's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. Corexy, got to argue how long is he going to hold on now as Na'Vi looking to move their way. Nadal, come on, that will send that shield flying. Doosh, and then surprise, a few more shots, but lucky enough, there's enough of a bowl to avoid the shots. But is it enough to avoid this nade coming in? It will bounce, Corexy will move, and he will just survive another nade.
Remember, being prone makes you take a little bit less damage from these nades. That nade from Defix was timed perfectly for the airburst if Corexy had have been in the smoke. He threw it perfectly where he wanted it to go, but nobody was to be found. 4v3v3v1. Corexy is not longer left inside this lobby though because he's outside the zone. Na'Vi are looking this way. I feel sorry for him.
Can he get in? I'm very much doubt it. But it's good to see FaZe up in the placement points again. Just to mind, they got the numbers. They haven't quite got the zone, but they've got some high ground. So I think they will work it in on the blue, trying to capitalise up. GG having to leave their compound as well. Na'Vi playing the outside edge of blue. All teams need to move in, but the middle, there's not much left to play. There's a few bowls, there's a few rocks, there's a few dips. Maybe that will play in the arm of Corexy. He looks to make the move, but Diffix is there to say no.
Now it's a 4v3v3. The chasing pack, the teams that are hunting down your lobby leader's VP, in with a chance of a big boon of points. Remember, first place gets you 6 extra placements over second. Sorry, gets you 4 extra placements over second, as my brain struggles to math for just a second. But those points could be huge. Na'Vi, potentially, if you are VP, Na'Vi are probably the team you want to win here because they've got the lowest kill count out of the 3.
It is the lowest kill count at the moment. I'll be saying we haven't really shown too much today compared to what we sometimes expect, but they are good to end the day on a high. So let's see what they can do. 3 teams now remain. The zone is difficult. Twisted Mind taking full advantage of the crest, the hillside that remains into the middle. Perfect example, hold an angle each. One will take on a team apiece, as the rest of the guys will hold on the high ground. There goes the zone shift. Here comes GG. They get out the eyes of one, but into the arms of P90, for example. He whistles a few shots past, but somehow they survive. Surely they can't survive the nades.
Well, that's a good first nade, but it goes on the other side. This nade's better. 2 for the price of 1. Perfectix. Rocks and Dante fall. Pin the last gladiator standing. Twisted Minds currently standing center of the arena though.
It's the center of the arena. I think you need to rotate their way around. Wait and see now how it plays out. Does Na'Vi have enough to sort of leapfrog bounce off of this one, though? Needs to get knocked. Needs working towards Erangel off on the outside pin, drawing the attention slightly, but drawing the attention towards Na'Vi. Twisted Minds in the right position. Make the right play at the right time. It looks good.
I think for Pin, though, the right play at the right time is going to be... The window for that play is going to be so tiny. Like, he has no room for error. Dante will eventually go down. That as he bleeds out on the edge, you'll see his other teammate fall. Example will take down Hakatori. This is Twisted Minds world, and we're living in it right now. 6 kills for GG. Highly doubt that they're going to find another one unless Pin can catch So Said, who's on the other side of that wall, and Pin spots him, but So Said sees the other way. It's all down to So Said on a 1v4.
So 1 versus 4. Twisted Minds started the day pretty aggressive here. So Said will deny, as Twisted Minds will claim a victory. Winner, winner, chicken dinners. Only 7 kills, and I think that's a tactical play there for Na'Vi. 17 points, and Twisted Minds obviously they opened up with a nice winner, winner, chicken dinner, but they also closed out with not a bad one. Good game. A little bit more slower than I'd expected from a game number 6, but maybe that was Miramar. Let's bring back the amazing FedEx, though, as we need to take no break and debrief, though, game number 6. FedEx, for me, it was all about that shift up towards the north. A lot of teams lost the rotation pathing in. A lot of teams had to full send, and yet again, FaZe having to wiggle their way through multiple teams. And lucky enough for them, well, they got down there to a duo, but that was the end of their running.
Interestingly enough, that original north shift back across the big valley, that street line, wasn't even as bad as I thought it was going to be for plenty of these teams. Actually, almost anyone made it in with at least 3 players. And I thought at that point, man, this could get interesting, until Twisted Minds realized, wait, there's almost no one right beside us. And the interesting part about this is VP. They had a chance in this one as well. It could have been a back-to-back. I think that's 4 times in a row now.
Yep.
If they would have lost these players, because look at the phase 1 and phase 2 movements of Twisted Minds and VP. It's an exact mirror almost. The only difference is that VP is playing 200 meters further towards the east side, and one could argue that's an even better entry because if you have the compound across the street that obviously Twisted Minds doesn't have on that side, you have an easy entry back up to Richland on the northern side, and just in general it's easier to fight around that eastern side of the hillside. But yeah, VP losing a player early opened that entire round up for Twisted Minds even more than what it already was. Barely any competition on the southwestern side, and that's once again always because keep on talking about it, Twisted Mind makes sure no one really gets a safe footing on the most important spots on that southwestern side on these types of circles.
I can tell you what is a safe footing, what isn't a safe footing, shall I say, when it comes down to Miramar, and that's shotguns. Game 1, we saw the fun house. Game 2, we saw the fun party move on out, and this time the duo actually able to hold out a 4-man push. The shotguns hold is outstanding, and huge shout though for win or die. They held out, and it was the off angle that they had the shotgun either side of those stairs, and they were watching. There we go, and waiting, and there is a outstanding shot, and then yeah, Presenti dug in. He picked up the final 3. What a play though from them.
Yeah, massive. You said it before. What a crossfire! Wow. I mean, yes, it's one thing to find as many shotguns as they did, but actually playing off of that, if you have 4 players pushing you, that's a whole different thing. And when I die, yes, they lose 3 players, but I feel like they salvaged as much as they could. And these types of aggressive Miramar maneuvers, when we do realize you have isolated fights, it's not something I necessarily expected coming out from Brainlife. After that initial couple of bad games now that they have had in a row. I think it's been a couple of 0-pointers as well. So they really wanted to force that confidence back. But if you get shot like that, I mean, that's not really working out, is it?
The problem is, though, the longer we go into the finals and the 0-pointers you have, you become an element. I won't say desperate. Maybe it's the wrong word, but you kind of play these riskier plays, and that's not a position you really want to be in. You want to play PUBG controls, and it won't work out. Gibson. End zone now. Let's talk about Twisted Minds. What a move from them. They had the high ground, and we know they like to have the high ground, but they moved quite early to the center dot because they were expecting and waiting, and it played right into their arms.
Well, nobody else was making that move. Like everyone, the other 3 teams, or the other 2 teams at that point in the end game, were to the north. So they realized, well, there's no one to our left, no one to our right. We're not going to get caught from behind. Let's take as much ground as we can without overextending themselves. Thankfully for them, the big play from GG, they were ready for it. They caught the players by the shack. At that point, GG stuck in a shack, nowhere they could go. Na'Vi didn't have vehicles. They were up on that little elevated patch towards the northeast side of the circle. It's essentially shooting fish in a barrel for Twisted Minds at that point. And they made it look easy, but again, it's every little decision that they made from the very first moment they jumped out of the plane that led to that ending being so easy for them.
Yeah, it looks so easy when you watch Twisted Minds types of round. It looks like they never have any competition. It looks like they just get gifted zone, but I couldn't agree more with you. It looks only as easy because you don't get the full picture of the round, and that's why I keep on telling everyone, open up the map stream, watch for yourself, the little decisions on the map, the little rotations these guys do to make sure no one really has any interesting spot that's to be taken on that southwestern side. And then half of that, as soon as they get into the very late stages of the game, they make sure that they don't overcommit to any side. As soon as they realize they have winning potential, and that was one of these rounds, they knew if they keep playing this one smart, they will have as much ground as they need to finish off the round securely. And I don't even think a single player has been dropped after phase 5. That's how secure these guys play. And it's just pinpoint accuracy from these guys. I know I keep on coming back to it, but that's just Twisted Minds for you. I think he's always said it before, arguably the best team in the world.
I've got to chase down VP though. For what you guys need to do, you need to mark tomorrow in your calendar. We're in the grand finals though, 9th, 10th and 11th. Well, we've just done 12 games. 6 more are only left before we crown ourselves the champion. But what are they fighting for? What is the prize pool if you are new in? Well, it's 8,000 USD. The lion's share of the prize pool does favour at top side of the table, but it's nothing to be shied away. First down to 8th, but there are 2 entry points for PEC forward as well. So keep an eye on that, because obviously if global partner teams, the invited teams are going to be there, you might find that will fall down the rankings as well. So nothing to be shied. A big prize pool for these teams to be had just before some of these will be leaving out for Esports World Cup. I think today has been good. It has been really aggressive, but it is the middle day though, isn't it, folks? The middle day is about setting yourself up for the final. I felt like some teams done it really well. I think some teams were trying to go aggressive when they didn't need to, and they kind of fell short. Now, as a result, some of those teams have only got 6 games left to do. But if you're a VP, you're loving it. You had a great day, number 2.
Yeah, so far these finals have shown us that it really does tend to favor favorite teams that also can back off. Actually, let me rephrase that. Favor centralized teams that also have the individual skill to, when it comes down to fighting, they're able to do so consistently. And I mean, who better to name than BP? I think they'll still be at the top of the standings of their back-to-back. I think very easily so. And the question now is, going into tomorrow, who can really catch up? Because if BP continues to play like this with the game style they have, they're forcing their own luck. And at this point, it's not only about how much you can do, it's about how much VP is able to lose in terms of average points going into tomorrow. Because once again, if VP continues to play like this centralized, they'll get one of these 6 rounds again in terms of winning possibilities. And if they manage to close out that round as well, I don't think there's maybe even a mathematical possibility in terms of coming back from what we've just witnessed from VP. And man, maybe, just maybe, looking at the bigger scope of things, maybe we've just witnessed the start of something new. Because VP, if they, as I said, continue to play like this, I said it even in the rotation as well, they seem to be continuously improving. They already are one of the most consistent and safest teams when it comes to rotations. And the players, I don't even need to talk about their individual strength. If that continues, I think maybe looking at the next 2-3 months, we might see a small contender in terms of consistency to Twisted Minds.
And even with a sub, maybe it has a holiday day and they put a sub in, they store perform. That is crazy. The consistency of right. VP is always a powerhouse for me. Can a team like Twisted Minds catch up Gibson though? We know they are good. We know they like to chase teams down. But with 3 wins, Twisted Minds, yes, they got another chicken dinner, but not as many kills. Is the point gap going to be too much? It's going to be explosive, I know, tomorrow. But is Twisted Minds going to do it?
Where did Batu tell you his favourite place to be in a leaderboard going into the final day was?
Wait a second. That's what worries me. That is what worries me. That's the thing.
There is your answer. Those 4 players are machines, and they're going to go into tomorrow locked in, ready to go. If there's any team in all of Europe who can go ahead and put on a hell of a run like what VP did today, it's Twisted Minds. This is only starting to heat up.
Yeah. Well, look, we've been told by production leaderboard is ready. Let's have a look where we close out on day number 2. 127 for 123. It is going to go to the wire. VP not getting the gap that they might have wanted, but Twisted Minds refusing to let go. Gaming Gladiators, though, impressively are up there as well with 108 points. And Na'Vi might be slightly slipping the gap, though. It is doable. There are a few gaps there. We see kind of that break there between 3rd and 4th, but we are really seeing a break between 9th and 10th. It's intriguing. Don't forget, Felix, we've got a top 8 payout. So for Pushman, we know what they're going to come do tomorrow, and that's just going to continue to push forward. It's good to see FaZe have been climbing the leaderboard. How far more do you expect FaZe to climb?
73 points from what we've seen today. It's been another one of these days, unfortunately, in that space volumes about their position leaderboard that just hasn't really worked out. Despite that, they salvaged so many points. 73 in what felt like 12 games that have almost exclusively not gone their way is crazy, and speaks volumes about them as a team too. So, I mean, we were talking about FaZe Sundays back in the day, and yes, maybe that magic has worn off just a tiny bit, but if there's any team that, just statistically speaking, I think is going to come back strong, and I'd have as one of the top teams going into tomorrow as well, it's got to be FaZe Clan. They've been really unfortunate up until this point. They've just not hit their stride. They've never had a round where they just roll on through. That's been really easy for them. Continuously tough edges, continuously really fierce competition, and teams like 4PM kind of ruining their game plan. So if once again, if just based off of statistics, I think any team is going to be different tomorrow. It's got to be FaZe Clan.
Gibson, I'm not going to ask you the same question with FaZe, but I do want to ask you the question. We got to cast Win or Die. They were the champions of Protality. They're sitting on 80 points at the moment, mate. They are potentially in a driving spot, but they need to have a big 6 games. Are they a team that can dig deep, though, come to the final day?
I say the win's probably too far away for them at this point, but if you offered them at the start of the weekend that they could get inside the top 4 and potentially get some of those PEC fall spots that are up for grabs, they would have taken it all day long. So don't be surprised if they come in tomorrow and do enough to breach the top 4. I think the 3 teams above, in the top 3, they're just going to keep plugging away and getting in just enough points to keep themselves too far that's out of reach. But win or die, they can still get top 4. They can still get a little bit of prize money, and they can certainly get one of those PEC's fall spots.
Well, you've had it too from the best pros that are in here anyway, their final statements, though, and who could potentially be climbing up. I just want to say thank you to everyone that has been watching, everyone in the support for all of the teams, everyone participating in all the competitions, and all the competitions are all subject to thank you to very much to Esports 360. Being esports are behind the production, in our ears, on everyone in chat, though. Obviously, PUBG and PUBG Esports for the giveaways and providing us the game. We will be back, though, tomorrow at the same time, but we only have 6 more games before we crown ourselves a champion and find out who might be getting those golden tickets to the right stage of PEC 4. Thank you all. It's time for me to go play some PUBG. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.